Due to the nature of the content contained within this video, viewer discretion is strongly advised. This video is not intended to hurt, harm, or disparage against a particular group of people or religion. My only aim is to present the truth with no bias. If you believe in Yahuwah Yahusha, you are no enemy of mine, but I will be forthcoming in this presentation. I remember being told for quite some time about the curse of Ham. Now, it's actually the curse of Canaan, but many Caucasian people have used this myth to say things such as melanated people or dark skin was a curse from the Most High to justify the mistreatment of melanated people. Slavery, wickedness, all of these things that have been done against Negroes and other melanated people. This is exactly why you look in the history books, there's nothing about melanated people being the original people of this earth. But what if I told you that the curse of Canaan may have been the opposite of what you think it is? What if I told you that pale-skinned people are the ones who bear the curse of Canaan, which is the loss of pigmentation? We know several times in scripture that Yahuwah cursed Mariam, Moses' sister, with leprosy. We know that Gehazi was cursed with leprosy. We understand Noah being born as an albino and his father considering him to be possibly the offspring of the angels. We know histories of pale-skinned giants that people have given a first-hand account of. Throughout this documentary, I will be presenting information that seems to support this idea. Many of the white people, so-called white people, in higher positions of authority have practiced Canaanite traditions to this day. How has this knowledge been passed down and preserved so well? Well, maybe Caucasians are descendants of Canaanites. Now, some people may not like what I'm presenting today, but with no proof, evangelical Christians and European-ish people, the Revelation 2939s, have been able to say that we are cursed with black skin with no pushback, no evidence, no nothing. That changes today. Let's take a look. Now, before we dive into this, I want to make a few things clear that I touched on in my previous documentary, Esau and the Horites. If you have not seen that film, the link is in the description. A lot of what I am saying here will make sense if you have seen the film Esau and the Horites. So one thing needs to be understood. Leprosy and albinism are two different things. A person is born with albinism. Leprosy can develop much later, which I believe fits the description of what many call vitiligo and also Hansen's disease in the modern day. So albinism is a genetic condition present from birth caused by a lack of melanin production due to inherited genes, essentially a recessive trait. It affects skin, hair, eyes, often leading to a very light or white pigmentation. People with albinism are born with it and do not develop pigmentation later in life. It does not spread or worsen over time like a disease. So a person born with albinism does not necessarily mean that they have leprosy, because leprosy, a person can be born completely dark-skinned and then develop leprosy over time, versus a person who has albinism they could come from two black parents, two Negro parents, and be born with albinism. So it's not the same thing as leprosy. Albinism is also present in the animal community. Albinism in animals is a genetic condition where an animal lacks melanin, the pigment responsible for coloration in skin, hair, scales, and eyes. This condition results in white or very pale colored animals with pink or red eyes due to the absence of pigment. Causes of albinism. Caused by a mutation in genes that control melanin production. A recessive trait. Both parents must carry the albinism gene for offspring to inherit it, and it affects mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish. Characteristics of albino animals: white or pale fur, skin, or scales, red or pink eyes, poor eyesight due to a lack of pigmentation in the retina, higher sensitivity to sunlight, UV rays, more prone to sunburn and vision problems, weaker survival rates in the wild, easier for predators to spot. Examples of albino animals would be albino deer, squirrels, tigers, dolphins, gorillas, reptiles, albino snakes, alligators, turtles, lizards, birds, peacocks, pigeons, owls, robins, fish, albino catfish, goldfish, trout, amphibians, albino frogs, and salamanders. So as we can see, the Most High, Yahuwah, creator of all things, he created all things to have some sort of melanin. And the lack of melanin leads to albinism. The lack of pigmentation leads to albinism. So we know definitively that melanin is a creation of the Most High Yahuwah. Melanin comes from the highest. Melanin is a divine creation by Yahuwah. So far we can see that you have melanin in humans, animals, but also plants. Here are some videos of plants with albinism. Now, let's just briefly go through that real quick. So, since albino plants cannot photosynthesize, they typically die early unless they can get nutrients in another way. Albinism in plants happens due to genetic mutations that prevent them from producing chlorophyll, the pigment responsible for absorbing sunlight for photosynthesis, giving plants their green color, and producing energy for survival. These plants lack all chlorophyll and cannot make their own food. Some plants have patchy albinism, meaning only part of their leaves lack chlorophyll. These plants can survive because they still have some green areas to photosynthesize. Now that we understand albinism is a recessive gene at birth and is a lack of pigmentation in the skin that affects all people, we also need to make it clear any type of people can have albinism, not just darker skinned people. And let me show you a few examples before we continue. So let's deal with it. The curse of Ham. Is this found in the Bible? Is this actually biblical? Because a lot of these racist white people, including the fake Revelation 2939s, the one who call themselves Jews and they're not, but the synagogue of Satan, they have taught this lie for a very, very long time, and it has been left unchecked. They say that Ham was cursed to be a slave. They said that Ham was cursed with dark skin, but is any of this in the Bible? Let's look at the scriptures and let's find out. This is Bereshith, Genesis 9:20-27. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunk, and was naked in his house. And Cam, or Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and he went out and told his two brothers. And Shem and Japheth, having taken a garment, put it on both their backs, and went backwards, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their face was backward, and they saw not the nakedness of their father. And Noah recovered from wine, and knew all that his younger son had done to him. And he said, Cursed be the servant Canaan, a slave shall he be to his brethren. And he said, Blessed be Yahuwah, Eluah of Shem, and Canaan shall be his bondservant. May Eluah make room for Japheth, and let him dwell in the habitations of Shem, and let Canaan, or Canaan, be his servant. So when we look at the text here, we can clearly see it wasn't Ham that was cursed. It was Canaan, Ham's son. Furthermore, it mentions nothing about being cursed with dark skin. And then also, the curse did not come from the Most High. It was Noah who cursed his grandson, which was Canaan, the son of Ham. But do you see how Europeans twist things? How the Europeans lie to justify their racism?
I want to tell the truth about the curse of Ham. Now, there are some religious, but yet racist, white groups that teach that the black people are cursed to be slaves in servitude to white people due to a sin that Ham committed. They claim that Ham is cursed, but if you look at that scripture, God did not curse anybody there. There was no curse by God. The curse was by Noah, not God. And in addition to that, Noah did not curse Ham. He cursed Canaan.
So where did this lie come from? Obviously, it's rooted in religious racism. But where did it originate from? I'm going to show you. Take a look at this.
Dr. Martin's thesis is that there is an anti-black invective which runs through the sacred rabbinic literature of Judaism. That is not to say that it runs through the literature of the Bible, because there is a distinction between the Hebrew literature and the rabbinic literature. There have been, since Dr. Martin's speech, two major texts which have been issued by Judaic scholars. Jonathan Schorsch is professor at Columbia University and the author of a book entitled Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World. Notorious anti-black racist in Judaism just happens to be Judaism's most influential and revered sage, Rabbi Moses Maimonides, who taught in his book, The Guide of the Perplexed, that blacks are subhuman. Now, Sorge has written 546 pages on the relationship of Jews and blacks. One would think that he would be able to explicate Maimonides' teaching about black people at length, since it forms the heart of Judaism's attitude towards blacks. However, since Maimonides is indefensible, Schorsch dares not. Hence, like any propagandist, the Columbia University professor buries the inconvenient Maimonides in his footnotes, where we find the offending statement quoted in small type with no comment or exegesis of any kind, as if it were the doctrine of some long ago forgotten village rebbe instead of the major halakhic authority in Judaism. Neither can Professor Schorsch bring himself to quote the Talmudic and Midrashic accounts of the curse on Ham, which form the canonical Judaic understanding about black people. By shying away from a confrontation with these texts, he does little to dispel the critique of Tony Martin and others. Professor Martin quotes these anti-black rabbinic teachings during the speech which you are about to see. How can Schorsch claim to debunk the Martins of the world when he can't even bring himself to confront the problem sacred Judaic texts? Look, that the Talmud's creators, first of all, were lawyers. And Neusner went on to say, again, I remind you, we are in the hands of lawyers. Let's observe lawyer Schorsch in action. Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World, page 139. Seeing a Jewish curse of Ham behind every English notion of black accursedness will not do. If one looks carefully, the explicit citation of Jewish authors remains extremely rare in early modern writings. Some, of course, did indeed cite Jewish authorities. But overall, the curse of Ham seems to comprise a case of intra-Christian discursive influence. The Jewish Bible having been claimed as a Christian text already long before the medieval period, early modern Christian authorities continued to make use of it as a component of the Christian canon. And that's a quote from Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World by Jonathan Schorsch, published by the Cambridge University Press. The curse of Ham, as taught by the rabbis, is what Abraham Melamed rightly terms the locus classicus of Judaism's historic antipathy toward black people and the exegetical source of its racist teaching from the Amorim of Babylonia to Moses Maimonides. The dogma that the black is a slave by nature is rabbinic in origin. Canaan is identified as a black man, and blacks as an inferior people, only in the Gemara, which is to say the latter part of the Talmud, the Midrash, and later writings of the rabbis. This invective, this racism, is not anywhere in the Bible concerning the black race. The rabbinic account of the malediction against Ham stipulates that Ham's son Canaan and all Canaan's issue are forever fated to suffer perpetual slavery and black skin, without the possibility of their condition ever being ameliorated. It is this anti-Old Testament rabbinic gloss that influenced those 15th century Renaissance humanists who had crossed over into the forbidden territory of the Talmud, Midrash, and Kabbalah as part of a supposedly enlightened act. It is an irony of history that as a result of this supposedly progressive development, the abominable view of black people as a congenitally determined race of perpetual slaves became entrenched among the Western liberal intelligentsia for at least the next 300 years. Here's what Schorsch writes in his book, Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World. Few Jewish thinkers understood Ham's curse to initiate his or her progeny's blackness. That is an out-and-out prevarication. The classic rabbinic texts hold that the punishment visited upon Ham was the transformation of his son Canaan and all Canaan's progeny into blacks. Rabbi Hiah said, Ham and the dog copulated on the ark, therefore Ham came forth dark-skinned.
So now we can see where this has come from. This has come from the Babylonian Talmud. It is not biblical, it is not scriptural, it is not anything of the sort. It was made up by a bunch of racist Amalekim. the Revelation 2939s. But because the evangelical European Anglo-Saxon Christians are just as racist as the Ish people, they have also embraced this. And I'm gonna show you guys a few examples of how this has been taught all throughout these different religious circles, so you can understand it's not just the Ish people who have pushed forward this idea, but is also taught in other religions. And I'm gonna show you right now.
For himself, he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice, as on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth. Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced 1/3 of the spirits destined for Earth to fight with him in revolt. Thus, Lucifer became the devil and his followers the demons. Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race.
All right, so this is an article from Wikipedia, and it kind of ties to what it says about racism and slavery and how they try to use this whole curse of Ham thing to justify the enslavement of Negroes. So it says, in the past, some people claim that the curse of Ham was a biblical justification for imposing slavery and racial discrimination towards black people. Although this concept has been criticized for being an ideologically driven misconception. Regarding this matter, the Christian leader MLK called such an attempt a blasphemy that is against everything that the Christian religion stands for. Shout out to everybody that saw my video on Planned Parenthood. We already know MLK was a sellout. He was not for us. His father was a Freemason. So just take what he says with a grain of salt. James Burton Kaufman similarly argues that the curse was a prophecy of what would happen, not that it should happen. He believes that the curse is an allusion to Canaan's history of being dominated by numerous foreign powers. These powers include Assyrians, Chaldeans, Greeks, and Romans. For Southern slave owners who are forced with the abolitionist movement to end slavery, the curse of Ham was one of the many grounds upon which Christian planters could formulate an ideological defense of slavery. Even before slavery, in order to promote economic motivations within Europe associated with colonialism, the curse of Ham was used to shift the common Aristotelian belief that phenotypic differentiation among humans was a result of climatic difference to a racialist perspective that phenotype differentiation among the species was due to there being different racial types. This often came as a result of European anxieties to avoid being sent to the colonies, as they were terrified of the high casualty rate of settlers due to disease and warfare. Thus, many of them formulated the idea that being sent south of the equator blackened them and thus made them inferior. In the 15th century, Dominican friar Ananias of Viterbo invoked the curse of Ham to explain the differences between Europeans and Africans in his writings. Ananias, who frequently wrote of the superiority of Christians over the Saracens, claimed that due to the curse imposed upon black people, they would inevitably remain permanently subjugated by Arabs and other Muslims. He wrote that the fact that so many Africans have been enslaved by the heretical Muslims was supposed proof of their inferiority. Through these and other writings, European writers established a hitherto unheard of connection between Ham, Africa, and slavery, which laid the ideological groundwork for justifying the transatlantic slave trade. According to Clemens Bretano, writings related to the Catholic mystic Anne Catherine Emmerich, she is attributed to have said, "I see that the black, idolatrous, stupid nations are the descendants of Ham. Their color is due not to the rays of the sun, but to the dark source whence those degraded races sprang." So you could see that this lie, which is not even in the Bible, as we already proven, is not about Ham. It's about Canaan, who is Ham's son. But these white European evangelical heathens have taken it and twisted it and used it as means of justification for slavery of Negroes. Now that we understand that this is not true, this is not what they said it is, let's really get down to it, and let's see if it actually is more applicable to people with pale skin than it is people with dark skin. Let's look at the scripts. Shamuth, Exodus chapter 4, 6 through 7. And Yahuwah said again to him, Masha or Moses, put your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom and brought his hand out of his bosom, and his hand became as snow. And he said again, put your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom and brought his hand out of his bosom, and it was again restored to the complexion of his other flesh. So if Moses put his hand into his bosom and it became white, then he put his hand back into his bosom again and it's restored back to his other flesh. What does that tell you? He was not a white man. How does your hand turn white if you're already white? He was a dark-skinned man. In order for the Most High to demonstrate his power, he turned Masha's hand white. Then he put it back in his bosom and it was restored back to his other flesh. This is what these white supremacists won't show you. Let's look at another one. Bamadabar, or Numbers 12, 1 through 3, and verses 8 through 15. And Miriam and Aaron spoke against Masha because of the Ethiopian woman whom Masha or Moses took, for he had taken an Ethiopian woman. And they said, has Yahuwah spoken to Moses only? Has he not also spoken to us? And Yahuwah heard it. And the man Moses was very meek beyond all the men that were upon the earth, and I will speak to him mouth to mouth apparently, and not in dark speeches. He has seen the esteem of Yahuwah. And why were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And the great anger of Yahuwah was upon them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam was leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said to Masha, I beseech you, my master, do not lay sin upon us, for we were ignorant wherein we sinned. Let her not be as if it were like death, as an abortion coming out of his mother's womb, when the disease devours the half of the flesh. And Moses cried to Yahuwah, saying, O Eluah, I beseech you, heal her. And Yahuwah said to Masha, if her father had only spit in her face, would she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be Kadash 7 days without the camp, and afterwards she shall come in. And Miriam was separated without the camp 7 days, and the people moved not forward till Miriam was cleansed. Now let's stop and explain this real quick, because I see a lot of Gentiles take this out of context. The first thing that they do is mention the fact that Miriam and Aaron, Moses' sister and brother, were complaining that he was with a Cushite woman or a black woman. What they fail to understand is, if his hand was turned white in Exodus, he was also a dark-skinned man. If his sister was cursed with white skin, that means she was a black woman. It had nothing to do with the fact he was with a black woman. It's because he was with a black woman of another nation. Had he taken an Israelite black woman, there wouldn't be no problem, right? But see, Gentiles love to twist these things to push their sour cream supremacy. Now we're going to look at the leprosy laws and all of that, because we're going to destroy white supremacy today, boy. But the Most High cursed Miriam with white skin. So far, we have a very solid example of somebody being cursed with pale skin. So far, I don't see anything about being cursed with dark skin. But let's look at some more. This is 2 Kings chapter 5, verses 20 through 27. And Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, said, behold, my master spared the Aramee Naaman, so as not to take of his hand what he has brought. As Yahuwah lives, I will surely run after him and take somewhat of him. So Gehazi followed after Naaman, and Naaman saw him running after him and turned back from his chariot to meet him. And Gehazi said, "All is well. My master has sent me, saying, Behold, now are all there who come to me, 2 young men of the sons of the prophets from Mount Ephraim. Give them, I pray you, a talent of silver and 2 changes of raiment." And Naaman said, "Take 2 talents of silver." And he took 2 talents of silver in 2 bags and 2 changes of raiment and put them upon 2 of his servants, and they bore them before him. And he came to a secret place and took them from their hands and laid them up in the house and dismissed the men. And he went in himself and stood before his master, Elisha. And Elisha said to him, "Whence comest you, Gehazi?" And Gehazi said, "Thy servant has not been hither or thither." And Elisha said to him, "Went not my heart with you when the man returned from his chariot to meet you? And now you have received silver, and now have received raiment, and olive yards, and vineyards, and sheep, and oxen, and menservants, and maidservants? The leprosy also of Naaman shall cleave to you, and to your seed forever." And he went out from his presence, leprous like snow. So we have now 2 biblical examples of somebody being cursed with leprosy or pale skin. Now, we already looked at how albinism is not the same thing. But we can see here, they said people like Negroes were cursed with dark skin. But what I'm seeing here is people who are already dark skinned being cursed with white skin, pale skin. And we got scripture to back us up. Somebody's lying. Let's look at one more example. 2 Chronicles 26:17 through 21. And there went in after him Azariah, the priest, and with him 80 priests of Yahuwah, mighty men. And they withstood Aziyahu the king, and said to him, "It is not for you, Aziyahu, to burn incense to Yahuwah, but only for the priest of the sons of Aharon or Aaron, who are consecrated to sacrifice. Go forth of the sanctuary, for you have departed from Yahuwah, and this shall not be for esteem to you from Yahuwah Eluah." And Aziyahu was angry, and in his hand was the censer to burn incense in the temple. And when he was angry with the priest, then the leprosy rose up in his forehead before the priest in the house of Yahuwah over the altar of incense. And Azariyahu, the chief priest, and the other priest turned to look at him, and behold, he was leprous in his forehead. And they got him hastily out thence, for he also hasted to go out, because Yahuwah had rebuked him. And Aziyahu the king was a leper to the day of his death, and he dwelt as a leper in a separate house, for he was cut off from the house of Yahuwah. And Yahutham his son was set over his kingdom, judging the people of the land. So let's talk a little bit about this instance, because this king, Aziyahu, was cursed with a leprous spot on his forehead of all places. Now, when we think about leprosy, I think it's more applicable in the modern day, much more to what you think of as vitiligo, okay? Which is what I showed you in these other examples. When I talk about Gehazi, we talk about Miriam. I think that would be a better example of biblical leprosy than albinism and things of that nature. Now, there could be some other things that could be factored into this as well. We're going to look at a few of those things, but it looks to me like this example of Aziyahu having like this white spot on his forehead is perfectly aligned with what I think of as vitiligo, where you have like the speckles and the spots and stuff like that. That is more applicable to this situation. So if Yahuwah smote Aziyahu with leprosy, which is this white spot on his forehead, it would make him unclean. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to jump on over to what the Torah laws say about white spots, white skin, so on and so forth, so we can understand why he would be considered unclean and why he was put out of the house of Yahuwah and he was forever leprous. Let's look at this real quick. This is Yekcir, or Leviticus 13, 2-3. If a man have in the skin of his flesh a scab or a bright spot or a shining whiteness, and there be in the skin of his flesh the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought to Aharon, or Aaron the priest. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh, and if the hair in the plague be turned white, and the appearance of the plague be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy. Yekcir, Leviticus 13, 9-11. And if a leprosy should spring up in a man, then he shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall look, and behold, if there be a white swelling in the skin, and it has turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the swelling, it is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not kadosh him, because he is unclean. Yekcir, Leviticus 13, 7-8. But if the scab spread in the skin after he has been seen by the priest for his purification, then he shall be seen the second time by the priest, and the priest shall look, and behold, if the scab be spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. Yekcir, Leviticus 13, 22-23. And if the bright spot spread further in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot remain in its place and be not spread, it is the scar of an ulcer, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Leviticus 13, 29-30. And if a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the appearance of it be deeper than the skin, and in it there be thin yellow hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. Yekcir, Leviticus 13, 12-13. But if the leprosy should break out and spread in the skin, and the leprosy shall have covered all the skin of the affected person from his head even to his feet, wherever the priest shall look, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the leprosy has covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean. For he is all turned white, he is clean. So, look at all these different examples in the Torah. We went through these scriptures because I'm trying to show you that if a person became full-on white from, vitiligo, they would be considered clean. And if a person has patches, spots, speckles on the skin, they would be considered unclean. Now, looking at this seems to me like vitiligo fits the bill 100%. There's no way, with everything we looked at, any of this is applicable to European white people, because we're talking about a darker skinned people that this law was given to. It had nothing to do with Europeans. Now, they love to talk about melanin and black skin and all this other stuff, but yet there were laws given to look out for people with white speckles in their skin. So now that we understand all of these things about the laws, we understand the curse of the white skin, the curse of leprosy, all these things. Now let's get into the real truth about the curse of Canaan, because the more deeper we go into this, the more it's going to make sense. So let's go ahead and move into the next chapter. I had to set the groundwork for all of this so nobody can disprove what I'm about to show y'all. Let's get it.
That the old ancient Phoenician Canaanite religion with the Phoenicians, who were a great seafaring people, went all around the Mediterranean and built up a huge banking, trading network, and this is many thousands of years ago. They ended up, the Phoenicians went through the Straits of Gibraltar and north into what we today know as Northern Europe. And with them, they brought their Phoenician Canaanite religion, which came to be known today as the old Celtic Druids. And one of the Druidic symbols that has been used in Northern Europe and especially in America is the magic wand. The magicians use magic wands, magi, magician, and magic wands, the reference works will tell you, have always been made out of the wood of a holly tree. They're made out of Hollywood. Okay? And that's why you have the name of the city, Hollywood. Consequently, when you understand that there is a legitimate, de jure, and real magical system that's based on some very ancient Canaanite, Phoenician Canaanite blood ritual, all kinds of strange religious systems in operation, and that's how I believe the people who are in real power maintain their power, because they've made a pact with an occult force that operates on this earth.
Agreed.
In Tunisia, just outside Jerusalem, children were said to have been sacrificed to Baal by being, quote, passed through fire in an area called a Tophet. According to Rashi, the single most influential commentator of the Middle Ages, the massive statue of, quote, Molech, which was of copper, and they would heat it up from underneath with its hands spread out, and they would place the child on his hands, and he would be burnt and mown, and the priests would beat drums so the father should not hear his son's voice and take pity, end quote. It's pertinent to understand the Hebrew Bible referred to Moloch worship as Canaanite idolatry, straying away from Judaism. The quotes from Leviticus are clear. But the religion of Carthage in North Africa managed to continue the Canaanite ritual. With several modifications, they birthed what the Jewish virtual library called the Cult of Moloch, creating the largest Tophet ever discovered, covering almost 4 miles with 9 descending levels. Rabbinical tradition stated, quote, the body of Moloch was hollow, divided into 7 compartments. In one, which they put flour. In the 2nd through 6th, they put animals. And in the 7th, a child, which were all burned together by heating the statue inside. Initially, scholars interpreted these claims as exaggerated fictions, stemming from Greek and Roman propaganda, who publicly shamed these cults as barbaric. But in 1923, French-led excavations at Carthage found some 20,000 burials containing cremated infant and animal bones kept in urns, inscribed with dedications to Baal and the Phoenician theonym for Moloch. They discovered long genealogical pedigrees signifying noble families, with one lineage stretching back 16 generations, suggesting the ritual was, quote, an elite practice. The University of Oxford published a study of the findings, concluding the Greek and Roman accounts were true, and not, as modern scholars believed, propaganda.
The name Rothschild is deeply meaningful when translated into Hebrew. Perhaps the German Jewish name Rothschild is directly transliterated into Hebrew letter by letter to mimic its sound, rather than translated into Hebrew word by word to convey its hidden meaning, because the correct Hebrew translation of the German word Rothschild is Magen Edom, meaning shield of the Edomites. The Hebrew word Edom means red, as well as the nation of Edom descended from Esau, Jacob's evil twin. The name Edom is composed of the word Adam, Aleph, Dalet, Mem, plus the serpent letter Vav, which is a pictogram of a snake. The Hebrew word Edom signifies the joining of the holy bloodline of Eve with the satanic seed of the serpent through their son Cain by adding a snake, a Vav, to the name Adam. Edom is literally spelled Adam, who is also Eve, plus the snake of Vav in the Garden of Eden, to graphically and cryptically portray Judaism's secret doctrine that Gentiles are the satanic offspring of the evil serpent and Eve. Eve herself is said to be the evil tempting female side of Adam, which means that Gentiles derive entirely from evil and have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Many of the leading Rothschilds have had a Messiah complex and acted as dynastical kings of the Jews, like King David. They adopted a coat of arms that mimics the German Jewish royal houses of Hanover and Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, as well as the Royal Scottish and related regal coat of arms of Great Britain, which came to be ruled by those same German Jewish royal houses. The German Jewish monarchs of Great Britain changed the name of their house to Windsor in 1917 to conceal their German Jewish roots shortly before Lord Balfour issued his declaration to Lord Walter Rothschild in the name of the King's majestic government. The unicorn signifies God, the Messiah son of David, and the Sapphira Hesed, the mercy and love he brings to the Jewish people in the form of the rainbow. The lion is the unicorn's arch-enemy, Satan, the Messiah son of Joseph, and stands for Samael and the red planet Mars and the Sapphira Din and Gevurah, the judgment, punishment, and power of Satan. The Sephirotic Rothschild coat of arms contains a red shield behind the moon of Yesod, the Sapphira of the two Messiahs. It also exhibits the six-pointed Magen David, or Shield of David, on the left-hand evil side. The Zionists changed the color of this Islamic six-pointed seal of Solomon to the color blue, which they believe safeguards Jews from the evil eye and casts Samael's consuming blue fire from heaven down upon the Gentiles to exterminate them. The pentagram seal of Solomon is also inherent in the famous five sons of Meyer Amschel Rothschild, as well as the fifth Sapphira, Red Mars, and satanic Samael, Din. Meyer in Hebrew means one who shines like the silvery moon on the Rothschild coat of arms. The moon is Yesod, the Messiah's. It is interesting to note that the British mistake the lion to represent England and the unicorn, Scotland, on their coat of arms, and that the Scottish often have red hair and ruddy complexions like Edom and King David. Red represents the Egyptian god Set, the god of the redlands of the Egyptian deserts. Judaism is Seth Typhon worship. The name David Meyer de Rothschild bears strong messianic meanings related to King Messiah, son of David. King David was ruddy red, and the name David is spelled Dalet Vav Dalet in Hebrew. It contains two of the letters of the Hebrew word Edom and the all-important snake letter Vav right in the middle. Vahav is also the middle letter of the Torah in the belly in Leviticus chapter 11, verse 42. David had the blood of Cain in his veins through his maternal ancestors, making him one of the ruling Bene Elohim, or sons of the gods. It is interesting to note that David Meyer de Rothschild has shown his love for the Sapphira Malkut, the earth, the kingdom of the world to come, and has journeyed to both the Arctic and Antarctic poles, which in some mythologies are believed to contain portals to a subterranean world to come, illuminated by the fires of the Black Sun in hell.
Now, before we continue, I want to just say that you have to factor in that a lot of the stuff I'm going to show you does not acknowledge us as the true children of Yasharal. So you're going to have to chew up the meat and spit out the bones on some of this information, but nonetheless, the information is there. We know damn well that David is not a descendant of no frickin' Cain. He's a descendant of Adam. All right, so I just need to make that clear as we continue to look at some more of this information. Some of these are coming from our enemies, so we have to chew up the meat and spit out the bones. All right, let's keep it going.
The Jews are actually the Canaanites, who were known as Edomites, across the river and up in the mountains of Mount Seir. And they didn't become, quote, Israelites until 125 BC, when the last real king of Judah and high priest defeated them in Idumea. Incredibly, unlike David in 1000 BC, he told them, be circumcised or die. So all those Jews decided to join the Israelite religion in 125 BC. They wrote none of the Bible. Escaped there and went up to the Caucasus Mountains through the pass of Israel and came out on the other side, known as Caucasians.
And we feel that a cleansing of the idiot ideology of the pallid, incompetent Christ is in order. And so this is something that the Church of Satan is conducting on many different avenues. We're doing this through the use of what we have called aesthetic terrorism. This involves the creative use of art, music, writing, effectively what we call propaganda, the dissemination of information to influence what we call irony.
Aquino's association with the Church of Satan and Anton LaVey, who's really Jewish, his real name is Howard Staton Levy, is an extremely important connection, especially given how this culture ties in exactly with the disinformation company. The Church of Satan is really a Jewish front for Jewish mysticism. When the Satanic Bible was released, LaVey shared it with Asaf Dayan, son of Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan, who proclaimed it perfectly suited for the conditions in Israel. This gives a whole new insight to the concept of. It's also worth mentioning LaVey's Jewish-based satanic cult is way more influential in Hollywood than you would ever imagine. Think of it in terms of Scientology, which is also rooted in Dilemma, which Joe Rogan is also associated with. It's a way to rope the Goy and Shiksa actresses and actors into the cult while utilizing mind control and abuse.
This is a very selfish religion. We believe in greed, we believe in selfishness, we believe in all of the lustful thoughts that motivate man, because this is man's natural feeling.
Sexual freedom is something we feel is very important as a necessary requisite of the Satanic Church.
But I can do anything that I want to. I can pursue any kind of lustful desires that I might feel. I can engage in any activities that are so-called sinful activities and not really worry about any ecumenical councils making it right for me to do these things.
Living for, as I've said, all of the earthly and carnal pleasures.
UNESCO is the sub-organization of the United Nations. Julian Huxley is the former director of UNESCO. He was Humanist of the Year. He's a theistic philosopher, member of the Communistic Colonial Bureau of British Fabian Society, and signer of the Humanist Manifesto too. Niebuhr is UNESCO's co-founder, and he signed CIECOS. What is CIECOS? These are the founders. It is the position of CIECOS that contraceptive services should be available to all, including minors, who should enjoy the same rights of free and independent access to contraceptive care as do others. It is the position of CIECOS that the use of explicit sexual material, sometimes referred to as pornography, can serve a variety of important needs in the lives of countless individuals. Under Huxley's guidance, they prepared a guide for teachers. Now, I would like the parents to take a note. What is the United Nations Guidebook for Teachers? In the classroom with children under 13 years of age, before the child enters school, his mind has already been profoundly marked, often injuriously by earlier influences, first gained, however dimly, in the home. So UNESCO's aim is to change the mindset of your children, to turn it against any values that the parents might instill in the mind of that child.
Anyway, we can talk about the curse of Canaan. Let's talk about Ham a little bit. Let's talk about how Canaan is the son of Ham. So Ham, like many people know, was black. All colors are shades of black. I don't really want to get into this to create any divide and conquer, because we're all black, just different shades. I'm just saying that Ham is black, and Canaan Canaan is the son of Ham. And ultimately they're saying the son of Noah. That's what they say. And then they say supposedly that this guy and the people of Canaan had this curse of Canaan and were given wide noses and fat lips and all that, whatever. Skin was black, whatever you want to call it. The skin was black beforehand. Any curse would be to lose color, if you ask me, honestly. To lose the carbon would be more so of a curse than to gain it. So, I'd rather be a diamond. A diamond is like a high concentration of carbon. And colored diamonds, black diamonds, they hold. I mean, diamonds in general are they create the artificial scarcity to raise their value. It's just pressed carbon. But all I'm saying is that's what an ultraviolet black person is like a diamond. So like, it's a beautiful thing to be of high carbon. It's not a bad thing. And I'm not saying the other shades are wrong or bad. I'm just saying that this connotation with black being bad, and it's just wild. It's wild how the darkness has this negative connotation or bad connotation when the light creates the shade. The light can cast darkness. So it goes both ways. It all has a positive and a negative to it. It's duality. Even a duality has a duality. So we have the son of Noah, who is Ham, and the son of him is Canaan. And the nose of Canaan, this Jew nose, everybody's running around saying the Jew nose, right? Is the nose or facial structure of Canaan. The people of Canaan that were in the Middle East now, that have supposedly suffered this curse, which I feel like is of paleness, Palestine.
هذه الأرض لسكانها، هذه الأرض للكنعانيين الذين كانوا هنا قبل 5000 سنة، ونحن الكنعانيون.
The people of Canaan that were in the Middle East now, that have supposedly suffered this curse, which I feel like is of paleness, Palestine. You got the Mormons saying that the curse was to become black. Just like they say Native Americans are also from Israel. They might have came through Israel. Some of them may have came up from East Africa through Israel, Silk Roaded it out, and then across Asia, and by land or sea, got to North America, South America. So you got the Mormons saying that the curse of the Native American is that they got pale, just as they said that the curse of Canaan was to get black. They might be right though with the Native American one. Like I said, Native Americans are basically Aborigines and Mongoloid mixes. They might be right though with the Native American one. Like I said, Native Americans are basically Aborigines and Mongoloid mixes. So they might be right with that one, as the Native American is now poor white trash, a lot of them. And it's rough, being pale like that and being one of the original inhabitants, but not having really any remnants. Your ripple was so rough and brought you down to a crazy level to where now you're at the bottom of society. Because white trash really gets stepped on. And people, I know people of color, especially black, get it bluntly because of their potential. But when you're white trash, it's like you might get it worse. You might get it worse being white trash. So it's all it's all self-hate to disconnect like that either way. All I'm saying is that it might be true. The Mormons suggested the Native Americans had a curse that made them pale, or made them red, because they said that the curse made them red. That's what they said, ruddy or red skins, and now eventually pale. Because the more you inbreed, you need an injection of color. If there's a lack of an injection of color, then there's no choice but to lose color. Like the Aborigines, when I went to Australia, I was talking to an Aboriginal. He said, "Yeah, man, back in the day, we used to give people music, and certain verses would take you a certain distance, because that we would give our direction in music. So certain verses would give us a certain distance from where we are now. Say we're in modern day Sydney, and you want to get to Brisbane. So they'll give you enough in the verse to get to Brisbane. And if you go a different route, then you got to make up a verse for those directions to pass on to somebody else because they refused to let you inbreed. You couldn't stay in one spot and inbreed, because if you do it long enough, it's like if you breed Bengal tigers together, inbreed pit bulls together, whatever, you're going to get white dogs, white tigers. You're going to lose color. That's what happens with inbreeding. That's what the royalty class has done for millennia. They inbreed to keep it in the family so tight, and that you need to break in the genetics at some level to keep things, to perpetuate things. Because once it's too tight, then the cycle it doesn't really spin. It's like how you have like two big banks in America now, with Chase kind of being another big bank, but really you got Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase. If you have two banks and there's a break in the chain, you're screwed. So the cycle would just,
So what you just looked at is a bunch of European white people putting on sunscreen. And under ultraviolet lighting, you can see it is literally artificial melanin here. Now, what do we know about melanin? We know that melanin causes a person to age much slower. That's why they say black don't crack. We know that melanin protects us from the sun to be able to dwell in certain areas, especially places like sub-Saharan Africa where the Bible takes place. So obviously the Most High, Yahuwah, would create melanated people to be able to dwell in sub-Saharan Africa, because we all know when you look at the scriptures, where was the Garden of Eden or Eden? It was in sub-Saharan Africa. More precisely, if you look at the scriptures, it mentions Cush, which would be where the Nubian people would be to this very day. Darker skinned people. So if Adam was formed from the red dirt of sub-Saharan Africa, we know he was a melanated man. And we understand when Yahuwah said that he created man in his image, he was talking about melanated people. Now, I've mentioned the Esau and the Horites thing before, but we're going to go back to some of those scriptures because I want to tie this all together for you. If you saw the movie already, it's just a little bit of a review. We're not going to go through everything I discussed in that film. I really think you should watch it if you haven't, but we're going to just look at a few things and we're going to tie this together. And I'm also going to show you in scripture, where I believe it mentions this curse of pale skin. Let's look at it. Yekcir, Leviticus 14:34. Whensoever you shall enter into the land of the Canaanites, which I shall give you for a possession, and I shall put the plague of leprosy in the houses of the land of your possession. So we can see here, the Most High has pronounced the plague of leprosy upon the houses of the people of Canaan. Now we are going to revisit the situation with the fallen Malkiyah, or the fallen angels, and Noah, because that is another one that the Gentiles love to take out of context. Let's really look at this and understand that the giants are described as white or pale skinned. And we're going to see that in a second. And I'm also going to show you another book that verifies this. Let's take a look. This is Kanuk or Enoch 105, 1-3. After a time, my son, Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh, which was as white as snow and red as a rose, the hair of whose head was white like wool. Now, I know a lot of people take this out of context and say that Noah was described as a white child. The problem with that is there's no way that this white child who became a white man had a dark-skinned son like him. There's no way. As a matter of fact, anytime you see in the scriptures it says white like wool, it's referring to the texture. The texture, all right? But here it says white like wool. Well, we know oftentimes that albino people often have whitish or bright colored hair because of the lack of pigmentation, the lack of melanin. So we're gonna look at that a little bit deeper in a second. And long, and whose eyes were beautiful, when he opened them, he illuminated all the house like the sun. The whole house abounded with light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to Yahuwah of righteousness. Then Lamech, his father, was afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah, and said, I have begotten a son, unlike to other children. He is not human, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven, is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike to us. Now, let's explain this because it's very, very telling. Now, I think a lot of what we're seeing here in the text is actually more so symbolic than it is literal, as far as him flying around the room and things of that nature. But he was afraid because he assumed, based off of how Noah looked, that he was the offspring of the angels. Now, why would he think that? He would think that because, number one, it was unusual for a child with pale skin to be born to dark-skinned people. So it's very much likely that Noah was the first albino ever seen at the time. So if he said that Noah resembles the offspring of the fallen angels, then what does that tell you? The Nephilim were white or pale skinned. Now, if you look at a white person or a Caucasian, and then you look at somebody with albinism, you can see where I'm going with this. Now, let me just show you a few examples of albinism. And we looked at a little bit of it earlier, but I just want to show this because people love to twist stuff. Now, if you look at other albino people from other nations, you can see the hair texture is not the same as the Negro albino. So when I see woolly hair texture being described here, white like wool, woolly hair with a whitish tint because of the albinism, it makes perfect sense. This is not talking about Caucasian, nor is this talking about an albino Caucasian. This is talking about a albino Negro that had 3 black dark-skinned sons. Let's continue. All right, this is the book of Noah, fragment, chapter 6. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow and red as the blooming of a rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. So we have another example proving when it says woolly, it is talking about woolly textured hair, so much to a point that baby Noah had locks. Here's an example of a albino Negro with locks in his hair, which looks to be what one would perceive as white. All right, I just had to prove that. Now, let's continue on. Now, I think it's important as we're putting this together that we go back and we revisit the fallen. We go back and revisit the Nephilim, because the Nephilim is where you get these satanic bloodlines, these Illuminati, Luciferian serpentine bloodlines, okay? And many of those bloodlines were found in the Canaanite tribes, okay? So we know about the cave dwellers, we know about the Horites, all right? We know that there were 3 races of giants that were born from the Nephilim, so even today, there are still descendants of these fallen bloodline Canaanite type people, all right? Now, the Neanderthal is one of those examples, all right? And I'm gonna show some proof in a minute because we must tie this all together, family. So let's go back and let's look at the scriptures. We're gonna break this down. Barashith, Genesis 6, 1 through 2, and verse 4. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, that daughters were born to them, and that the sons of Elua, having seen the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, took to themselves wives of all whom they chose. Now the giants were upon the earth in those days, and after that, when the sons of Elua went unto the daughters of men, they bore children to them, and those were the giants of old, the men of renown. So this reference is talking about these Nephilim, these giants that were born when the sons of Elua, which are not men and women, okay? I got a lot of people on my last video, the Esau and the Horite thing, telling me it's talking about men. It wasn't talking about men. It was talking about angels. All right? That's what it was talking about. And I'm going to show you more proof in a minute. Let's keep going. Canaan or Enoch 3, 1 through 2, and verses 7 through 10. And it came to pass when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the Malkiyah, or angels, the children of Hashamayim, the heavens, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose ourselves wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. So we can see clearly. See, this is why they removed this out of the biblical canon, the book of Enoch, because it gives so much more context to what is mentioned in the book of Barashith or Genesis chapter 6. Let's keep reading. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them and to defile themselves with them. So if this is talking about men, then why would men laying with women be a sort of defilement? It's because these were spiritual heavenly beings coming down upon the daughters of men. And they taught them charms and enchantments and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 cubits, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. You see, they removed the book of Enoch because it exposes why you have these Luciferian, rich, powerful families such as the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Bilderberg Group, the royal family, all of these European Canaanites that have fallen angel blood in them, that are doing all these wicked Luciferian things. Why you think every single president is related? Why all these bloodlines are interconnected? All right, you can't ignore this. It is the truth, and the Most High showed it to me. The truth is the truth. Let's keep going. Now, just so you can understand what I said about these presidents all being related, so you realize there is a bloodline, let me just show you a few examples of what I'm talking about. All right, and then we'll continue on, because like I said, I don't like saying things without being able to prove it. I can always prove stuff that I say because I do a lot of research. But let's look at this.
It's a great thing for history.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, William Howard Taft, and President Barack Obama. One young girl traced them all back to one common ancestor.
They're all cousins and all grandsons of John Lackland.
It's the first family tree of its kind, pouring through more than 500,000 names for months. 12-year-old Bridge Ann D'Avignon discovered that all the U.S. presidents, except Martin Van Buren, are related to the former King of England, John Lackland Plantagenet. signer of the Magna Carta in 1215.
Mildred Reed is his first great-grandmother on George Washington. And on Obama, Mildred Reed is the 10th great-grandmother.
It started as an assignment to research her own lineage, tracing it back to roots in France. But Bridge Ann wanted to branch out.
Well, I think we just all go back somewhere. It's just a matter of proving it.
She started with George Washington, but unlike other professional genealogists that only looked at the male family lines, Bridge Ann was able to link the presidents together using both male and female ancestry. Before this, historians had only been able to link 22 family trees.
She kind of created a triumph of women's studies here.
Bridge Ann also figured out she's an 18th cousin of President Obama, something she hopes to be able to share with him in person.
I've written a letter to Obama, but I just gotten standard reply. I hope to meet the president and explain it to him.
In Paso Robles, Adam Rakusin, your Central Coast News.
The Rothschild family line has relied on a considerable amount of interest. In order to keep the money in the family and to maintain their Jewish tradition, the original Rothschild patriarch made it difficult for his daughters and granddaughters to marry anyone but their cousins. Mayor Amschel Rothschild made it so that his female members of the family couldn't get much of an inheritance if they didn't comply with his pairings. Many ended up marrying their cousins, and even one married her uncle.
And Baron James, who was head of the Paris branch and the youngest of the 5 sons of our Amschel Rothschild, gave an astonishingly uninhibited description of the 19th century Rothschild policy of keeping it in the family. I'll quote to you from what he wrote, to make you smile. In our family, we've always tried to keep love in the family. In this sense, it was more or less understood since childhood that children would never think of marrying outside the family, so that our fortune would never leave it. You couldn't write that today.
All right, so real quick, I want to jump over here and I want to show you guys something real quick. So let's look at this first article that I pulled up. Since we're talking about the interbreeding and the preservation of these satanic bloodlines, these Luciferian serpent seed bloodlines, let me show you something real quick. So this is an article, all right, and it's entitled "The Rothschilds' Family History of Inbreeding and INCEST." So let's look at this. Hopefully, interbreeding has not affected their judgment, whether the Rothschilds intend for it or not. INCEST, this word, can't say it out loud because this will be posted on YouTube, has the inevitable effect of preventing wealth from being inherited outside of the family because the women rarely produce heirs for a non-Rothschild, okay? The Rothschild Bank was essentially a noble court in practice, a business in form, and like all nobility, the Rothschilds practiced copious amounts of this word. Most of the family's girls were married to a first cousin, uncle, etc. Any who did not marry this word usually married actual nobility or members of other prominent banking families. These marriages were generally arranged by the parents long beforehand. Let us look at James Meyer and his wife Betty, who was also his niece. They married in 1824. All last names in the following chart are pre-marriage names, so that they indicate the original family the spouse comes from. This is only a very shallow picture of the extent to which this word, marriage, was practiced among the Rothschilds. By the second generation descending from Father Mayer Amschel, we are left with 17 Rothschilds plus the original 5 men. So basically, these heathens are nothing but a bunch of inbred bastard heathen children. That's what they are. Their children are heathens, they're bastards, they're illegitimate, they're mixing with their own people. I mean, it's just disgusting, but this is what they do. Why? To preserve this satanic Luciferian bloodline, okay? It's all about bloodlines. You have the righteous bloodline, which is Jacob, And then you have the serpent seed bloodline, which is these people in these higher positions. And don't worry, I'm not just talking about the Rev 2939s. We're going to get to the Anglo-Saxons and a lot of these other European Caucasoid people as well, because they are also a part of this. We don't worry, we're going to get to them. Of these 22 fellows, 15 were married, this word. By the fourth generation, the British banker Nathan Rothschild will marry his cousin Emma Louise. They shared not only both grandparents on the maternal side, but on the paternal side too, making them double first cousins. It is an undeniable fact that a double's first cousin wife is something which requires generations of this word to even render possible. James Rothschild also married his 17-year-old cousin. Oh my gosh. Wow. Dorothy, when he was 35, he married his 17-year-old cousin when he was 35. Well, you shouldn't be surprised, right? And so on. The reader gets the point and may look further into that if they wish. The IN, you know what word, is important to note because while it may seem like only a bizarre quirk, it is actually an economic mechanism. Whether the Rothschilds intend for it or not, this word has the inevitable effect of preventing wealth from being inherited outside of the family because the women rarely produce heirs for a non-Rothschild. Okay, all right. So I just wanted to show you that. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Now, you still don't believe me? Take a look at this. These are some depictions of some of these peoples from ancient times. Now, you can see obviously at the very bottom, on the bottom left, you see this like Hamite individual with this really, really, really big skull. Well, Yekcir, what does this have to do with the Rothschilds? Take a look. You see how his head shape is the damn same? Okay? You remember that movie, The Cone Heads? There's a lot of truth to that. So these people are really descendants of these black Canaanites that were cursed with leprosy, pale skin. That's why you can see the cone kind of shape that his head has, and that's because of centuries of you know what, all right? And then you look and you compare that to this, and you can see that the original people would have been melanated. These Canaanite tribes would have been originally the melanated people, but we can see that some of these Canaanites here obviously have the same cone shape, but a difference in complexion, all right? So I just wanted to show you that so y'all can know that this stuff is real. These bloodlines are real, okay? And we're going to continue on. Now that we understand fully about the interbreeding and the bloodlines and all of that, let's look at these Horites, okay, who were Canaanites. We're going to look at these Horites and we can compare that to the modern day Caucasoid because, listen, another reason why I believe that some Canaanites, not all Canaanites, but some Canaanites were cursed with pale skin is because when I think about these Horites, they were dwelling in caves, okay? Now, if you look up the Abari word for Sha'ir or Seir, where they dwelled, you can see that it was a place in the mountains, okay? And if you look up the word Horite, you get troglodyte, cave dweller. We talked about this before, all right? Now, let's look at this real quick. We're gonna read about where these Horites came from, and we can understand fully that they are descendants of the fallen angels, okay? So let's look at that real quick. Barashif, Genesis 36:20-21, and these are the sons of Sha'ir or Seir, the Kari or Horite, who inhabited the land, Lotan and Sabal and Sabagan and Anah and Dishan and Ashar and Rishan. These are the chiefs of the Karim or the Horites, the sons of Sha'ir in the land of Edom. Now we know that Esau ended up mixing with these descendants of the fallen known as the Horites, which brought forward the child known as Amalek, which is where you get your modern day Revelation 2939s to this day. Let's look at that real quick and we'll continue reading more about these Horites. Barashith, Genesis 36, 8-10 and verse 12. And Ashur Esau dwelt in Mount Sha'ir or Seir. Ashur Esau, he is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Sha'ir. And these are the names of the sons of Esau: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau, and Raguel, the son of Basemath, wife of Esau, and Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz. These are the sons of Adah, the wife of Ashu, or Esau. So we can see here that Esau ended up mixing his seed with these other nations, or this specific Canaanite tribe. Now, I want to factor in that he also took other wives outside of the Horites. There were other Canaanite tribes. There was a daughter of Ishmael that he also took for a wife. But this is where the fallen bloodline comes from, okay? This is the people that would bring about many of these Europeans you see in power today. The cave dwellers, the troglodytes, the Horites. Okay? Let's keep going. This is Yekcir or Jasher, chapter 10, verse 28. And Shair, the son of Hor, son of Hivi, son of Canaan, went and found a valley opposite to Mount Paran, and he built a city there. And he and his 7 sons and his household dwelt there. And he called the city which he built Shair, according to his name. That is the land of Shair to this day. These are the families of the children of Ham, according to their language and cities, when they were scattered to their countries after the tower. Okay? So we can see here that these Horites are descendants of Canaan, Hamites. And as we've already explained, some of these Canaanites, which are actual Hamites, were cursed with white skin. Let's continue. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about the fallen bloodline, the Rh negative factor, because that is something to also factor into this as well. The fallen bloodline of the Rh negative group is connected to the secret societies, the royal families, as we mentioned earlier, the Rothschilds, and many of these people in higher positions. So I'm going to just show you a quick video where this man actually admits that Caucasians have Rh negative blood. At least a lot of them do. Now, one thing I will say is this little video that I'm about to show you is based heavily in white supremacy. But what he does while trying to substantiate white supremacy and Caucasians being the first creation of the Most High, which they're not, we know that's not true, he actually ends up admitting that most Caucasians have this. Take a look.
Etymologically related to terms denoting a person with red hair and light rosy skin, whether it be due to blushing, sunburn, or simply good health. In regard to red hair, there is anecdotal evidence to suggest that people with this trait tend to have rhesus negative blood, further bolstering the assertion that Adam was the first Caucasoid hominid. See, the rhesus blood antigen is an antigen first discovered in the rhesus primate, and out of 612 primate species, not one lacks this blood antigen. If all humans descended from primates in an evolutionary manner, we should expect the rhesus blood antigen to be present in all humans. However, it is not. Roughly 15% of mankind is rhesus negative, meaning they lack these antigens, and the highest proportion of these rhesus negative individuals are Europeans. In Europe, rhesus negative blood reaches its maximum at 47.2% among the Basques of Spain and France. It also occurs at a rate of 10 to 20% in the rest of Europe. Of course, it also occurs at a rate of 1 to 5% among non-Europeans, but this can be explained by the presence of Caucasoid haplogroups in each region in which it is found. For example, in Africa, it is found amongst Berbers and Ethiopians, both of whom possess haplogroups R1b, J, and T, as well as a substantial amount of autosomal admixture from Caucasians. Another interesting fact is that rhesus-negative women cannot reproduce with rhesus-positive men without medical intervention, as their bodies begin to treat the fetus as a foreign object and kill it off. Likewise, if a rhesus-negative individual receives a blood transfusion from a rhesus-positive individual, their anti-rhesus antibodies will attack the foreign rhesus-positive red blood cells, leading to hemolytic transfusion reaction. This can result in fever, chills, organ failure, hemolysis, hypovolemic shock, septic shock, and possibly death. Conclusively, this rare blood type, which lacks primate antigens, is primarily found among Europeans and other Caucasoid populations. Anecdotal evidence also indicates that individuals with this blood type tend to have red or blonde hair, blue, green, or hazel eyes, piercing eyes, heterochromia, prominent blue veins, and sometimes an extra rib or vertebrae, which many conclude to be a result of Adam's original form, as one of his ribs were removed and used to create Eve. As for the psychological traits, individuals with rhesus-negative blood also tend to have rare personality types such as INFJ, higher than average IQs, extrasensory perceptive abilities, psychic or intuitive abilities, humanitarian-like tendencies, and often experience higher rates of unexplained phenomena such as UFO sightings. Essentially, Eve's birthing pains are multiplied in comparison to the birthing pains experienced by the rest of mankind, and this is substantiated by genetic studies on women with rhesus-negative blood and red hair. Factor 1 is Rh-negative incompatibility. During pregnancy, red blood cells from the unborn baby can cross into the mother's blood through the placenta. If the mother is Rh-negative, her immune system treats the Rh-positive fetal cells as if they were a foreign substance. The mother's body then creates antibodies against the fetal blood cells. These antibodies might cross back through the placenta into the developing baby and destroy the baby's circulating red blood cells. Essentially, Rh-negative women, Eve, may only reproduce with Rh-negative men, Adam, or else their bodies will reject and kill the offspring. Not only is this fatal for the fetus, but the mother also suffers health complications as a result. Factor 2 is ROGAM shots. For rhesus-negative women to reproduce with rhesus-positive men, they must obtain a ROGAM shot. The reported side effects of ROGAM are nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, stomach pain, headaches, dizziness, drowsiness, weakness, generally ill feeling, joint or muscle pain, flushing, itching and skin rash, increased sweating, and pain or tenderness where the shot was administered.
This is so easy to disprove. So he's basically saying that the Rh-negative blood factor is of the Adamic people or the Adamic people, the people that descend from Adam. But how can that actually be true? Like, really think about this for a second. This is what I'm saying. They just make stuff up, pull stuff out their butt, and just run with it, right? If that's actually true, right, then Yahuwah commanded his people to be fruitful and multiply, right? So if a person cannot have children without getting that ROGAM shot, what does that tell you? Because there was no ROGAM shot thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, right? Okay, thank you. They didn't have the medical technology that they have now. That tells you that this is not something the Most High created. It comes from the fallen. It comes from a bunch of rebellious angels that decided to corrupt humanity, corrupt all creation, by coming down and laying with the daughters of men, creating these hybrid species known as the Nephilim. And we're going to look a little bit more at these Nephilim too, because this also ties to what I think when the Bible mentions the 3 races of giants. Let's look at that real quick before we continue, because I think that's also important to factor in. Let's keep it going. This is the book of Giants, chapter 7, verse 2, and it's also in the book of Kanuk or Enoch, in the Sefer, chapter 7, verse 11. And they conceived from them and bore to them great giants, and they bore to them 3 races first. The great Nephilim brought forth the Nephilim, and the Nephilim brought forth the Eliud or Eliod, and they were growing in accordance with their greatness. Now, I said in my Esau and the Horite documentary that the Eliud or Eliod is where you get your modern day Neanderthals, okay? So we have 3 races of giants, and I believe as they continue to reproduce, they got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, right? So this shows that there weren't just one type of Nephilim. There were 3 races of giants here, and the Eliud or Eliod is the Neanderthal, okay? Now, let me take it a step further. Let's look at a little bit more about this fallen bloodline to explain it a little bit more, because again, if we understand that the people in power have this bloodline, we can connect the dots and prove that they are actually descendants of these Canaanite Horites. Let's look at it.
Ever wondered where different human races come from? Let's dive into this intriguing mystery. In the realm of science, a popular theory often echoes in academic halls and research papers, the out of Africa theory. It posits that all humans, regardless of their current geographic location or racial makeup, originated from our ancestral homeland, Africa. This theory is backed by a wealth of genetic and archaeological evidence suggesting that our most distant relatives sprang from this vibrant continent, spreading out and populating the rest of the world. This leads us to a thought-provoking question. If all humans originated from Africa, where did white people come from? The scientific explanation, as complex as it is fascinating, takes us back around 60,000 years. It was during this time that a group of our African ancestors decided to venture out, migrating to the colder northern regions of our planet. And then something extraordinary happened. These adventurous humans didn't just adapt to their new environment, developing lighter skin to absorb more sunlight and produce the necessary vitamin D. No, according to this theory, they also interbred with entities that were not entirely human. This idea might sound like a plot twist in a science fiction novel, but it's a theory grounded in genetic research. These non-human entities were likely the Neanderthals, our distant cousins who had left Africa far earlier and had already adapted to the colder climates of Europe and Asia. So, in essence, the scientific viewpoint suggests that the diversity in human races today is a result of migration, adaptation, and interbreeding with other hominid species. A fascinating theory, isn't it? But what if there's another perspective to consider? A viewpoint that isn't grounded in genetics and evolution, but in ancient texts and religious belief. Yes, we're talking about the biblical explanation of human race origins. So that's the scientific viewpoint, but let's take a look at another perspective. The biblical explanation. According to biblical accounts, the origin of races takes a different turn. The book of Genesis, in the ancient text of the Bible, introduces us to an intriguing narrative. It speaks of a time before the Great Flood when 200 angels, known as the Watchers, descended upon Mount Hermon. Enamored by the beauty of human women, these celestial beings took them as wives. Their union bore offspring referred to as the Nephilim, who were giants, mighty men of old, renowned for their strength and stature. This narrative, while it might sound like a mythical tale, is deeply rooted in biblical interpretation and has been a subject of theological debate for centuries. It proposes an alternative explanation for human evolution and diversity. The offspring of these human angelic unions, the Nephilim, were said to be physical giants, but their existence also had a spiritual dimension. They were hybrid beings, a mix of the divine and the human, and their impact on human history was profound. But it's not just about the physical traits. The Nephilim were believed to possess knowledge and skills far beyond what was common for humans at the time. They were the bearers of advanced knowledge in arts, science, and technology, which they passed on to humanity. This exchange of knowledge and culture might have contributed significantly to the advancement and diversity of human societies. However, this narrative also carries an ominous undertone. The intermingling between the divine and human was seen as a transgression, a violation of the natural order. It was one of the reasons given for the Great Flood, a divine purge to cleanse the earth of these hybrid beings and their influence. This narrative gives us a different perspective on the origin of races. But how does it relate to the Neanderthal gene? The Neanderthal gene is a key piece in the puzzle of human evolution, but where does it come from? This question has intrigued scientists, historians, and theologians alike for centuries. According to science, the Neanderthal gene is a remnant from a time when our ancestors shared the earth with other hominids. However, science has yet to provide a comprehensive explanation for its existence. In the quest to understand the Neanderthal gene, we come across a fascinating theory. This theory isn't rooted in laboratories or scientific journals, but in the age-old scriptures of the Bible. It involves a character named Esau and a group known as the Horites, or cave dwellers. Esau, according to biblical narratives, was the elder twin brother of Jacob, who later became the patriarch of the Israelites. Esau was famously known for his red hair, a trait that has been associated with Neanderthals. The Bible tells us that Esau's descendants mixed with the cave-dwelling Horites. Could this mixing of populations have introduced the Neanderthal gene into the human gene pool? The Bible verse Jeremiah 49:10 states, "But I have made Esau bare, I have uncovered his secret places, and he shall not be able to hide himself. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren and his neighbors, and he is not." Could this spoiling of Esau's seed refer to the introduction of the Neanderthal gene? As intriguing as these theories are, we must remember that they are interpretations of ancient texts. The Bible, like any other historical document, is open to interpretation. What we perceive as facts today may be understood differently tomorrow. However, the mystery of the Neanderthal gene remains. Science has yet to provide a definitive answer, leaving room for alternative theories and explanations. The biblical account of Esau and the Horites offers one such perspective, a perspective that challenges us to think beyond the confines of our current understanding. So in the absence of a definitive scientific explanation, the biblical account offers an alternative perspective. The mystery of the Neanderthal gene continues to provoke thought and invite exploration. It is a reminder that our understanding of human evolution is still evolving, much like we are. The biblical narrative doesn't stop with Esau. His descendants, according to the Bible, have spread far and wide. This narrative suggests that the lineage of Esau extends beyond the borders of the ancient Near East, reaching into the distant corners of Asia, the Americas, and Europe. It paints a picture of a world where the descendants of Esau are not singularly represented by Asians, Mexicans, or Europeans, but have intermingled with populations across the globe. Imagine a tapestry, woven with threads of diverse colors and textures. Each thread represents a different nation, a distinct people, and the varied strands of Esau's lineage are intertwined within this vast, complex weave. Over the course of history, these threads have become so intermingled that it's nearly impossible to separate them, creating a rich, intricate pattern of human ancestry. The narrative also draws a stark contrast between native populations and those we see today. It suggests that the indigenous peoples of the world, those living in harmony with their lands long before the advent of modern civilization, have been overshadowed, their stories often lost or forgotten in the annals of history. These native populations, rich in culture and tradition, have been largely replaced or assimilated by the descendants of Esau, according to the biblical account. This shift in power dynamics, this replacement of native populations with modern ones, can be seen in the historical record, from the conquests of Alexander the Great to the colonial era to the present day. The narrative of Esau's descendants spreading and mixing with all nations is reflected in the ebb and flow of empires, the rise and fall of civilizations. This account provides an intriguing view on the distribution of races around the world. It's a perspective that invites us to consider the complex interplay of history, culture, and genetics in shaping the world as we know it today. It's a narrative that, whether you subscribe to it or not, adds another layer of complexity to our understanding of human ancestry and the interconnectedness of all peoples. The biblical narrative suggests that Esau's descendants have had a significant impact on the world. Their influence, it seems, extends far beyond their initial proliferation and has shaped the socio-political landscape of our planet in subtle and not so subtle ways. The descendants of Esau are believed to be embedded in the fabric of our society. They are the leaders, the governors, the presidents, and the rich. This belief is not merely a speculation, but a perspective that is deeply rooted in historical and biblical narratives. For instance, let's take the story of the European invaders in America. It's a tale that echoes the narrative of Esau's descendants. These individuals, believed to be descendants of Esau, journeyed across vast oceans, arriving on a land inhabited by a vibrant indigenous population. However, the arrival of these invaders marked a significant turning point in the history of the continent. The Europeans, much like Esau's descendants, established themselves as the new leaders of the land. They took control of the territories, transforming the socio-political landscape in ways that still resonate today. The native population was pushed into the shadows, their voices often drowned out by the overwhelming might of the invaders. The new leaders, the governors, the presidents, and the rich were now the descendants of Esau, reshaping the continent in their image. This narrative of the European invaders in America is but one example of the supposed impact of Esau's descendants. It is an echo of a pattern that has repeated itself in various forms and in various places across the globe. From the corridors of power in modern nations to the wealth that fuels the global economy, the descendants of Esau have left their mark. This narrative paints a fascinating picture of the influence of Esau's descendants on the world. It's a tale of power, of transformation, and of a lineage that has, according to the biblical narrative, shaped the world as we know it today.
Ever wondered if white people could possibly be the lepers from the Bible? Quite the thought, isn't it? This intriguing question is more than just a conversation starter. It's a probe into the mysteries of our human past, a journey through biblical narratives and a scientific exploration of genetics and disease. It's a question that may lead us to rethink our understanding of history, race, and biology. Let's delve into this, shall we? Leprosy is a condition that has been around since biblical times, a disease that has left an indelible imprint on human history. This condition, known in medical parlance as Hansen's disease, is characterized by symptoms that are both physical and systemic. It has the potential to cause sores that eat away at the limbs and facial features, sometimes leaving the individual handicapped and disfigured. The disease attacks the skin, cartilage and bone, causing parts or all of the body to turn white, pale, or even acquire a pinkish hue. In some instances, it even causes the hair to turn blonde or light in color and the eyes to adopt hues of any color but black or dark brown. But leprosy's impact is not merely skin deep. It also wreaks havoc on the immune system, leaving the individual more susceptible to other diseases. One noteworthy consequence of this disease is its effect on the body's ability to absorb sunlight. Individuals affected by leprosy often find themselves unusually sensitive to sunlight, which can lead to issues absorbing adequate amounts of vitamin D. Now let's delve a little deeper. Leprosy is not just a disease that affects the body, it also brings about changes in human DNA. This is where things get even more fascinating. Leprosy is capable of causing gene mutations which can lead to a permanent depletion of the body's melanin, the pigment that gives human skin, hair and eyes their color. So when an individual contracts leprosy, the disease doesn't just cause temporary symptoms, it also brings about permanent changes in the body's genetic makeup. These changes, once established, can be passed on to the person's offspring. In essence, leprosy is more than a disease. It's a biological event that can shape the genetic destiny of individuals and their descendants. Now let's ponder how this relates to white people. What happens when leprosy changes one's DNA? This is a question that unravels the hidden facets of genetics and disease transmission. Leprosy, a disease known for its debilitating physical effects, also has an insidious impact on the human genome. It triggers a gene mutation that permanently depletes the body's melanin, a vital pigment responsible for the color of our skin, hair and eyes. Once this mutation occurs, the new DNA bearing the mark of leprosy becomes the blueprint for the individual's physical traits. This altered DNA is not superior, but rather inferior to its original form, as it carries the permanent symptoms of leprosy. The pale skin, light hair and non-dark eyes, all signs of the disease, become a part of the individual's genetic identity. When two full-bred lepers, bearing all these permanent symptoms, have offspring, their children inherit the same leprosy-affected DNA. Occasionally, a recessive gene trait may surface from their original melanated ancestors' DNA, resulting in dark hair or eyes. However, the skin still bears the telltale signs of leprosy. Now let's consider a different scenario. What happens when a full-bred leper and a full-bred melanated parent have children? The leprosy gene becomes recessive and the offspring may exhibit one or two symptoms of the disease, yet it's the melanated parent's DNA that dominates, showcasing the resilience of the melanated genome. In the case of offspring from two mixed-bred parents, they may inherit either a recessive melanated gene trait or a recessive leprosy gene trait. This genetic shuffle demonstrates how leprosy, through its DNA-altering power, can influence the gene pool. So, is it accurate to say that leprosy is diluting the gene pool? It's a question that invites us to ponder the complex dance of genetics, disease, and human diversity. Let's not forget about modern diseases. As we navigate the labyrinth of genetic disorders, we stumble upon two conditions that bear an uncanny resemblance to leprosy: vitiligo and albinism. Vitiligo is characterized by the loss of skin color in patches, while albinism leads to a lack of pigmentation in the skin, hair, and eyes. Both conditions, much like leprosy, are associated with melanin deficiencies. Could these be nothing more than different strains of leprosy? It's a daunting proposition, isn't it? But let's consider the bigger picture. Diseases, much like living organisms, have a knack for evolution. They mutate, they adapt, they evolve into different strains, each with its own unique set of traits. A classic example of this is the avian influenza, or bird flu. Over time, it has mutated into various strains, each more potent than the last. And then there's the infamous COVID-19. Isn't it fascinating how it has evolved into different variants, each carrying some of the original symptoms while introducing new ones? The Delta and Omicron variants, for instance, are testimony to the relentless nature of mutation. So, isn't it plausible to think of vitiligo and albinism as different strains of leprosy, each having mutated over thousands of years? The notion might seem far-fetched, but isn't that what they said about the Earth being round? Or that humans could fly? Over the years, we've seen countless theories debunked, only to be replaced by new ones that better fit the puzzle. And perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, this is just another piece of the puzzle, waiting to be placed in its rightful spot. So, are these diseases simply different faces of leprosy? It's a question that demands further research, open minds, and the courage to challenge long-held beliefs. But remember, in the pursuit of knowledge, no question is too absurd, no hypothesis too outrageous. After all, isn't that what makes the journey of discovery so exhilarating? They say that skin color is determined by the climate one lives in. Now, isn't that an intriguing theory? The thought that your skin's hue is dictated by the whims of the weather is fascinating, to say the least. Let's delve a little deeper. The claim is that white skin evolved due to living in cold climates with scarce sunlight, while dark skin developed because of residing in hot climates with an abundance of sun. On the surface, this seems plausible. After all, it's a known fact that darker skin pigmentation is a natural sunscreen, protecting against the harmful ultraviolet rays of the sun. Similarly, it is suggested that lighter skin tones evolved to absorb more sunlight and synthesize more vitamin D in regions with less sunlight. But is this the whole truth? Could it be that simple? Consider this. We have populations living in similarly sunny or cold climates, yet their skin tones vary widely. For instance, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic regions have relatively dark skin, despite living in an environment with minimal sunlight for half the year. Conversely, the San people of southern Africa, who dwell in sun-saturated areas, have lighter skin compared to other African groups. Furthermore, if skin color was solely a result of climate adaptation, wouldn't we see a gradual shift in skin tones along geographical latitudes? Instead, we witness a multitude of skin tones in close proximity, suggesting a more complex interplay of factors. Beyond the climate, there's the factor of human migration, interbreeding, and genetic mutation over thousands of years. Our skin color, it seems, is not just a response to the sun's rays or the chill of the wind, but a testament to our shared and diverse human history. So as we ponder this theory, we must ask ourselves, is it really about the climate, or is it about something more? Perhaps the answer lies not in the vast expanse of our external environment, but within the microscopic world of our DNA. The proof, as they say, is in the pudding, or in this case, the DNA. This helix of life, the blueprint of our very existence, holds secrets that are far more profound and intricate than we often give credit. Let's delve into the realm of genetics, where the truth of our skin color lies. Skin color is not a whimsical trait chosen by the winds of climate or the whims of disease. It's a genetic attribute determined by our DNA. The key player in this process is a pigment known as melanin, which is responsible for the color of our skin, hair, and eyes. Melanin is more than a mere painter of hues. It's a powerful element that fortifies our bodies, protecting us from the harmful effects of ultraviolet radiation from the sun. It's a natural sunscreen, if you will, that shields us from the harshness of our celestial neighbor. When we talk about leprosy, we're discussing a disease that alters the DNA, causing a depletion of melanin, leading to the lightening of skin, hair, and eyes. This isn't a sign of superiority, but rather a sign of a disease that has changed the very fabric of one's genetic code. However, it's important to note that these changes don't elevate or degrade the quality of one's DNA. They simply alter it. In the grand tapestry of life, every thread, every strand of DNA is essential and valuable. Interestingly, the presence of melanin isn't a binary on-off situation. There's a whole spectrum of melanin levels, leading to the beautiful diversity of skin tones we see in the human race. From the deepest ebony to the lightest porcelain, every shade is a testament to the power of our genetic code. So, when we consider the role of DNA in determining skin color, it's not a question of superiority or inferiority. It's a question of understanding the intricate dance of genetics and appreciating the diversity it brings. So, could the DNA be the real determinant of skin color? So, are white people the lepers from the Bible? As we reach the end of our exploration, let's take a step back and consider the magnitude of this question. To recap, we started this journey by understanding what leprosy is and how it affects the body. We learned that leprosy isn't just a disease of the past, but it's still present today, causing disfigurement and a range of symptoms, including a significant change in skin, hair, and eye color. It also leads to a sensitivity to sunlight, impacting the body's ability to absorb vitamin D. We then delved into the DNA aspect, discussing how leprosy can cause a mutation in human genes, potentially depleting the body's melanin. This mutation isn't a temporary change, but becomes a permanent part of the affected individual's DNA, passed on to their offspring. We examined modern diseases like vitiligo and albinism, suggesting that they might be different strains of leprosy. The idea that diseases mutate over time, creating different variants with different symptoms, isn't new. It's a pattern we've seen throughout history, and it's happening right now with diseases like COVID-19. We also debunked the climate theory, which suggests that skin color changes according to the climate in which individuals live. The idea that black and brown people got their colors from living in hot climates, while white people became white due to living in cold climates, doesn't hold up when you consider the genetic evidence. So what's the final verdict? Well, the theory that white people are the lepers from the Bible is just that, a theory. It's an intriguing idea, and while it challenges conventional wisdom, it raises important questions about race, disease, and history. It's a reminder that our understanding of race is complex and multidimensional, influenced by a myriad of factors including genetics, environment, and culture. Remember, knowledge is power. Keep questioning, keep exploring. The more we learn and understand about our world and ourselves, the better we can navigate through it.
Have you ever wondered why Gehazi, who was initially dark-skinned, ended up as a leper as white as snow? To unpack this intriguing transformation, we step into the biblical narrative found in 2 Kings chapter 5, verse 27. Here we encounter Gehazi, a servant of the prophet Elisha, who is struck with leprosy as a consequence of his greed and deceit. The scripture tells us, "The leprosy therefore of Naaman shall cleave unto thee, and unto thy seed forever." And he went out from his presence a leper as white as snow. This is a profound moment where the divine entity, Yahuwah, is said to have made white skin genetic. But what does this forever mean? Is it possible that this forever continues even now? As we journey through the annals of biblical history, we find that from Adam up to Naaman, a span of about 4,400 years, mankind was dark-skinned. The scriptures do not record any instance of white skin except as a sign of a plague or curse. For instance, let's reflect on Moses at the burning bush. Yahuwah changed Moses' hand to white as a sign, proving to the Egyptians and the Israelites that he had indeed appeared to him. This is recorded in Exodus chapter 4, verses 6 and 7. Then there's Leviticus chapter 13, where Yahuwah provides Moses and Aaron with specific instructions on how to diagnose and handle cases of leprosy. The scripture mentions a rising, a scab, or a bright spot on the skin, which were signs of the dreaded disease. It is within these contexts that we revisit the curious case of Gehazi. His transformation into a leper with white skin was not merely a physical affliction. It was a divine punishment for his sins, a mark of his transgressions. So, here we have Gehazi, once a dark-skinned man, now a leper as white as snow, a punishment for his sins. Did you know that the first recorded instance of skin color change in the scriptures is associated with leprosy? This intriguing fact opens up a fascinating exploration of the connection between leprosy and white skin in biblical times.
Now, another thing that I think is very important to factor into all of this is Cain, the one that killed his brother. I also believe that when we looked at the scriptures and it talked about how the fallen Malkiyah came unto the daughters of men, I believe that that is talking about Cain's lineage, Cain's descendants. So I believe that Cain also factors into this fallen bloodline who later intermixed with these Horites, okay? And I'm going to show you why I personally believe that a lot of these women who laid with the Malkiyah or the angels were of Cain's seed, and they were not descendants of Seth, but they were descendants of Cain, okay? And we know that because there's two bloodlines here. Remember, there's a righteous bloodline that would have descended from Adam, right? Which would lead to the Shemites, which would lead to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Israelites, right? But there's also a wicked bloodline, as we know in Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, which we're going to look at in a second. And I believe that these Horites, these Canaanites, intermix with the descendants of Cain. And let's take a look at that real quick. I have a few scriptures I want to share with you guys to show you why I believe this, and we can tie this all together as we continue to look at this. Enoch 19, 1-3. And Ariel said to me, "Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to Shadim as gods. Here shall they stand to the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen." So these women who commingled with these fallen Malkiyah became sirens, or what you think of in the modern day as mermaids, okay? So we're talking about a wicked seed here, a wicked people, all right? They are a wicked seed. These people would have to be the seed of Cain. But let's keep looking at it, because I got some more stuff I want to show you. Now we know that the fallen Malkiyah, or the fallen angels, taught mankind all types of wicked stuff, such as making weapons and wars and witchcraft and sorcery. Well, it's interesting because the children of Cain also practiced those kind of things. Let's look at this. This is Enoch 8, 1-3. The fallen angels, also called the Watchers, descended on Mount Hermon and corrupted mankind by revealing hidden secrets. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and there arose much wickedness. So we can see here that Azazel, one of the fallen Malkiyah or fallen angels, taught mankind alchemy, making weapons of war such as swords, knives, shields, breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth. Barashith, Genesis 4:22. And Zillah she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Now, before we continue, I want to make something clear here. There are two different seed lines, okay? You have the descendants of Cain, and you have the descendants of Seth, which is Adam and Kua's third son. So you had Abel, you had Cain, and then you have Seth, okay? Now, Lamech is the father of Tubal-Cain, but he is not the same Lamech that came through Seth's seed line. And I'm going to show you the difference, because you have two Enochs and you also have two Lamechs, okay? And I want to make a distinction real quick so people don't get confused. There are two different seed lines. Let me show you. So continuing on from Bereshith, or Genesis 4, we're going to read 23 and 25. And Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, you wise Lamech. Consider my words, because I've slain a man to my sorrow and a youth to my grief. Because vengeance has been exacted 7 times on Cain's behalf. On Lamech's it shall be 70 times 7. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore to him a son, and she called his name Shath, or Seth. For Elua, said she, has appointed me another seed instead of a ball whom Cain slew. So we can see here that we have a Lamech, or a Lamech. Now, this is not the father of Noah that we read about earlier, okay? And I'm going to show you in a second, but I just want to show you two different seed lines, okay? So we see this Lamech, who was born before there was a Seth, because Seth was born shortly after Tubal-Cain was born, okay? So now let's look at the Lamech that came from Seth, so we can make that separation between the two Lamechs, or Lamechs. Bereshith, Genesis 5, 24 through 26. And Canaan, or Enoch, was well pleasing to Elua, and was not found, because Yahuwah translated him. And Methuselah lived 167 years, and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after his begetting Lamech 802 years, and begot sons and daughters. So we can see here that we have Enoch, who was pleasing to the Most High, and was righteous, and was taken up by Yahuwah because of his righteousness. He walked with Elua, right? Then you have Methuselah, and he begot Lamech, okay? This Enoch is a descendant of Yared, or Jared, who is a descendant of Seth. So we have the righteous line of Seth that is giving us the genealogy here in Bereshith, or Genesis 5, 24 through 26. Now, let's go back and look at the descendant of Cain, Lamech, and we'll also look at the Enoch as well, so we can tie all this together. Let's keep going. Bereshith, Genesis 4, 16 through 18. So Cain went forth from the presence of Yahuwah, and dwelt in the land of Nod, over against Adon, or Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and having conceived, she bore Enoch. And he built a city, and he named the city after his son Enoch. And to Enoch was born Gaidad, and Gaidad begot Mahalalel, and Mahalalel begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech. So you can see here that these are the descendants of Cain, not Seth. Even this Enoch, even this Methuselah, even this Lamech, even this Mahalalel, all of these people are descendants of Cain. Now, I don't want people to get confused, which is why I'm breaking this down so extensively. All right? Now, I'm going to show you how you can tell that these are talking about two different seed lines, and we're going to bring it home and we'll move on. If you look at the descendants of Seth, you're going to notice a son called Enosh, and you're going to notice a son called Canaan. Okay? Now, it's not the same Canaan that's a descendant of Ham that came later, but these two sons are not at all mentioned in Cain's genealogy at all. And that's how you know we are talking about two different seed lines, even though the names are the same. Okay, let's continue. Now, the reason that I brought up alchemy and that this was secret knowledge taught by the fallen is because this ideal of alchemy is linked to Jewish mysticism as well as Freemasonry. And this is why they use the square and compass. One of the central characters of Freemasonry is Hiram Abiff. He helped Solomon build the temple, and we're going to look at that in a second. But let me just show you this passage from 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike and him talking about alchemy and Tubal-Cain. Let's take a look at that real quick. This is a passage from his book Morals and Dogma, page 152, and I quote, "Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, Hermeticism, and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and sages or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who only deserve to be misled." Now, one thing that needs to be understood as we continue to break this down is Freemasonry is based heavily on ancient Egypt. The ideal of alchemy comes from the Book of the Dead and the light of who they call Thoth, which is this bird head deity. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because these are teachings that have been passed down from the fallen. And even the Hamites embraced this pagan ideal of this witchcraft, sorcery, Eastern mysticism, which is why Yahuwah told us not to do nothing that the Egyptians do. Freemasonry is based heavily on Kemetic Egypt. And we're going to look at a little bit more information on that so we can tie all these things together. Let's keep it going. Now, before we move on, since we're talking about Kemet or Egypt or Matzraim, we also need to look at Deuteronomy 28:68 and what Yahuwah said, because a lot of people take this out of context and do not understand that Egypt itself, ancient Egypt in Africa, Alkebulan, and the foundation of America is Egypt. Let me show you. Dabarim, Deuteronomy 28:68. And Yahuwah shall bring you back to Egypt in ships by the way which I said, you shall not see it again. And you shall be sold there to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. In other words, male and female slaves. And no one shall buy or redeem you. Now, I see a lot of people look at this and say, well, you're not in Egypt right now. This isn't talking about you. No. Yahuwah was referring to another house of bondage. Egypt is referred to several times in scripture as a house of bondage, okay? And if you look at the Hebrew, the Abari, that's actually what it's called, is Abari. If you look at the Abari script, the word for buy, no man shall buy you, is kana. And kana actually means redeem. So what it should say is, no man will redeem you, because literally right before that, it says you will be sold as male and female slaves. So yes, you would be sold. Man did buy us, but no man redeemed us. No man can redeem us, and no man will redeem us other than Yahusha, Hamashiach, the son of Yahuwah. The scriptures say that Yahusha redeems us from the curse of the law, not the law itself, but the curse is prescribed in Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68. The curses that have been on the Negroes in America and all around the world through the transatlantic slave trade and even the sub-Saharan slave trade. These curses have been on us. The Yahudim specifically were taken into the transatlantic slave trade. The descendants of Yahuda and the southern kingdom. I don't want to get too sidetracked with this, but I just want to say that the northern kingdom are the Bantu Israelites that live throughout Africa. the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Ashanti, the Malawi, the Kikuyu. There are many, many African tribes who are actual descendants. The Limba tribes, the Ewe tribes, the Zulu tribes. Just so many different groups of African people that are also Israelites. So just keep that in mind. So these curses are a result of the disobedience of our forefathers. When the Most High Yahuwah made a covenant with us, our forefathers forsook that covenant, and because of that, we inherited the curses of Deuteronomy 15 through 68. And Yahushua HaMashiach redeems us when we accept his blood and we come back into covenant with our Alua. And Yahushua redeems us from the curse of the law because he shed his blood for us. He was hung from a tree, just as many of our people were hung from a tree. Acts 5:30. The Alua of our fathers raised up Yahusha, whom you slew and hung on a tree. Acts 10:39. And we are all witnesses of all the things which he did, both in the land of the Yahudim and in Jerusalem, who they slew and hanged on a tree. Galatians 3:13. Mashiach has redeemed us from the curse of the Torah. Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68. Being made a curse for us, for it is written, cursed is everyone that hangs on a tree. So anyone telling you that, these agents and these FBAs and all these other individuals, these agents coming up saying, oh, we gonna fight for black people, family. We gonna make a way out, family. And then nothing happens. And you wonder why ain't nothing happening? Because a lot of these people are paid shills and agents by people working the strings behind the scenes. Yahusha is where our redemption comes from. Let's keep going. So now that I did that brief little overview, going back to Egypt, going back to alchemy, I'm now going to be able to connect the dots for you and help you understand that alchemy is a central pillar, for lack of a better word, to what is Freemasonry. And I'm also going to show you how Freemasonry is directly connected to ancient Egypt. Let's take a look at that.
Totally demonic, well, for Masonic use. So they've got alternate definitions of words. But what really shocked me the first time I picked this up, sun god, Ra, Amen, the Father of gods, the Creator, published in the Freemason Bible, which is, near as I can tell, it's a King James version. People like Jordan Maxwell and the woman who made Ring of Power, they try and mix up language and they say, oh, well, when you say Amen at the end of a prayer, you're really, this is who you're saying your prayer to, Amen Ra. Well, that's a lie. No, Amen is Hebrew for so be it, or it is so.
So be it, or something.
I think it's so be it. It's Hebrew. Talk to anyone who's Hebrew and say, what does Amen mean? And they'll say, well, it is so. And that's the truth. That's why we say Amen at the end of a prayer, because it's Hebrew for so be it. I think it's so be it. But these liars are trying to convince everyone that you're praying to Amen Ra, the sun god. That's the mystery religions. They mix in all these lies and pagan sun worshipping, trying to corrupt and pervert everything.
So the Christian halo comes from these.
Yeah, I know, yeah. The halo never appeared.
Never in the Bible says anything about anything like that.
Until the 4th century, yeah. And so we've got all this Babylonian crap mixed in here. And these are, there's an obelisk. Well, that's That was Osiris's penis. That's
worship for fertility.
Phallic worship. Yeah, and the Washington Monument, it's an Egyptian obelisk. There's one at the middle of St. Peter's Square in the Vatican. There's another one in the middle of the city of London. These Egyptian obelisks, what are they doing all over the planet?
The Oval Office is actually a female genitalia.
Yeah.
And the steeple is actually penetrating it. If you look at it from a certain angle, it's a steeple penetrating the Oval Office, which is a female.
You just need to watch Christian J. Pinto's are about the history and blah, blah, blah. But then you flip to the back, and there's all this Egyptian, Babylonian account of the building of the walls and temples of Babylon.
I think it's interesting that Saddam Hussein actually believed that he was Nebuchadnezzar. He thought he was a reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar. There's even a statue in Iraq that says that.
Of its founders.
Recently, of course, I've been doing an investigation into the Vatican, where I linked the snake symbolisms from the inside and out with the very eye of providence, as you can see here. I also cross-linked this with the outside architecture of the post-1999 European Parliament building. The actual Eye of Providence in this context matches the actual Eye of Providence to the Vatican. Also note the architecture of the pre-1999 EU Parliament building, the inside matching the architecture again of the Vatican itself. But if we follow these breadcrumbs, what else do we find as far as the occult goes? Well, stay tuned as the Outer Dark brings you 5 clues that the occult's presence is in Canberra, Australia. Number 5. First, some context. The Washington street maps have been analysed on this channel and other channels in detail. The fact that the street maps match up and make a perfect pyramid where the very Eye of Providence or the all-seeing eye or massive owl is in fact around the Capitol building, as you can see here. The owl being, in fact, the very symbolic relationship between the occult's philosophy of being a predator class that preys on the actual public through the dark occult itself. That is, an owl can see in the darkness, so can the actual occult masters can see in the darkness as well. So in essence, I do not need to go on about this at length. I just want to point out the actual symbolism here in regards to the street map, so you can remember this architecture, because we're going to go into that in a little bit more detail. But this next thing shocked me, because it showed me how massive this conspiracy is and how wide in scope. So what shocked me? Well, number 4, if we go to the other side of the world, literally to Canberra, Australia, we see the same inlay in the actual street design. This in fact is the street design that surrounds the actual Australian Parliament. Same inlay as we've seen in Washington, thereby giving us a cross-reference between the occult symbolism of Washington DC with that of Canberra, Australia. This is a view from Google Earth. You can see the pyramid here. Now you might say, this is a mistake. This is just a high anomaly. Because if this was really Masonic symbolism or likewise mystic school symbolism, then you would need another form of symbolism to cross-reference. Well, number 3, if we do go in close, we see at the very capstone or the top of the pyramid that surrounds the actual Parliament itself, we can actually see at the very top an actual true pyramid, an actual literal pyramid made of glass. As you can see here, it's indeed the exact capstone. So again, this matches the actual architecture as we see within Masonic mystic school philosophy. That is a capstone at the top of the pyramid. But you might ask, what else do I have? Well, there is another thing, and that brings us to number 2. Have a look at the back of the dollar bill. If you don't have one, then do a quick Google and take a look at the steps on the Masonic pyramid to the Eye of Providence. In fact, there are 12 steps on that actual pyramid, the 13th step being, in fact, the eye itself. Just remember the number 12. Now have a look at the symbolism at the Australian Parliament, indeed the landscape architecture. If you don't want to count them, then you don't have to. Basically, you can see here the symbolic relationships of steps towards the actual capstone. How many are there? Well, there are actually 12 steps, the exact same number of steps which were on the Masonic pyramid.
Of the sacred sciences. Its origins are stretching far back into history. In the terms of the alchemists themselves, alchemy was the transformation and transmutation of metals. But in a broader sense, this transformation takes place on all different levels, not just a physical level, but mental and spiritual levels, and not just for metals, but for all creatures. All of creation is going through this process of transformation. One alchemist described alchemy as celestial agriculture.
Oh my gosh.
And this is a sense that everything in nature is alive and transforming, going through a process of development. Frater Albertus described alchemy as a process of consciously assisted evolution, where the operator himself is consciously involved in his own evolution.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot more than the commonly held belief that it's transmuting base metals into gold. If you look in the dictionary, that's the standard definition for alchemy, turning lead into gold. But there's quite a bit more to it than just that.
Mm-hmm. And can you go into a little more depth about the origin of alchemy?
The origins of alchemy are lost to history. In most of the scholars will agree that alchemy in the Western tradition began in ancient Egypt, possibly 12,000 years ago. According to ancient legends and stories, even back then, alchemy had a divine origin. There was a race of spiritually ascended people who walked the earth and taught mankind the arts of civilization. And even in ancient times, there were fantastic stories that God taught it to Adam, later to Moses and Abraham. Fallen angels taught it to human women in exchange for sexual favors. And these were in ancient times. In more recent times, it's been proposed that this was a technology that stems from Atlantean technology, that aliens brought it to Earth. But if you follow the thread of history itself, somewhere in ancient Egypt, there was a sacred science. It was called the divine art. And that was the origins of alchemy. And you can actually follow the processes through the various priesthood who kept this as a secret science, and it was passed along from generation to generation under oaths of secrecy. It was developed as a secret science and very closely guarded secrets.
The origin of alchemy is as mysterious as the practice itself, but its influence has been vital to human civilization. Alchemy, through the sacred arts, has been part of ancient Egypt, the mystical Jewish practice of Kabbalah, Zoroastrianism, Christian Gnosticism, mystical factions of Islam, Chinese mysticism, the Knights Templar, Rosicrucians, the Golden Dawn, and even the Illuminati. Up until philosophical materialism became the main proponent of the scientific worldview, alchemy, as a main branch of the Hermetic arts, was the foundation for all scientific and technological inquiry. In fact, it is through the philosophical tradition of Hermeticism that inspired many scientific and technological breakthroughs throughout recorded human history.
Freemasonry, ancient Egypt, and America are deeply intertwined with alchemy, Hermeticism, and esoteric traditions. Freemasonry traces much of its symbolism and rituals to ancient Egyptian mystery schools. The all-seeing eye, the pyramid, and the obelisk all stem from Egyptian esotericism. The Hiram Abiff legend, central to Masonic teachings, mirrors Osiris and Hermetic resurrection myths. The G, or the square and compass, representing the great architect of the universe, who is not the Most High, is actually Satan in Freemasonry, has parallels with Ptah, Thoth, Hermes, and Amun-Ra, Egyptian deities tied to creation and hidden wisdom. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes, a core alchemical text, is foundational to both Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism. Alchemy in Freemasonry is symbolic, representing spiritual transmutation, turning the base metal, quote unquote, of human nature into the gold of divine wisdom. The founding fathers, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and many of your presidents except one were Freemasons and Rosicrucians, embedding Hermetic and alchemical symbolism into America's foundation. Washington, D.C. was designed with Masonic architecture, including the Masonic Monument, the Pentagon, the Capitol, and the Great Seal of the United States, has the all-seeing eye, and Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of the dollar bill, symbolizing and translating to New World Order of the Ages in Latin. The dollar bill contains hidden Hermetic and Kabbalistic symbols, including the Owl of Minerva, the 13-step pyramid, and the phoenix, representing alchemical rebirth. The U.S. was designed as a Hermetic New Atlantis based on Francis Bacon's book, which envisioned America as a center of a new world order, combining alchemy, Kabbalah, and Masonic principles. Freemasons seek spiritual enlightenment through alchemical transformation, but this esoteric path is tied to Satanism, elite secret societies, many of which hold Luciferian doctrines. The Statue of Liberty, a Masonic gift from French Freemasons, represents Columbia, Sophia, Isis, or the Lightbringer Prometheus or Lucifer, symbolizing illumination and hidden knowledge. Freemasonry, ancient Egypt, and America are deeply linked through alchemy, Hermetic wisdom, and elite control. The secret teachings of Egyptian mystery schools and alchemy's transformation of man into so-called godhood. These ideals remain the core foundation of Freemasonry. Through symbols, architecture, and philosophy, Freemasonry has shaped America's esoteric destiny, embedding occult principles into its foundation. These ideals of Freemasonry go back to the Garden of Eden and the two seed lines. This is good versus evil.
Sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants.
Just think of sensors planted into our brains.
Basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode, you'd insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain.
It doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you if you take a genetic editing.
It's a fusion of the physical, the digital, and the biological world. That's really the essence of the fourth industrial revolution.
A merger with biological intelligence and machine intelligence.
An effort for man to merge with machine in a healthy way.
Yes.
To beat machines, you basically have to merge with machines.
Most likely, yes.
As work is changing, is a universal basic income really a solution to this problem?
I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. And I think some kind of a universal basic income is going to be necessary.
Decarbonization of the economy.
Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
I mean, my top recommendation, honestly, would be just to have a carbon tax.
These demonic heathens are using Kemetic alchemy as a metaphor to reconstruct themselves using technology and transhumanism. By merging technology with flesh, with the purpose of becoming superior, godlike beings based upon their own ingenuity and strength, thus is born the ideal of Freemasonry and the philosophy of architecture. All right, so we looked at a lot. Now we understand Freemasonry. We understand that it is based upon ancient Egypt, Hermeticism, which comes from Hermes, which is a Greco-Roman deity, a deity of the moon. And I mentioned Thoth, which is a Egyptian deity. Hermes and Thoth are the same being. They're just interpreted differently, but they are the same being, and they represent the same knowledge that came from the fallen. So now that we looked all this, we can actually tie this to the actual Canaanites. We understand it goes back to Baal. We understand it goes back to mysticism and all these other things. Well, we're going to keep on digging because there's still more I want to show you. So now I want to talk a little bit more about the Kabbalah, because that is what the Revelation 2939s are really into. And in order to understand this, you really, really have to understand that all of this is tied to Eastern mysticism. All of it is. So we're going to look at that real quick. I won't spend too much time on it, but all these things tied together. Then after we look at that, we're going to jump over into the next chapter, and we're going to bring it home from there, because I got a bunch of stuff I want to show you guys on the web to tie all this together. Let's take a look at it.
But you ever get that far? Oh yeah, I became a master mason. Okay. I mean, the highest you go is 33rd, but okay. Even at 32nd, see, from the ranks of 30th to 33, which is 3, that's when they divulge the actual truth to you. I got you. You know, which they have you in darkness all those years, and then once you start climbing up the rituals and the phases, and you go up the ranks or degrees, and they expose everything to you at the 30th to the 33, you know, it's you're done. You're selling yourself to the devil at that point. And then not only that, you're sworn to secrecy. Yeah, you sworn never to divulge any information, but to always protect and help your fellow brother. That's it. Yeah. In other words, like, you almost have to, kind of like the way we have to be reborn. Yes, they're making a mockery out of baptism. Right, and it's actually reversed. And you know what? The devil works like that, because so if we have to be reborn, they pretty much say you have to die first. You have to kill yourself for the devil. Yeah. Their ultimate goal is pretty much one world order, one world religion, and one world currency. Yep. To eventually rule the world. Right. Which is to usher in also the Antichrist. The Antichrist, mark of the beast, and so on. Mark of the beast, right. You have to be a master mason before you become anything else. Depending on your upward mobility, and rituals, the quicker you get them done, the quicker things are revealed to you. But like I said, you could go as high as you want. If you got money, you could buy your way up. Honorary. Oh yeah, you talking about those the Illuminati. Illuminati. Okay. So right. This has to do with them. Oh yeah, you have to be a Freemason to be that. All the presidents were Freemasons. Oh. But see, if you start exposing them, they'll go after you. They'll go after your family. They'll try to kill you, because the government is part of it. It's not only civilians. The government is in cahoots with these people. Right.
In Hollywood, if you're in the industry, the devil, they, like Illuminati, all that shit, they try to get you. Especially when you got a big influence, you around that shit.
You're out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize.
They're fleshly vessels. There are compartmentalized. They're like shattered. They shatter their brains, and it's just like MK Ultra, right? They use MK Ultra to break the minds of people, and then they mold them the way that they want them to go. Wow. You know what I mean? Or satanic ritual abuse. That all comes together with the Freemasons.
Beneath layers of history, Behind religious dogma and mystical traditions lies an ancient and secret knowledge, a knowledge that has been passed down from the fallen to the initiates of Kabbalah, the occult orders of Freemasonry, and even the dark rites of Canaanite priesthoods. Kabbalah is a mystical interpretation of Hebrew scripture. It claims to be an ancient wisdom passed down from the earliest patriarchs. It revolves around the tree of life, a structure of 10 safarat, or divine emanations, that supposedly connect man to the divine. But the Kabbalah's true roots do not go back to Torah. This is mysticism, high-ranking witchcraft mysticism, and it goes back to what we discussed in the previous chapter about alchemy. To understand the deeper, darker aspects of mystical traditions, we must look at the Canaanites, a people whose religious practices were so abominable that Yahuwah commanded their destruction. The Canaanite priesthood practiced child sacrifice. These same ritualistic themes resurfaced in secret societies and esoteric orders. The Jesuits, high-degree Freemasonry, engage in symbolic death and rebirth ceremonies. Alchemy and Hermeticism teach the transformation of the soul through ritualistic purification akin to ancient blood sacrifices. The Golden Dawn and Thelema orders adopt similar sex magic practices from the Canaanite fertility cults.
Has their own version of the Tree of Life. Some of the early texts about Kabbalah date back to the 1st century of the Common Era. You may hear some traditional Kabbalists say to not use this stuff for magic, but if you dig a little deeper, you will find that Kabbalah is definitely used in magic, mysticism, and to obtain gnosis since its roots. Also, the more that you dive into what magic truly is, you will realize that it's probably not what you thought. You will find that there are different ways that you can spell Kabbalah, and depending on the spelling, this will tell you what kind of Kabbalah that you're working with. When Kabbalah is spelled with a K, this means that we're talking about the more traditional Jewish mysticism. This is going to have a bit more of a religious tone. It will discuss most of the same things as other forms of Kabbalah, but it may be much less practical, and it will be more conceptual. It also may be a bit exclusive. When Kabbalah is spelled with a C, we're talking about the Christianized version of Kabbalah. This is where we're talking more about the Christian mysticism of the late Middle Ages. It's been said that this form of Kabbalah was used to try to convert Jews. When we're talking about Kabbalah with a Q, we're talking about the hybridization of Kabbalah with alchemy, pagan religions, Christianity, and other Hermetic philosophies.
Modern Luciferian teachings often draw from Kabbalistic concepts, but with a darker twist. In occult, Kabbalah, the left-hand pillar of the Tree of Life, the Qliphoth, the Tree of Death, is the darkened version of the Safarat, connected to demons and fallen angels. Some Kabbalistic sects teach that Lucifer is not a demon, but a misunderstood light bearer, the one who grants wisdom, just like the serpent in Eden. The Zohar even reinterprets the serpent as a divine force necessary for enlightenment. Today, Kabbalah is not just a Revelation 2939 mystical practice, it is a global spiritual movement influencing New Age doctrine, satanic Luciferianism, and all types of occult themes being incorporated through mysticism. The same thing that you see in your modern day churches with the Kundalini spirit.
Whoa! Okay.
With the New Age occult theology, the New Age collectivist movement, all of this stuff goes back to Eastern mysticism, even the name Jesus Christ, which is another video for another time. Let's keep going. Indeed, hidden knowledge is powerful, but who controls it and where does it come from? Clearly, we can see that the information that has been passed down, that was taught to mankind, which created the fall of man and led to the fall of man, we can see very much so these traditions are still held to today.
1933, Chicago World's Fair, themed with technological innovation and progress. It showcased numerous scientific, architectural, and technological advancements. There was a major event called the Romance of a People. It was part of the Jewish Day celebrations and marked 100 years of Jewish history in Chicago. The pageant featured around 6,000 performers and a bull's head statue on the main stage that went up in flames. Fast forward to 2022, Birmingham Commonwealth Games. A giant mechanical bull dominated the stage during the opening ceremony, evoking a sense of ancient mystery. Along with a stage that some believe was designed to echo the Tower of Babel, it set the perfect scene for delving into esoteric narratives. Do these symbols suggest a deeper, forgotten history? A history to the Israelites during their time in Egypt? The calf could be seen as a syncretic symbol, merging elements from various pagan practices known to the Israelites, including those associated with the Egyptian god Apis and the Canaanite deity Baal. Apis was a sacred bull worshipped in ancient Egyptian mythology and religion. Apis was associated with fertility, strength, and the protection of the king. He was considered an intermediary between humans and the gods. Apis was usually depicted as a black bull with distinct white markings and sometimes shown with a solar disk and uraeus, a rearing cobra, between his horns, symbolizing his connection to the sun god Ra and the pharaoh. The Apis bull was kept in a temple in Memphis, where it was worshipped and given divine status. When an Apis bull died, it was mummified and buried with great ceremony, and another bull was chosen to take its place, believed to be the reincarnation of Apis. Apis was initially associated with the god Ptah and later linked to Osiris, symbolizing death and rebirth. The golden calf could also be seen as representing Baal, due to the cultural and religious influence of the Canaanite neighbors on the Israelites. The bull was a common symbol of strength and fertility in the ancient Near East, and Baal, often associated with these attributes, was worshipped widely in the region. The worship of Baal, popular in Egypt from the New Kingdom in about 1400 BC to its end. Baal was a major deity in the Canaanite and Phoenician pantheon, worshipped in various forms across the ancient Near East. Baal was primarily a storm and fertility god, responsible for rain, thunder, and agricultural productivity. Baal was often depicted as a powerful warrior holding a lightning bolt, emphasizing his control over storms and weather. Baal was worshipped in many forms, with local variations such as Baal Hadad, Baal Zephon, and Baal Peor. Worship of Baal was meant to ensure good harvests and prosperity, particularly among the Canaanites and Phoenicians. Ritual practices often involve sacrifices, including animals and sometimes humans, to appease Baal and secure his favor. Altars in high places were common worship sites. Baal is associated with Beelzebub, demons, and the devil in the Bible, with worship involving various rituals and practices aimed at appeasing the god and securing his favor. Animal sacrifices, particularly of bulls symbolizing strength and fertility, were common, as their blood and meat were believed to nourish Baal. In extreme cases, human sacrifices, often involving children, were made during crises to gain Baal's favor. Archaeological evidence from Carthage, a Phoenician colony, indicates the practice of child sacrifice to Baal Hammon, a form of Baal, with the Tophet of Carthage containing urns with the cremated remains of infants and young children, suggesting this practice was used to appease the deity in times of crisis. Worship typically occurred on high places like hilltops or mountains, closer to the heavens, marked by altars for sacrifices. These altars, constructed of stone or other durable materials, were central points for offerings and were often accompanied by standing stones, masboth, symbolizing the deity. Sexual rituals, including sacred prostitution, were performed as acts of imitative magic to stimulate the fertility of the land.
So we can see here that one of their cultures, these Canaanites, was human sacrifice to Baal. And that even includes babies, children. And what are our people doing today? What are our people doing today? Okay? They are encouraging, these modern day white-skinned Canaanites are encouraging our people to continue going and getting an abortion, just as they enticed our people to do Cananistic sacrifices back then. Do you see how these heathens are working against you? Let's keep going. And this is exactly why Yahuwah was so angry with Yasharal, his children, when they were sacrificing their children to these heathen deities. Now, there's actually something called the brazen bull, which is based heavily on Baal. And it was a new form of ritual human sacrifice that was used during the Middle Ages. Take a look.
I would imagine inside the bronze bull, if there was only one spot for him to breathe in as he's screaming back out again, it must have sounded something like this.
Ancient texts describe how the tyrant Phalaris wanted to test the bull's musical properties. So he commanded the artist who built the bull to climb inside and scream like someone being burned. But in a moment of fiendish trickery, the tyrant locked the trapdoor and lit the fire beneath. The machine worked as promised. The artist was the brazen bull's first victim. Haunting acoustics aside, the brazen bull's metallurgical properties make it a mechanical horror. The ancient Greeks were skilled metal workers. They could certainly craft a realistic piece of this size.
When the person is placed inside this brazen bull, it's just like cooking a turkey in your oven. You burn the outside of the skin and you slowly dehydrate the inside, and if you leave them in there long enough, it will eventually become very tough and very dry. The heat itself would slowly cook you from the inside out.
The extreme heat engulfing the victim would make for a short musical performance before heat exhaustion knocked him out. One can only speculate how quickly the brazen bull would then finish him off. Based on the extreme dehydration trauma, the survival window is under 10 minutes.
Now, first, we need to talk about the Phoenicians. Okay, we need to talk about them because they are the main Canaanites that led our people into worshiping these Canaanite deities to begin with. So we're going to look at some of Yasharal or Israel's experience with these Canaanites or these Phoenicians. And then we're going to connect that to modern day groups. And then we'll jump over into the last chapter and I'm going to show you some of the internet research I've done. So let's talk about these Phoenicians and these Canaanites and how they led Yasharal astray to begin with, which is why, again, learn not the way of the heathen. Shaphatim or Judges 2:11-14. And the children of Yasharal wrought evil before Yahuwah and served Baalim. And they forsook Yahuwah, Eluah of their fathers, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, and walked after other Elohim, or deities or gods, of the Elohim of the nations round about them. And they worshipped them, and they provoked Yahuwah, and forsook him, and served Baal and Astartes. And Yahuwah was very angry with Yasharal, and he gave them into the hands of the spoilers, and they spoiled them, and he sold them into the hands of the enemies round about, and they could no longer resist their enemies. Genesis 10:15-19. And Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and the Hittite, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Ivite, and the Arukite, and the Asenite, and the Aridaean, and the Samarine, and the Amathite. And after this, the tribes of the Canaanites were dispersed, and the boundaries of the Canaanites were from Sidon till one comes to Gadara and Gaza, till one comes to Sodom and Gomorrah, Adamah, Sabim, as well as Dasa. So we can see that Sidon is a descendant of Canaan. Now, Sidon is where you get what you call the Phoenicians, so to speak. All right, they were a Canaanite tribe. Now, notice that the Sidonites or the Phoenicians were not one of those tribes that was mentioned to be destroyed, right? In Deuteronomy chapter 7. Let's keep reading. 1 Kings 16:29-31. In the second year of Yahushaphat, king of Yahudah, Achab, son of Omri, reigned over Yasharal in Samaria 22 years. And Achab did that which was evil in the sight of Yahuwah, and did more wickedly than all that were before him. And it was not enough for him to walk in the sins of Yarabam, the son of Nebat, but he took to wife Azabal, or Jezebel, the daughter of Othbaal, king of the Sudanim, or the Sidonians. And he went and served Baal and worshipped him. So it's bad enough that there was a lot of wickedness amongst the kings of Yahudah, but this individual, this Negro, Ahab or Achab, ended up marrying one of these Canaanite women, which Yahuwah told us not to do, not to marry them, but he couldn't help himself. And so Jezebel helped introduce such paganism, pagan worship, idolatry, and all these Canaanite traditions to Yasharal because he married that heathen woman, a Sidonian, a Canaanite. Well, you're told not to marry them. Just saying. As a matter of fact, I want to actually look at that scripture real quick. Let's look at it. Genesis 28 verse 1. And Yitzchak, or Isaac, having called for Yaakov or Jacob, blessed him and charged him, saying, you shall not take a wife of the daughter of the Canaanites, or the Canaanim. Now, we know Torah. If you read about Ezra, if you read the Torah laws, we were not supposed to be marrying anybody but Israelites. Brothers supposed to be marrying Israelite women, Israelite women supposed to be marrying Israelite brothers. But there was something specific about these Canaanites. So we already knew that Achab was in a great transgression by marrying this Canaanite woman. Let's keep reading. This is Thahalim, or Psalms 106, 35 through 39. But they were mingled with the heathen and learned their works, and they served their graven images, and it became an offense to them. And they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to devils, Shadim, and shed innocent dam, blood, even the blood of their sons and daughters, whom they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan. And the land was defiled with blood. It was also defiled with their works, and they went a-whoring with their own inventions. Psalms 106, 39 through 41, and was polluted with their works, and they went a-whoring with their own devices. So Yahuwah was very angry with his people, and he abhorred his inheritance, and he delivered them into the hands of their enemies, and they that hated them and ruled over them. Now, we're going to keep going, but I just want you to understand how wicked these Canaanites were. So let's read a little bit more about Yahzabal, because a lot of what the Israelites fell into with the idolatry is because of her. She was extremely wicked. She was extremely manipulative. And honestly, when I think about how she acted, I think a lot about how these Caucasian women that be pursuing us be acting. Very manipulative, use their, white privilege and all that against Negroes, call the police on you in a minute. Yeah, be careful about chasing after those strange women, right? Let's look at this. 1 Kings 18, verse 4. And Yahzabal smote the prophets of Yahuwah, and Abad-Yahu, or Obadiah, took 100 men and hid them by 50s in a cave and fed them with bread and water. Verse 13. Has it not been told, my master, what I did when Yahzabal slew the prophets of Yahuwah, that I hid 100 men of the prophets of Yahuwah by 50s in a cave and fed them with bread and water? She also gave a decree for worship of her deities. 1 Kings 18, verse 19. And she said, and now send, gather to me all of Yasharal to Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the groves 400 that eat at Yahzabal's table. So Yahzabal sponsored 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asheroth, Astarte, Ishtar, whatever you want to call her, Semiramis. It's all the same deity. These Canaanite cults involved perversion, child sacrifice, and demonic rituals. But because she was queen, she felt she had the right to do this. Let's keep going. 1 Kings 21, 7 through 10. And Yahzabal, his wife, said to him, do you now thus act the king over Yasharal? Arise and eat bread and be thyself, and I will give you the vineyard of Naboth the Yazarelite. And she wrote a letter in the name of Achab and sealed it with his seal, and sent the letter to the elders and to the freemen that dwelt with Naboth. And it was written in the letter, saying, keep a fast and set Naboth in a chief place among the people, and set 2 men, sons of transgressors, before him, and let them testify against him, saying, he cursed Aluah and the king, and let them lead him out and stone him, and let them die. So this woman was so manipulative, right? She literally wrote a letter masquerading herself as if she was actually Achab or Ahab. She used deception, false witness, and murder to try to steal Naboth's vineyard. She falsely accused Naboth of blasphemy, leading to his execution. This is a prime example of her manipulative and murderous nature. I just want y'all to understand how wicked these Canaanites are. Let us into wickedness. Now, we're going to continue on, but before we do, I just want to show you the judgment Yahuwah has pronounced upon Sidon or Tyre. This is Yekcir or Ezekiel 28, 2-8. And it reads thus, Son of man, say to the prince of Tyre, thus saith Yahuwah, because your heart has been lifted up, and you have said, I am Alua, I have inhabited the dwelling of Alua in the heart of the sea, yet you are man, and not Alua. Though you have set your heart as the heart of Alua, are you wiser than Danyal? Or have not the wise instructed you by their knowledge? By your wisdom and your knowledge, you have gained power for yourself, and gold and silver have you treasured up for yourself. By your abundant wisdom and your traffic, you have multiplied your power. And your heart has been lifted up by your power. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah, since you have set your heart as the heart of Alua, because of this, behold, I will bring on the strange ravagers from the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of your knowledge, and they shall wound your beauty. And they shall bring you down, and you shall die by the death of the wounded in the heart of the sea. So now that we understand the wickedness of these Phoenicians, these Canaanites, these particular Sidonians, because Yazabal is the daughter of the king of the Sidonians, and his name literally means Baal is with me. I mean, this woman is exactly why our people were worshiping Baal and worshiping the deities of Canaan. Now, we need to be able to connect some of the Caucasian people with the Canaanites and these Phoenicians. So now I'm going to show you a quick video explaining that a lot of these pagan holidays that you think of, like Halloween, which they call Samhain, it comes from Nordic mythology and these European nations. All right. And by the rituals, we will be able to identify who these Canaanites are today. Now, we know the Ish people, they've already qualified for that. But now we need to focus on these other European peoples and see if these pagan festivals, the wild men and all of that, if these are really Canaanites as well. Let's take a look at it.
Very important for parents, especially Christian parents, to realize that Halloween is not a Christian holiday. In fact, its roots go back to ancient paganism and the Celtic and Druid beliefs that involved such things as divination, contact with spirits, and even something as horrible as human sacrifice. Halloween relates to this ancient pagan religion in a variety of ways. For example, there were two key days celebrated in the Celtic religion. One of those days was the day in which the god of the dead, or the god of death, Samhain, actually was believed to release the souls of the good and evil spirits. And these good and evil spirits were released for a period of time to go back and mingle among the living. Today, the idea that Halloween involves good and evil spirits that are roaming about actually is traced back to this ancient Druidic belief.
The Celts, who lived 2,000 years ago, hosted many celebrations to revere and worship their gods. Halloween was once designated as a time to honor the Celtic god of the dead, named Samhain. You may notice a few of Samhain's satanic characteristics. He's accompanied by a serpent, and he always has a musical instrument. The festival Samhain was a 3-day event leading up to a human sacrifice ritual.
It was considered part of a pageant of festivals that were, you know, of course, pagan in origin. They were satanic in origin. They were basically, you know, ways of celebrating the change of seasons. And of course, in the northern hemisphere, this is when the nights started getting longer and the weather started getting colder. And it was believed that on this night, or Halloween night, that the god of the dead was going to die and then be reborn later. And so this time that he was dying was a time of great fear in these people, and so the way they dealt with that is by human sacrifice. They felt that if they could shed enough blood, especially the blood of that they could somehow let this passing of their god be a propitious one. And of course this is all really evil, but we see it even in the Bible, the idea of Molech, the idea of Chemosh, the god of the Moabites. All these different cultures all celebrated this festival by child sacrifice, by throwing babies into a flaming idol or something equally awful.
The leaders of the Samhain festival were known as the Druid priests. They were known for predicting the best time for harvesting, as well as drinking blood. The festival mainly took place at Stonehenge. Archaeologists have unearthed more than 4,000 skeletal remains underneath Stonehenge. The night of Samhain is the highest, most sacred night of human sacrifice among the pagan religion. Carving pumpkins. It's something kids love to do, and it's something parents love to do with their kids. But what was the original intent of this tradition? Where did it come from?
They had previously taken gourds or turnips. In America, we use pumpkins, and hollowed them out, and they would fill them up with human fat. This fat had been gathered from previous human sacrifice offerings to the various pagan gods of the Druids.
The remains of these poor unfortunate children, and they would make candles out of them, and they'd put these inside of either skulls or inside of large gourds or something of that nature. And they would believe that if they pointed this grinning face outward, it would be a sign to the demons to leave this house alone. So it was kind of like a talisman to ward off evil.
Trick-or-treating is related to the ancient Celtic practice. If food was not placed out for the spirits could get angry. The Celts believed it was important to appease the spirits in order to keep them happy.
Now, I'm sure that if I were to ask the question, why do you go out and do this? Why do you say trick or treat? Some of the people would say to me, well, it's because we've always done it this way. It's the way we've grown up.
All right, so we can see here that these Celtic Druid rituals are also highly connected to these Cananistic people, these Canaanites, these Phoenicians, these Sidonians. So we see a connection between the Canaanites, what you see with the Druids, what you see with the Ish people. And we're gonna, in the next chapter, we're gonna jump over to the internet, and I'm gonna just, show you a bunch of stuff I have to connect some dots as well. But one more thing I want to point out is the Canaanites. Now, pay attention to what I said. I did not say the Canaanites. I said the Kenites. Let me show you something that's very interesting, because I think when the scriptures mention the Kenites, I believe these are descendants of Cain. Obviously, there would have been intermixing, but these Kenites were a tribe that dwelled amongst these other Canaanites. Okay? So I just believe fully that these Kenites are talking about the descendants of Cain. Okay? And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, because we talked about Cain earlier, but I just wanted to tie this to you before we move on to the next section, which will be the last section, and we'll be done here. Okay? I feel like I've proven enough already. But let me show you this thing about the Kenites real quick. So let's look at this. Genesis 4, verse 1. And Adam knew Kua, his wife, and she conceived and brought forth Cain, and said, I have gained a man through Alua. Now, let's look at this word Cain, okay? And we're going to compare it to the word Canaanite, or the son of Ham, who would have been known as Canaan. Okay, so you have Cain and Canaan, but is there a difference in the spelling? Let's look at it. And I want you to look at the difference here. When we look at the names in the Hebrew, there's a great revelation the Most High showed me. Take a look at this. So this is the name Cain, okay? And if you look at it, you're gonna see the Kuf, the Yod, and the Nun in Abari or Hebrew, okay? So it would actually be spelled in English. If you were to write out the vowel, it would be Q-A-Y-N, Cain, okay? Now, let's look at the name Canaan. And we notice that instead of the Kuf or the Q letter, you have the Kaf. And it's spelled much differently than Cain's name is spelled. Which is why I say you have two different seed lines, okay? You have the Adamic people who descend from Adam, but then you have people who come from Cain's lineage. Now, considering that I've shown you there is a difference in these two names, let's now look at these Kenites and let's see what we get and how it looks in the spelling, because the spelling in the Abari is almost the same thing as Cain's name. Let's look at it. Genesis 15:18-19. In that day, Yahuwah made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to thy seed I will give this land from the river of Egypt to the great river Euphrates, the Canaanites, the Kenizzites, and the Kadmonians, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaim. Now, it's very interesting because a lot of these people, or these tribes, these Canaanite tribes the Most High is mentioning, are giants. Now, let's look at these Kenites and let's see how it's spelled, and we'll also look at a few other examples of these Kenites. Well, look at that. It's spelled almost the same way as Cain's name. Kuf, Yod, Nun, Yod. So it'd be Kani, or Kanim, plural. I don't know why they didn't have the mom in here, or the M sound, because it usually, when you have an M at the end of something, it's plural. So it should be the Kanim, okay? Or Kanim. Bamadabar, Numbers 24:21-22. And Balaam saw Amalek and took up his parable and said, Amalek is the first of the nations, yet his seed shall perish. And having seen Ha-Gani, the Kenite, he took up his parable and said, thy dwelling is strong, yet you should put your nest in a rock. Nevertheless, the unrighteous shall be utterly destroyed. Now let's look at this and let's see if that Kenite also translate to a Gani. And we see it does. Now, what's interesting about these Canaanites, or these Kenites specifically of the Canaanites, is that they dwelled around Canaanites a lot, especially Amalek. Why are these Canaanites always around the Amalekim? Let's look at one more example. 1 Samuel 15:6. And Saul said to the Canaanite, go and depart and remove yourself from among the Amalekim, lest I destroy you with them. For you dwelt mercifully with all the children of Yasharal when they came up out of Egypt. So the Cani departed from the midst of Amalek. Well, I think this is very telling. Cain's descendants have intermixed with these Canaanite tribes. That includes Amalek, that includes the Horites, that includes all of them. They are all descendants of the fallen, okay? That needs to be made very clear. That's why Jacob Rothschild has that big old head, right, with the cone head. We looked at that a little bit earlier. I need y'all to understand that these Canaanites, these Hamitic Canaanites, have intermixed with Cain's seed, okay? And that's why you have some white ones who are descendants of the fallen. Starting to make some sense now, isn't it? All praises to the highest. Okay? So what you think of today as your Ish people is a mix of the descendants of Cain, who have intermixed with the seed of Adam, which would be through some of these Canaanites who are descendants of Ham. Okay? So these non-Adamic people have mixed with people who are Adamic, who are descendants of Noah's 3 sons. Interesting. Okay. Well, I think all this is very, very interesting, and I believe that those Kenites are descendants of Cain, because usually when you look at scripture, these tribes of these people are named after the people they descend from. So for example, if the Egyptians would be known as descendants of Matzarim, they are Matzarim people. If they are descendants of Yaban, they are Yabanim, which means they are Grecians. If they are descendants of Abar, which is what we are Hebrew, so we are descendants of Abar, that makes us Abari. Okay, it's just a simple thing that you kind of understanding the language of Abari Hebrew and all of that. All right, so they're descendants of Shem, Shemites, descendants of Ham, Hamites, descendants of Japheth, Japhites, whatever you want to call. But all these descendants that came from Noah's 3 sons is usually when someone is from a certain tribe of people or a nation of people, they would be named after the people that they come from. The Sidonians come from Sidon, so on and so forth. So it's looking to me like Cain's descendants intermix with these Canaanite tribes. Now, we looked at a lot here already, so we're gonna go ahead and move into this last chapter because I feel like I've proven enough in this one. But let's go ahead and let's do that. Actually, wait, one more thing I want to mention before I move into the next part of this video, this documentary, is one thing about the Midianites is the Midianites were also connected to these Kenites. So it's very likely that that woman that Moses married was a descendant of Cain. Okay? The one he had children with and all of that was most likely a descendant of Cain, because if you look at her father, he was also a Kenite. And that's why, you know, I just think that, yeah. But she was a Canaanite because her dad would be a Kenite. He had children with her and everything, and I think that's why his brother Aaron was looking at him so strange when he walked up with her and those children he had with her. Jasher or Yashar 79:13 through 17. And Aaron, the son of Aram, the brother of Masha or Moses, was in Egypt walking at the riverside on that day. And Yahuwah appeared to him in that place and said to him, "Go now towards Masha or Moses in the wilderness." And he went and met him in the mountain of Eluah, and he kissed him. And Aaron lifted up his eyes and saw Zipporah, the wife of Moses, and her children. And he said unto Moses, "Who are these unto you?" And Moses said unto him, "They are my wife and sons, which Eluah gave to me in Midian." And the thing grieved Aharon or Aaron on account of the woman and her children. And Aaron said to Moses, "Send away the woman and her children, that they may go to her father's house." And Moses hearkened unto the words of Aaron and did so. So why was Aaron grieved so much about this? Because Moses married a heathen woman. The same reason why his brother and his sister were antagonizing him about marrying the Cushite woman. Okay, you see how all these things tie together. All right, I just wanted to point that out. Now let's keep going. His brother was just like, he was giving him this look like, why are you with her? Her father, his father-in-law was a Cainite. It was a descendant of Cain, because that same word is used to describe him. So if Cain was a wanderer, as the scriptures say, he would have wandered around Canaanites, he would have wandered around Midianites, his seed would have come in contact with many different peoples and intermixed with them. So just keep that in mind. All right, let's continue. All right, y'all. So we're almost done with this documentary. It's been long enough already, so I want to just jump into this. So I have a few videos that I want to show you guys and some articles that I pulled up, some information I want to share. So first, so we talked about the Canaanites. We are able to understand that some people of the Canaanites would have been cursed with pale skin. And we understand that the fallen were a bunch of blood drinking, cannibalistic beings. and were described as white. We know that the Horites, which were one of those Canaanite tribes, is where the fallen bloodline comes from, along with these other Canaanite tribes that had the fallen bloodline, right? So I found a bunch of videos, man, and these Canaanites, they love to eat bloody raw meat. Here's a handful of videos of this, because this is just wild, but take a look.
You just gonna eat it raw? Ganger. You good? Yeah, people don't know.
Ugh, bro. That's nasty. That is nasty. Lady spotted eating raw meat in store. Ew. See, this is what I'm saying. These Canaanites, they have it in them to just like to eat bloody meat, to eat raw meat. This is what uncivilized people do. These descendants of Cain, they're a bunch of bloodthirsty individuals that enjoy eating raw meat. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
I found this grass-fed. It's grass-finished beef, never frozen. I'm excited to try it. I bought all these cheeses. These are all raw cheeses. So Whole Foods has a whole selection of raw cheeses. But let's eat some of this grass-fed, grass-finished raw beef at Whole Foods. It's alright. It's pretty tasty. It's decent. I don't know why the people think that grass finished.
Bro, this is a Horite right here. This is a wild man. If y'all seen the Esau and Horites, y'all know what it is. This is a wild man. Look how comfortable he is doing this. Absolutely disgusting. Just ill. Just inhumane. Disgusting. Just, oh, Father help us all. Canaanites, man. Horite, Edomite Canaanites.
Is not as tasty or less fat. Look how fatty that is. That's good, wholesome. You want to get grass finished. The grains give them kidney stones. Unhealthy. They're not meant to eat grains. Make sure to try to get grass finished as often as you can.
We're gonna go on an incredible vacation with Liver Queen and Liver Boys. But first, we got liver with breakfast, lunch, and dinner because liver is king. Look at this incredible femur. We're gonna take all that pure marrow right out of it. And you already know we got a whole beef protein shake that's not blended for some reason. I'm gonna have to blend that after this. And you know the drill. Who needs vegetables when you can eat testicles? Eat your testicles, folks. Primals. And then we got a pound of some fresh ground ribeye. We got the olive oil on top. We got a little bit of salt. We got some egg yolks in the middle. We got the real salad right here. These are pork rinds. We got the salad dressing also right here. We got some Liver King concoction, Liver King bar, some yogurt. We got some fish eggs. We got some more testicles. And we got the sacrifice bowl. The carbs we're in that we're not having. This is what Liver King's at for today. Liver King out.
Okay, wait a minute. All right, I'm going to show y'all a few more videos, man, but listen. These people are not human. They're not fully. They can't be. I mean, the fact that they are just like the people they come from, which are the Nephilim, that were eating flesh and drinking blood and cannibalism and stuff, this stuff is in their nature, all right? And you have other black Canaanite tribes that did the same thing. They ate bloody meat. They did human sacrifices. They did all these things. And we know that these descendants of Cain intermix with these other Canaanite tribes. But this is just the stuff that they are known to do. Most of them prefer their meat very, very rare and bloody and disgusting. I mean, it's just nasty, bro. All right? But this is what I'm saying. They're Canaanites. Black people, we don't take pleasure in eating anything raw. We like our meat very, very well done. No diddy, right? But this is inhumane, okay? But the fact that they have a nature of eating bloody meat tells you everything you need to know and who they come from, why they're so barbaric, why they're so barbarous, why they're so animalistic, you know, with war and colonization and want to take everything and steal everything and steal, kill, destroy. The devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. What have they done? What have these Caucasoid Canaanites done? Steal, kill, and destroy. Destroyed whole nations, wiped whole people out, went colonized Africa, stealing the resources. You got people like Ibrahim Traore and he's fighting against them. Let's keep going. I had to mute this because of the music. Ew, bro. I don't understand why somebody would film this on camera. I mean, this should be, if this is something you into, right? Which most of them are, a good chunk of them are, right? I would think this would be something you would do in the privacy of your home where nobody would know, but they're so bold in their bloody meat eating, their raw meat eating, they'll post it on TikTok. Crazy.
Sandwiches. Basically, you're taking some rye bread, topping it with pepper jack cheese, raw ground beef, onions, salt, and pepper. This is super traditional, old school Wisconsin food.
Oh yeah, that's the caveman chronicles. That's the wild man chronicles. That's the Horite way. You feel what I'm saying?
That the reason why mummies are so rare in 2024, like there's not that many of them, is because Europeans used to eat them for medicine. They would grind up their bones and they would eat them. They have the mummy laid out on their table and they're all like claiming their parts. They're like, I'll take this, I'll take that. Yeah, that looked good, I'll have a little bit of that. The Europeans were eating the mummies, bro. It was like the more I learned, the more I'm just like, God damn. Y'all can pause to read this, but I'll read like this part right here. Basically it says, mummies were ground up into medicine and consumed by the elite, believed to be a remedy for various ailments and an infusion of life energy from spirits of the dead. When Egyptian mummies became scarce after hundreds of years of eating them, corpses from other parts of North Africa and Gauchi, I think that's how you say that, mummies from the Canary Islands were instead exported and sold to Europeans. Bro. And then this is the kicker right here, was they tried to do a reverse psychology. One of the primary ways that Europeans demonized indigenous people was by naming them all savages and cannibals. Whole time they was the cannibals the whole time.
They were that's what I say, bro. Listen, these Canaanites, Horites, heathens, shaggy Edomites, everything that they said about so-called black people is really just a deflection of what they actually are. They're the ones with genetically recessive genes. They're the ones with shaggy, hairy bodies. They're the ones who are savages and always have been savages because they descend from savages. They descend from the Nephilim, who are just killing and destroying and all of that. Eating flesh, mixing with animals. That's why they lay with animals. That's why they lay with dogs. They are uncivilized in every single way. The Moors, the black Moors, some of them was Israelites. They civilized these folks. These folks didn't even like taking baths. And don't worry, we're going to get into all of that. We're going to get into all of that. But they're the actual savages. So as I continue to show you more of this information, I'll prove to you they're the actual savages, not so-called black people. Wow. Nasty.
Healthy looking vegan. People do tell me I'm being irresponsible.
Get me some lamb liver. Oh, that looks so good.
I don't think there's any risks of the carnivore diet. I was like 4 or 5 stone overweight. The carnivore diet has made me well hot, I reckon. Yeah. I've not tried raw meat before. Oh, and it's brought me out of such a terrible bad place, mentally and physically.
The amount of Neanderthal DNA on Earth is increasing. Many people, including me, white ones, have up to...
Gay! I can't stand these like sissified men, you know what I'm saying? It's like they sound like women, act like women, just you know what I'm saying? I cringe, but anywho, yeah, just so gay. They all gay.
4% of our DNA that can be traced back to Neanderthals. And since the human population has now passed 8 million people, statistically there is more Neanderthal DNA from people like me who got it in me right now on Earth, because there's so many of us, than there was when Neanderthals actually existed, because their populations were so small. No one knows.
Okay, so that's the great lie. Neanderthals never died out. They're here. This man is a Neanderthal, okay? So what you call the so-called Yeti, the so-called Bigfoot, you know, all these other mythical, the abominable snowman and all that other stuff, that is really them. They're the wild men. They're the Horites. They're the cave dwellers, okay? Why do you think white people show so much attention to your animals, okay? Why you see white women making out with dogs and all this other stuff? They have this animalistic nature to them. Nasty.
Who knows exactly why Neanderthals died out, but by studying their remains, they found that the males had very compact, muscular bodies. They would wear really interesting clothes, wear jewelry, even put flowers down for their dead. So I think that maybe Neanderthals died out because all the males were, I don't know, gay?
Yeah, probably. I mean, y'all do have a heathenistic culture, so I wouldn't be shocked if the Horites was getting it popping with other male Horites. In them caves, who knows what type of wicked stuff that they was doing, but we gonna keep going because there's still more I want to show you.
The most disgusting customs of the Middle Ages, the Queen Isabella of Castile frequently boasted about her status as a warrior queen, often emphasizing her adherence to certain customs. Among these, she proudly proclaimed that she had only taken 2 baths in her entire lifetime, one upon her birth and the other prior to her wedding. Weddings were typically scheduled for June, as May was considered the month when bathing was most frequent. This practice led to the tradition of bridal bouquets intended to mask any potential odors. Additionally, fans were commonly utilized by women to conceal their decaying teeth and to mitigate unpleasant breath. Hair should be as long as possible, and the more oily, the better. Tiaras and hats were also usually used to hide lice and prevent them from falling into food. During this era, the state of one's teeth was indicative of wealth, with rot and yellowness signifying access to expensive commodities like sugar. Furthermore, there was a belief that excessive washing of a woman's private parts could lead to infertility, so she had to live with that odor.
Sold just as culinary things during the slave trade. Specialize in eating us. A lot of us were sold just as culinary things during the slave trade. But we just focus on this chain and stuff, but a lot of us were just good eating. And a lot of Europeans got in the slave trade for the eating. Yeah, they cooked it. They were actually cooking black people. They hung you up, but they had a fire underneath you. They were cooking us and selling the oil. They sold Nat Turner's oil as aphrodisiac right here in America.
Ate Nat Turner. You didn't know they kicked the heads off of babies. You didn't know that they ate us in general. You didn't know that they used your teeth as goddamn their teeth. You didn't know that they used your skin to make leather shoes, leather in general. You didn't know that they put your hair in the furniture to stuff it. You don't know who you're messing with. You don't know who you are also in the world trying to integrate with. But it's not your fault. The information was definitely erased, policed. You weren't allowed to know it. And now you don't know. So what are you going to teach your kids? Nothing. So what are they going to do? Go into a world also not knowing even less than you. Buy these books, pass them down, so your generation, your lineage can understand and know who they're going out into the world dealing with. They were her property. The Willie Lynch Letter, The Delectable Negro, and Slavery by Another Name. If y'all have any other books or anything, any other information that you would like to also add in, please comment that.
Now, let me say this, bro. It is true that they were eating Negro slaves. That is a fact, okay? You could go look it up, but they were doing that. I mean, if they're eating bloody meat, I don't know why you would think that they're not eating Negroes, all right? So let me just show you this real quick. The Delectable Negro is a 2014 book by Vincent Howard. The book explores the homoeroticism of both literal and figurative acts of human cannibalism that occurred during slavery in the United States. I have this book. It is true. All right. These Canaanites, all right, they did these things. Even when you think about the Triple K, right? The Triple K, the, you know, people with the white sheets on their head. Yeah. A lot of times they killed us and unalived us and hunted us down because they were connected to secret society. These are Canaanites, all right? But let's keep going because there's more. But I highly suggest if you got the type of, you know, the type of strength to accept some of the history of these people, you can understand that they are clearly not people created by the Most High. They have like a barbarous nature that is very much like the Nephilim. that is very much like the Horites, that is very much like the Canaanites, just bloodthirsty. You know what I'm saying? But let's keep this going.
Do I have news for you? Are you ready? The gruesome history of eating corpses as medicine. This, my friend, is European history. But there's more. Oh, look, Europe's hypocritical history of cannibalism. And there is more. We ran out of mummies because Europeans ate them. And there is more. The Europeans that ate Egyptian mummies. And there is more. From the Daily Mail, Europeans indulged in cannibalism until the 1900s. By eating corpses, rich Europeans once thought they could heal themselves. White cannibalism in the slave trade. And there is a lot more, just look it up.
Yup. And like I said, I'm showing you multiple different sources to prove this.
It's about eating raw meat. This is a great way to start. Before diving all the way in and eating it completely raw, you can sear the meat on both sides to where it's kind of cooked, but kind of not. There are so many benefits to eating raw meat.
Bruh, these people are disgusting. I mean, you can get worms in your body. You could get sick. She's over here talking about benefits. Bruh, absolutely disgusting. Moving on, man.
History, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you've tried to force upon us is contaminated.
Facts. JC, Jesus Christ is contaminated. I don't want the white man's God. Especially knowing that they God is a damn Canaanite, a damn Neanderthal Horite. I don't want nothing of they God, bro. Yahuwah is the Eluah of the Hebrews. Yahusha is Hamashiach of the Hebrews, which are the Negroes. Why would I want the white man's God? Why would I want the God that's created in the white man's image? Because the Most High did not create white people. We've already proven that throughout this thing. Matter of fact, he cursed people with white skin. So why would I want a God that looks like them when my Father in heaven is melanated and created melanated people to inherit the earth?
This is what jasper stone looks like. See? So he that sat on the throne was as jasper stone, meaning he was a black man. Got to start bringing these visual aids out here so that you people can understand what the Bible is saying. Okay? This is jasper stone. Get it right.
If I tell you I got a shock of my life, I got a shock of my life. Now I was literally floored this morning. Now I was dumbfounded. Did you know that black people were the first Irish? I didn't know. I went on X this morning, that's Twitter if you didn't know, and I saw that black people claim that they were the first British, the first Irish, the first French, the first Europeans ever to set foot on European soil. I said, damn, I didn't know that. Then I saw another article. Africans say, listen here, we were the first Hebrews. We are the real Israelites.
Well, if you make the assumption that the human race arose like around the equator and that skin color, dark skin color would be the phenotype, then are you assuming that as people moved outward, there was a mutation And if you were in the north, it allowed that mutation to live, which is how we got white people.
Yes,
Would that follow?
Yeah. If Nina Jablonski, who spoke in another one of your things, explained this, and she played a role in studying the reason for dark skin, which is if you have lots of intense sunlight, it destroys folic acid, and it turns out folic acid is really important for babies to develop properly. So it's not too good for a population for the babies to not develop properly. So that's why dark skin. Now, as you move north, there's another essential vitamin called vitamin D. There's an intermediate, biochemical intermediate, that needs to be then converted by the liver, but that intermediate's formed by UV light going through the skin. If you're near the equator and you have a dark skin, it still gets through enough to get your vitamin D. But now if you go north and it's cold and you wrap up and it's less sun because the sun's coming at an angle now, you will get rickets and have other problems supposedly. So that's thought to be the reason for selection for lighter skin.
And so, brother and sister, what was Harriet Tubman's name before she changed her name to Harriet? And what significance does that have to us as Hebrews?
Her name was, before she changed her name after she ran away, her name was Araminta Ross. And Araminta is a Hebrew name. Her family knew that they were from the Ashanti tribe, and which is now part of Ghana, and that they were Hebrew. They did have Hebrew names before they were in slavery.
Obviously, considering the fact that Noah had 3 sons, so, different parts of the earth. But I've already proven in the Esau and the Horite thing that the original Europeans were black. They were not these Caucasian people. The thing we're going to look at is this book, which is called The Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, etc. This was written by Benjamin Franklin, and this book was published in 1751. Okay, so this book is from over 100 years ago. All right, so let's take a look at what it says. Now, I have the PDF here, but I want to focus here on page 224 and this last paragraph right here, because it tells you some things that I think are very interesting for you to know. So it says, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny. I mean, we already know that. There's no mystery there, right? But let's keep reading because it gets very interesting. So it says, and chiefly tawny, America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. Now, what does swarthy mean? Let's take a look at the definition of the word swarthy, and we will get our answer. Swarthy, meaning dark-skinned. So what is this telling us? Benjamin Franklin is telling us that the original inhabitants of these European countries were dark-skinned. All right, so this is the website blackcentraleurope.com. Now, if you guys are interested in looking into this stuff yourself, I will leave, if I can remember, I will try to leave the link in the description so you guys can look up these sources yourself, just in case you want to do a little bit more digging, okay? So this says, Black Central Europe, as we've proven, the original Germanic-speaking people were black, the Moors, the Moorish black people, okay? It says, we bring you over 1,000 years of black history in the German-speaking lands and show you why it matters right now. Okay, so before I read this, I want to show you this. This is the tapestry. This is part of the tapestry. It's not the whole tapestry. But if you look here, you can obviously see 2 swarthy or dark-skinned people, okay? And you have the king right here and you have the queen right here. All right, the original Europeans or the Japhites were black. Noah had 3 black sons. He was an albino, but he had 3 black sons: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. All right, let's keep this going. Then I'm gonna jump over here to these articles. So I just want to show you guys a few more things, man. Check this out. When I think about like Neanderthals, I think about people that frolic with animals, lay with animals, do things with animals. You look at the Romans, you look at the Greeks, how they got images of like satyrs or those half man, half goat deities with, you know, full blown hard-ons and all that, no diddy, because they was doing all these things with these animals. And even today, you see white women, you know what I'm saying, making out with dogs, kissing dogs, going on social media talking about they done messed with a dog. I mean, it's just nasty, but check this out.
We have a warning before this next story, as it contains some very disturbing allegations that may be hard to hear.
A Weir man is under arrest accused of sexually assaulting multiple victims, including 2 dogs. 34-year-old Michael Stanikmis was arrested Monday on several charges, including sexual contact with animals and kidnapping. The charge stemmed from a series of incidents that involved 1 adult victim, 2 victims who were minors, and 2 dogs. According to court documents, he allegedly raped and strangled an adult victim. That same victim was also allegedly forced to witness the suspect sexually assaulting 2 different dogs.
He's also charged with sexually assaulting a minor under the age of 14. A second minor was reportedly held against her will in a closet and then forced to eat from a dog food bowl. He's due back in court January 21st for a dangerousness hearing.
Ever cheated before?
Not with another human.
What do you mean?
I cheated on my boyfriend with his dog. It was a golden retriever.
I mean, how did your boyfriend find out?
He opened the door and I was in the doggy position.
Wow. Now, see, I told you that this documentary was going to destroy white supremacy today. Let me show you something else. They love to say that black people are the most savage, and all this other stuff. Well, let me take you over here to this website, because like I said, this video needs to be shared. It needs to be known, because there's some information that literally shows who commits the most crimes based on race. All right? This might blow your mind, but like I said, we're going to destroy white supremacy today for sure. So let's look at this, bro. This is the FBI website, ucr.fbi.gov, all right? And what they did is they laid out statistics on the racial groups that commit the most crimes. Now, off top, we can already see the overwhelming majority of people who commit crimes are white people, okay? So you have black and you have white, okay? As far as total crimes, and we're gonna go through all these crimes and we're gonna see who really is a savage, okay? But we look, so you have white, black, native or Alaskan, then you have Asian, then you have Native Hawaiian, okay? These have the more lower numbers, so we're gonna focus on these 2 groups, white, Negro, all right? But we can already see, overwhelmingly, it's the white people. But let's just look at this. So let's see, murder and non-negligent manslaughter, okay? This is the total. White people, 3,600. Blacks, Negroes, 4,000. Okay, so not too much of a difference. Obviously, black people, there's a little bit more higher numbers, but let's keep going, all right? Handing people bags of grapes, okay? The white man, 11,000, okay? The Negro, 4,400. Wow. So who commits more GRAPEs? White people, white men. Let's keep going. Robbery. The black man, 29,000. The white man, 25,000. Okay. Now, I can admit that a lot of things that black people do when it comes to crime is usually economically based. Most of the reason why Negroes commit crimes is because of economic disenfranchisement. That doesn't make it okay to commit crime. But the reason why most black people were selling drugs, the reason why the most black people were boosting and things like that is because of economic disadvantage. So just keep that in mind. All right. Aggravated assault. The black man, 91,000. The white man, 169,000 cases. Oh, it's getting interesting. Let's keep going. Burglary. The so-called black man, 34,000. The white man, 81,000. Total, 118,000. Larceny or theft. The black man, 178,000. The white man, a whopping 393,000 offenses. And these are based on offenses that I'm giving you in these numbers, okay? Motor vehicle theft. The black man, 16,000 offenses. The white man, 38,000 offenses. Arson. The black man, 1,553 offenses. The white man, 4,453 offenses. Violent crime. Oh, now we get into it. Okay, look. The so-called black man, 129,000. The white man, let's look at this, 209,000. They're the savages. They're the criminals. They're the problem with the world. It is these wicked, heathen, shaggy, Canaanites, fallen descendants, children of Cain. It's them. Let's keep going. Property crime. The so-called black man, right here, boom, 231,000 cases. The Caucasian Neanderthal man, or the wild man, 517,000. Other assaults. The so-called black man, 219,000 offenses, right here, boom. And then the white man, a whopping 455,000. Bruh, look at this. This is crazy. Forgery and counterfeiting. The so-called black man, 9,000. The white man, 21,000. Oh boy. Let's keep going. Fraud. The so-called black man, 24,000. The so-called white man, 51,000. Embezzlement. The so-called black man, 3,000 cases, Salaki. The so-called white man, 5,000. Stolen property. The so-called black man, 21,000. The white man, 38,000. So far, they are killing us in these numbers. They're really the savages. This is what these Republicans, these conservatives, these far-right sour cream supremacists won't show you. They're really the most dangerous, most criminal people on this earth, you know? But let's keep going. Vandalism. They always talk about we destroying everything and Black Lives Matter. And listen, I don't support the organization, but I support the sentiment. Our lives do matter, especially to the Most High. Just remember that. That's why the heathen's going to be judged. But anyway, so vandalism. The so-called black man, 34,000 offenses. The white man, 86,000 offenses. Weapons, carrying, possessing. The so-called black man, 45,000 offenses. The white man, 60,000. Prostitution and commercialized vice. The so-called black man, 8,000. The white man, 10,000. Offenses except handing people bags of grapes and this word, okay? The black man, or so-called black community, 5,900 offenses. The white community, 21,000. DRUG, abuse violations. The so-called black man or black woman, 274,000. The white man, 748,000. Wow. Gambling. The black man, 553. The white man, over 1,000. Offenses against the family and children. Oh, now we get into it. Let's look at this. And I'm going to go back up because I want you to see who I'm referring to here. So let's go back. All right, so black and white. I just want you to keep your eye on this, okay? Black or white is what we're focusing on right here, okay? So, offenses against family and children. The black man, 16,000. The white man, 38,000, y'all. 38,000. Driving under the influence. The so-called black people, 90,000. The white man, the Edomites, the Horites, 526,000. Liquor laws. The black man, 17,000. The white man, 85,000. Drunkenness. The black man, 32,000. The white man, 164,000. Disorderly conduct. The black man, 64,000. The white man, 132,000. Vagrancy. The black man, 4,400. The white man, 10,000. All other offenses except traffic. The black man, 577,000. The white man, a whopping 1.5 million. Bro, these people are straight up criminals. And black people, see what I'm saying? Black people, if Negroes learned how to challenge their talking points and use statistics to destroy sour cream supremacy, they wouldn't have so much power over us if you throw this in their face. And you'd be like, y'all are the most violent. Y'all are the ones who colonize, steal, kill, and destroy in the name of your white God. Yeah, not interested. All right, so, I mean, I feel like that's very telling, bro. So when it comes to the most crimes and offenses committed, and this is according to 2019, and I'm sure these numbers have increased significantly, but according to this, when I look at total amounts of crimes that have been perpetuated by different racial groups, a total of 6.8 million in total. White people make up 4.7 million of those numbers, and black people, or so-called black people, or Negroes, or the Israelites, make up 1.8 million of those total numbers right here. Wow. The white people, the so-called Caucasians, the people from the Caucasus, they make up 4.7 million of those 6.8 million total crimes. And so-called black people only make up 1.8. This is how you challenge conservative talking points, and this is how you challenge white supremacy. They're the savages, not us. All right? Now, we're going to move on because I still have more I want to show you guys. So let's look at this next thing here. The Horites and the Hivites. The Horites of Mount Seir are mentioned in Genesis 14:6 during the Great War of the Kings, which took place in Abraham's day. Genesis does not take us any further, so we do not know whether Seir is a Horite named after one of his ancestors. Well, we do know that Shire is a Horite, and he descends from the Canaanites. That's why it's so important to read the Apocrypha, because you can get a little bit more context. All right. So let's listen to this, because it actually connects the Horites to a certain European people. And I want y'all to kind of understand that. So let's read this. It says, there are arguments pro and con concerning identifying the Hurrians with the Horites. Horite could have been the Semitic rendering of the name, just as those mentioned in Genesis 36:20-21 could have had their names Hebrewized, as these names are not strictly speaking Hurrian names. The Hurrians, which again may or not have been the Horites, were a group of people forgotten about for thousands of years. It was not until this past century when we realized that such a people existed. They lived in the northern portion of Mesopotamia, in Syria, and in Palestine just prior to 2000 BC. We also find evidence of them living in lower northern Egypt. However, there are no records indicating that they lived in Moab. Okay, so let's look at these Hurrians, because these Hurrians are said to be the actual Horites. So let me pull this next thing up here. So let's go over here. We can understand some stuff. All right. So let me switch over to this next page, and I'm going to show y'all some interesting information about these Hurrians, or these Horites. So let's jump over here. All right, so the Hurrians and the Horites. We identify Esau with Edomites. We have shown how, as well as having a small enclave to the southeast of Judah, the Edomites also gave rise to scattered groups of importance throughout the Middle East. Now, the Middle East is not where the Bible actually takes place. That's a lie. The whole Bible mostly takes place not just in North Africa, but sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, what they call the fake state of Israel is fake. I don't believe that is the real land. Just like you got fake people claiming to be the chosen, claiming to be the Yahudim, you got a fake land claiming to be the true land, which is not the land Yahuwah gave to us. Okay, that land is owned by the Rothschilds. But anyway, Horites linked to Esau. Horites, or Horam, were a people mentioned in the Torah. All right, we know all this already. Who were the Hurrians? The Hurrians spoke a Urartian language, including Hurrian, and lived in Anatolia and northern Mesopotamia. The largest and most influential Hurrian nation was the multi-ethnic king of Mitanni. The Mitanni perhaps being Indo-European speakers who formed a ruling class over the Hurrians. The population of the Indo-European speaking Hittite Empire in Anatolia included a large population of Hurrians. There is significant Hurrian influence in Hittite mythology by the early Iron Age. The Hurrians have been assimilated with other peoples, except perhaps in the kingdom of Urartu. According to the hypothesis by I. M. Diankopf and S. Startosten, the Hurrian and Urartian languages are related to the Northeast Caucasoid Caucasian languages. Okay, so we know that the Horites dwelled in caves. When some of the Edomites went to war with the Horites were basically driven out of Mount Shire, taken over by the Edomites. And the Horites, it would have made sense that they would have went further north to the Caucasus Mountains. All right. And that's why you have a lot of these Europeans mixed with these Canaanites. Those Canaanites would have migrated. Those Canaanites would have moved around. The Horites, the Rephaim, some of those descendants of Anak, those Nephilim, Canaanite tribes, they would have definitely migrated. Then you think about Cain. Cain intermixed with the Canaanites, spread the seed all over the place. Let's keep going. The Hurrians are believed to have been in the areas to the north of Israel for a long time. They were scattered all over, but concentrated at first in the region of the Harbor River, and then later in the neighboring kingdom of Urartu, otherwise known as Ararat, in the approximate region of Armenia. We found Taman of Edom as the Timanu, who had a center in Gazan in northern Syria on the Kabor River. This was also the area of the Mitanni of Indo-European culture. All right, so let me just move on because there's more I want to show you guys. Now, I want to talk about another thing as well. So we talked about the giants, right? Well, there's actually a people on this earth that are thought to be an alien race. Now, I don't believe in aliens. I only believe in fallen angels. But there's a group of people called the Tall Whites, which are very pale-skinned, Nordic-looking individuals. And a lot of white people tend to think that they're actually the creators of civilization. And I'm just wondering if these people could be remnants of the fallen, or could they be descendants of the fallen or something of that nature? Because remember, we talked about 3 races born from the giants. So let me show y'all this next thing real quick here.
The progenitors, also known as tall whites or the Anunnaki, envision towering beings radiating an aura of ancient wisdom, their origins woven into the fabric of human mythology. These celestial giants, standing as silent sentinels of our history, are said to have shaped the very core of early humanity. Are they the architects of our distant past? Throughout ancient texts, they raise many questions about our origins.
We're just talking about which aliens are the creepy aliens. I don't know. It's really good. And we're going to talk to some of the good guys, the tall whites, which we have channeled in the past, which is kind of weird. Y'all can go to the CE YouTube channel and find out more about this. All aliens are coming to Earth to save it. In this one video, in this video, we want to go deeper on this topic. Maybe Eric can bring in a tall white, alien that is willing to answer our questions. So I don't know. Eric, did we have to bring in a tall white, or that might be a little bit too much for Michelle? What do you want to do?
No, he says there's one here. So okay. he's showing me, he's like opening the door and going like this. Come on in.
Select door number 3, 1, 2, or 3. Hello, Mr. Tall White Alien or Mrs. Tall. Are you female or male or?
Here's the name. I'm actually getting a name right away, and I'm gonna say he, because he is coming through more of a masculine energy, but he's acknowledging that there's not really, some of us do carry more of a masculine and feminine energy.
They are tall, pale, and extremely intelligent. What's more, they secretly live among us. In 2012, former US Air Force weather observer Charles James Hall published the first part of a book series claiming that these beings not only exist, but they have aided in creating the advanced technology we all use today. Sounds like science fiction, right? But Charles Hall is just one of the many witnesses who have encountered the tall whites.
I could get a closer look. Is anyone out there? Are you a little lost girl? You know, and then every now and then I would get a glimpse of her. I could just tromp down the sagebrush and make, you know, broad lanes for me to go through. And as soon as I started doing it, I noticed that all the meadowlark sounds that I'd heard coming from down the valley suddenly moved up the valley quickly. It just seemed like there was a flock of birds around, you know, and you could hear one off to the sagebrush on my right and one off to my left, none actually behind me, but then like an arc around me. And of course, it made me a little nervous, but I was determined to make sure, because I would every now and then would get glimpses of the little girl. And one of them put out a real shrill sound. It was off to my right. And the little girl stopped running and just stood there in the lane, out there some distance away from me, with sagebrush in between me and her, and waited for me to break through to where she was. And so, in a very patient and deliberate fashion, I broke down the sagebrush, made a real nice wide trail, and broke it off until I could get to the lane where she was, and in effect have her trapped in a box canyon in the sagebrush, no more than from here to, say, where the camera is. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm the weatherman over there. I just thought you might need to be with your parents. And I turned around and I looked at her and I saw that she was a little girl, but she wasn't a human little girl, okay? And the shock I felt can hardly be described. I heard all these meadowlark sounds. I kind of turned around and put my back to her so that I could control my own fear. And I kind of started staggering back to my weather shack, and I had to go down through the lanes I had cut. And I was just saying, I'm the weatherman. I'm over here in the weather shack. If you need some water, I have it. If you're lost, just come to where I am and I'll call the base commander and stuff. I was coming down the last big wide trail with sagebrush on both sides, and I wondered if she was following behind me. And I stopped and turned around slowly, and a sight I'll always remember, running straight towards me, not as far away as the car, 50 feet, maybe less, was one of the tall white men, Range 4 Harry. He was running down the trail straight towards me, and I stood there like a deer in the headlights. He could have run right over me. I was in such shock. And he got to a cross lane that I had cut, and then he turned quickly into the cross lane and ducked down behind the sagebrush, and then would peek at me over the sagebrush. And I was in such shock, I was kind of staggering. And all I could think was, just keep walking. What you don't know about won't hurt you, And I just kind of staggered back into my weather shack at Range 1, and I closed the door, and I just sat there for like a half hour. One afternoon, God, I'll remember it forever. It was a hot day, and it was like 110 or so out there. And I was standing in my Range 3 weather shack. I was inside in the shade, and I was talking on the phone to the Nellis weather station, the wind measurements that I had taken. And there was a lot of static on the line, and it seemed like somebody was listening in. Of course, the guy I was talking, my friend who I was talking to at Nellis, noted the static too. So we hung up, and with my hand still on the phone, I looked out straight north where the theodolite was just a little bit to the left, and standing out there, just this side of the theodolite, just standing there in an ordinary nylon type ski suit kind of thing with boots, and she was obviously listening to what I'd been saying on the telephone.
Now we talked a little bit about these Celts and their pagan rituals. All right. Well, this is the Celtic people, and this is one of their sites where they were doing these rituals. Take a look.
Danino Den is an ancient site, once said to be used as a place for Druid rituals. First known to exist about 4000 BC, Druids were considered by some to be the most knowledgeable people of their time in Scotland. The practices and rituals of Druids have fascinated people for centuries, and sites like Danino Den only further feed these curiosities. A narrow, winding set of steps carved into the rocks lead down into the den, where Celtic crosses, odd faces, and mystical symbols have been etched into the rocks. Offerings dangle from branches and decorate the rocks around the site. The site is seen by some as a gateway to the other world, and hence offerings as well as messages.
Offerings, pagan offerings to their gods, European gods, not Yahuwah, Elu of Yasharal, but European gods,
are left for loved ones and ancestors who have passed on. While it can be tempting to want to participate in these superstitions, unfortunately, the trees at the site are at risk of harm. A sign at the den reads, "Please don't leave anything here that you brought with you, for the health of the trees on this wonderful site. If you feel you must leave a token, please use a strip of biodegradable cotton tied very loosely. So remember, folks, if you're visiting the den, as always, leave only your footprints and take only memories."
All right, check this out. It says Jews and Arabs descended from Canaanites. DNA analysis from bodies found at several sites explain more than half of ancestry. After examining the DNA of 93 bodies recovered from archaeological sites around the southern Levant, the land of Canaan in the Bible, which is not the Middle East, by the way, but somehow they found Canaanite DNA, researchers have concluded that modern populations of the region are descendants of the ancient Canaanites. Most modern Ish groups and the Arabic-speaking groups from the region show at least half of their ancestry as Canaanite. So let's keep going now. We talked a little bit about albinism. Well, what I find so interesting is, like, if you look at some like of these other nations, like these Indians that have albinism, look at this. Don't they look white? These are Indian people from India with albinism, but don't they look Caucasian? This goes to show you that pale skin is essentially a genetic mutation, because these are people who lack melanin, right? But they look very similar to Caucasians of today, which means Caucasians could not have been the first people on this earth. But yeah, look at this. Blonde hair, pale skin. Wow. Interesting, isn't it? That's an albino Native American, I'm assuming. That's what it says. Albino Indian man right here. Look at this. Crazy, huh? Now let me show you another thing here. Check this out. These are some albino Pakistanis. Look at this. Yeah, they look Caucasian to me. Look at that. crazy. Let's keep going. Wow, look at her. This is an albino girl from Pakistan, but doesn't she look white? If you saw her, you would think she was a typical Caucasian. So now we're starting to understand that if Yahuwah, the Most High, created melanated people and the Garden of Eden, or Adan, is near the land of Cush, which we know is a Nubian area where Nubian dark-skinned people would dwell, where do white people come from? I think we understand the truth, a genetic mutation. And I'm going to show you more of that in a minute. There's another one right there. Look at that. Wow. Crazy. Now I'm going to go ahead and show you a few videos here that I have. So let me jump over here and show you this first thing. So this is an Asian with albinism.
Your name, where you're from, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. So the Asian guy is the one in the middle, and look how pale he is compared to these Negroes. Now these Negroes also have albinism, but look how pale he is compared to them. Wow, bro. It's definitely a different type of albinism you see on Negroes than you see on Europeans or pale-skinned people who have albinism. That's crazy.
Right. Well, what's up? And my name is Han, and I grew up in China. I am a...
No, say your full name.
Oh, my...
All right, let's move on. Now, here's another example. This is a Indian woman, another woman in India with albinism. Take a look.
Going back to my home, घर पे जा रही थी and वो Independence Day का दिन. Suddenly 2-3 boys जा रहे थे and they said कि आज ही देश आजाद हुआ था और आज के दिन ही हमें अंग्रेजों की शक्ल देखने को मिल गई. इससे बुरा क्या होगा? या इस तरीके का चीजें.
All right, now I'm going to show you a few more examples of this albinism thing. Now, this is a family in Pakistan that have this history of albinism being passed down. Check this out.
Were you? Yeah, can you still remember what age was it? 8, 9, yeah. I remember that. It's the giant that table. You do look different now. You do, yeah. And this here.
All right, so you got a family of albino. I don't want to play too much because I don't want to get copyright, but I'm just trying to show you this. Let me show you another one. This is another family with albinism.
And causes vulnerability to the sun and bright light. Albinism is rare, non-contagious, and genetically inherited, and is present at birth. In almost all types of albinism, both parents must carry the gene for it to be passed on, even if they do not have albinism themselves. There is no cure for the absence of the melanin central to albinism.
Wow, crazy. Now I'm gonna show you one more.
To when we are donated some of these items.
Okay, all right. Now I have some more stuff from the internet that I want to show you guys because we're only just getting started here. So let me show you this next thing here. All right, so check this out. Somebody posted this on Twitter and they said there is no bigger lie told about us, Revelation 2:9, than we are Europeans. We are the most distinct of all races. We are not even of the human race, let alone Europeans. Yeah, I agree with you. You guys are definitely a people who were never meant to be here in the beginning. But anyway, we are utterly unique. Our features only blend with humans. Our facial features and proportions infinitely more perfect. We are an Anunnaki and Nephilim. Okay, so I want y'all to hear what this Revelation 2:9-3-9 is saying. He is admitting that they are Nephilim. They are Nephilim. They are the descendants of the fallen. But look, it says we are Anunnaki and Nephilim, and our DNA is of the gods. When they say gods, plural, that tells you that these people are not monotheistic. They do not believe in one Eluah. I believe in one Eluah, the creator of all things, Yahuwah, the Eluah of Yasharal, okay? One creator. But they said that they're descendants of the gods. Their DNA is of the gods, meaning those fallen angels, their children, which are the Nephilim, were worshipped as gods. That's why they were called the men of renown. So they're basically saying that they descend from the fallen. That's a open confession. We have extrasensory perception, heightened awareness, and increased sentience. We cannot be defeated by Gentiles any more than humans can be. by other mammals, and I think you guys deep in your hearts know it, and it drives you mad. I mean, look at your nose. Look at this. This is obviously some inbred stuff. This is obviously because of interbreeding or inbreeding. I mean, look at this. This is just disgusting. I mean, this is like a beak. You know what I'm saying? But you heard it straight from his mouth. Let's keep going. Now, just in case you don't believe that these people are a result of inbreeding, look no further than this. Bruh, look, he got spit all over.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Bro, these are Horites. These are Canaanites. So this is interesting. We talked a little bit about Rh negative blood in the first documentary Esau and the Horites. We also talked about it throughout this one, but let's look at this. It says 7 regions with more than 20% Rh negatives. On a national level, no country reaches the high number of 20% of Rh negative people, even though Australia is close with 19.5. And look at that, Caucasians, okay? Now, if you saw the Esau and the Horites documentary, you know that the greatest number of people with Rh negative blood come from the Basque people, which are in Spain, okay? It says there are only 2 reports available according to that, to which percentage of some Berber tribes, namely the Ait Hadadu Berbers in the Atlas Mountains region of Morocco, have a percentage of Rh negatives reach as high as 40%. The Basque, around 35% of Basque are Rh negative in the higher regions. The Basques are located in the Pyrenees mountain region of Spain and France. Basque ancestry have been traced to the Sumerian region based on the genetic examination of ancient burial grounds and in terms of similarity of languages. Sumeria, the deities of Sumeria, those will be the Anunnaki. Let's keep going. Scotland, Northern Ireland, Switzerland, Netherlands, Catalonia. Wow. Yeah, mostly European nations. It says, except the Atlas region, these areas are all by the sea, most in mountainous regions. The people who dwelled in the caves. Do you see where I'm going with this? Do you see where I'm going? I'm tying it all together. I done did all these breakdowns. I done went through all the scriptures. I'm just trying to show you sources outside of my own personal research that corroborate with my research and what the Bible says. This could easily be due to migrant settling in a region where they felt protected by vicinity and surroundings. The Celtic marker R1b is listed as being the most frequent in Northwest Ireland, Scotland, within the Basque and Catalonia region, and in the Netherlands. Wow. Where is Rh negative blood most frequent? Let's look. So it says, on a national level, new data shows Poland having a slightly higher percentage of Rh negative within the population. And then we talked about Australia. Let me see if I can make this bigger. There we go. Okay. So if we look at this, we can see more evidence of these European countries that have this high percentage of this Rh negative stuff. All right. Wow. We can see it's heavy in the Caucasus. All right. Now, let me show you this next video. And this is talking about these, we talked a little bit about the Phoenicians in the last chapter, but I want to show you something to corroborate what I showed you in that section. So we're going to look at this next thing here. And it's talking about the Phoenicians, the Canaanites or whatever. And we're going to just take a quick look at that real quick. And we're going to tie it together with what we've learned thus far throughout this video. All right, let me show you this next one.
You're talking about, we're starting at America's Stonehenge in New Hampshire. Right. And this summer solstice line extends to Stonehenge in England.
It actually goes right through one of the triathlons.
That's amazing, but I see this line continues off to the east. Where does that go?
You're never going to believe where that goes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit of this.
Themselves, but everybody in the region called ancient message. Was that like a roof?
We think that was most likely a roof slab for a chamber right there.
Scott, this is the ball stone. It was found in 1964.
What does it say?
Well, it says, to Baal, on behalf of the Canaanites, this is dedicated.
The Canaanites.
Wait, it says Tubal? Now, y'all remember Tubal-Cain. That was one of Cain's descendants, is Tubal, okay? And Tubal-Cain. I find that to be very, very, very interesting. Let's keep going.
The land of Canaan.
That's right.
That's what they used to call themselves, but everybody in the region called them the Phoenicians. They got all over the known world at that time. And many people believe that they made it over here to North America.
And there are many examples of possible Phoenician writings all the way from Maine down to Brazil.
As number 3. Spices here?
Can we believe?
All right, we're going to move on. So we're going to look at this next thing, and it's talking about the Canaanite rituals and things of that nature that have been taking place all around the world. All right, let's look at that. All right, this is actually a video that's on YouTube, so I don't want to get in too much trouble by playing it, but...
And truly the intention of it is really to go there and have sexual relations with people, to partake in drugs and fire for burnt offering.
All right, let's keep going. Moloch, on the other hand, was a deity that was worshipped by the ancient Canaanites and Phoenicians. He was typically associated with child and was often depicted as a cruel and bloodthirsty figure despite his gruesome reputation. However, Moloch was seen as a powerful and influential god with the ability to grant his followers great power and wealth.
An ancient civilization in North Africa killed their children for their gods. Evidence for the worship of Moloch is found in the Old Testament, with variant names Molech, Melech, and Baal, meaning Lord, and also the Phoenician theonym for Moloch is MLK. If the classical reports are accurate, Moloch represents a deity or symbology associated with child sacrifice and is fervently despised in the Old Testament. Has also been drawn and referred to as Kronos due to the parallel theme of the Titan god devouring his children.
I mean, that looked like a Horite to me. And I'm pretty sure this is an accurate depiction of what the giants look like. And this is a pale-skinned giant right here with shaggy hair, shaggy features, consuming human flesh. Just saying.
Ritualistic intimations of Baal and Moloch have existed for thousands of years, with modern reimaginings depicting the idol as a machine. Other controversial interpretations can be found in the origins of Freemasonry, as revealed in the Royal Arch Degree in the Rituals of Exaltation. The name of the great architect of the universe is a trinity of words: Ja-Bulan, translating to Yahweh, Baal, and Osiris, the ancient Egyptian god of fertility, resurrection, and the underworld. In Tunisia, just outside Jerusalem, children were said to have been sacrificed, but the religion of Carthage in North Africa managed to continue the Canaanite ritual. With several modifications, they birthed what the Jewish virtual library called the Cult of Moloch, creating the largest Tophet ever discovered, covering almost 4 miles with 9 descending levels, and with dedications to Baal and the Phoenician theonym from Anda. They also reaffirmed previous analyses that because the ritual was so expensive, only the wealthiest and most powerful in Carthage could have practiced it. The cult of Moloch was real, an unspeakable evil carried out by wealthy humans while their society was flourishing. An author of the study said, quote, "We should not imagine that ancient people thought like us and were horrified by the same things. But remember, the Greeks and the Romans were just as appalled then as we are now. Even many animals have an unquenchable desire for the safety of their offspring." All
right, moving on. Check this out. It says Chicago's World Fair of 1933 Moloch worshiping. There's proof that we really are dealing with Moloch worshiping and child sacrificing fanatics. They view us as Amalek, even though they're actually Amalek themselves. The Rev 2939s. Because remember, Esau had a child with Timnah the Horite and bore to him Amalek. Okay, which would also be, an Edomite that was amongst those Canaanites. And, we read earlier how those descendants of Cain were always around the Canaanites, specifically the Amalekim, that would have intermixed with the other Canaanites. That would have been those, other tribes that would have surrounded that area. So there's been a lot of mixing going on with these wicked bloodlines. But this right here is a Moloch worshiping ritual, and it's the Rev 2939s. Okay, yeah, I'm not rocking with the sound. The sound is really bad, so I'm gonna just mute it. But you can see this right here. And it's a bunch of pale-skinned people doing this ritual. I don't see no black people here. We don't do this kind of stuff, honestly. It's not our thing. Not Negroes, at least. Maybe some of the other peoples that might be melanated, but we don't do that, bro. All right. I guess we'll stop there. All right, cool. So let's keep going. There's so much more I want to show you guys, so we're gonna just move on from there. All right, we looked at that. All right, now I'm going to show some stuff that might make some people upset, but you know what? Like I said, all these lies that have been able to be told about so-called black people, Negroes, have been left unchecked. Maybe if these things wouldn't have been made, to be true or told that they're true, and being able to be paraded around and use this doctrine against black people to enslave them, I wouldn't even need to make this video. Right? But now we're going to turn over sour cream supremacy on its side. Check this out. This is an article from Science Forums, and it says, scientists proves European DNA from albino. Interesting. Scientific research proved the origin of white Europeans due to albinism mutation SLC 45A OCA2. We white people are thus not a race, but mutated I can't even pronounce that word. Albinos type 2. European DNA also matches with Dravidians of India, namely haplogroup R. Recent theories say that Indian albinos migrated into Northern Europe through Central Asia because they had to flee the devastating effects of sunny climate in their Indian homeland. Now, listen, we know that the Dravidian people, the Dravidian Indians of India, were originally dark-skinned people. Now, we looked at some of those Indian people with albinism, and we noticed they look very Caucasian. Same thing with the Pakistanis, same thing with some of these Iranians and other groups like that. Now we know why white scientists use albino rats to test medication for white people. Interesting connection. And use dark rats to test medication for melanated people. All right. It also proves why Europeans have the worst health condition, recessive genes, and suffer from birth defects, low birth rates, and macular degeneration. Of course, through centuries of admixture with Moors, Asians, Turks, etc., whites got a variety of shade and eye colors, but the original ancestor was albino, as proven by Danish geneticist Hans Eichberg. Both blonde and red-haired genes show a type 2 albinism mutation. Thus, we white people can forget the myth about being cold adapted. Our albino origins explain the various health problems resulting in lack of melanin. Melanin is needed for health of organs, brain, ears, eyes, and skin. It is a semiconductor. Even polar bears, Eskimos, and Indians from Tierra del Fuego have dark skin because melanin is the best absorber and converter of UV radiation to heat and energy. And one of the benefits of melanin as well is it causes us to age much slower. That's why I say black. That's why so many people say black don't crack. As a matter of fact, to illustrate the power of melanin, I'm going to just show you a white woman and I'm going to show you a black woman, and you tell me who looks older. All right? Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull that video up for you so I can prove it. All right, check out this video, man. This is pretty interesting, I must say.
Stitch it, and I want to see what all the 40-year-old faces look like.
I just turned 50 last month, on the 22nd. This is 50.
Okay, so this black woman is 50 years old. Bruh, look how young she looks. Now, this white woman is younger than her. She's 40. Look how old she looks. This is what I'm saying, all right? We were created in the Most High's image. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm trying to get you to understand. White supremacy is a myth. It's not real, okay? Look how old this lady looks. She's 10 years younger than that black woman, but look how old she looks versus the black woman. Come on, bruh. There's no comparison. There is no comparison. We are the children of the Most High. We are. Melanin came from the highest Yahuwah. He created all his people with melanin. And even the other nations that came from Adam would have been melanated. Adam would have been melanated. He was formed from the red dirt of Africa, Ethiopia, all right? But these people right here, Canaanites, genetically recessive, descendants of the fallen. I don't know why the heck y'all Negroes be wanting to marry them. I'm just saying, I don't understand it. When you got all this melanin perfection right here. Absolutely beautiful black woman. But let's keep going. I just wanted to show y'all that because that's something else you need to factor in. I mean, y'all probably don't know this, but melanin is worth more than gold. And maybe we can get to that a little bit later on, but we still got more to look at. So let's keep going. All right, let me jump over here. All right, we'll skip that article. We'll skip this one. All right, we're going to look at a few more things here and we will understand a little bit more information as we continue with this, because there's a lot more truth that's going to be brought out today. All right, so let me show you this next article. Now, this one is very, very interesting. Check this out. Were Canaanites Caucasians? Researchers at the Hebrew University have found the genetic roots of the Canaanites stretch as far as the Caucasus. Now, we read that earlier. Remember, it said that there's probably like a mixed, the Canaanites could be mixed with Iranians and Caucasians because they was up in the Caucasus. So it says, who are the Canaanites, the oldest known inhabitants of what was to become Yasharal, the biblical promised land? This is not just a historical and archaeological question. It is now also a political issue. Researchers at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem have now established the genetic roots of the Canaanites stretch as far as the Caucasus and Iran. Wow. Well, there's another witness to back up what I was saying and what I present in this video. All right, now let's go back. Let's look at this. All right. Are you of the most ancient bloodline? If you have a red gene, freckles, light skin, reddish hair, that is a sign. High intelligence is also a Neanderthal trait. That's hilarious. They said that Neanderthals are smart. That's hilarious, bro. The Neanderthals had large craniums and therefore more brain. You see, now that the truth has come out that they were a bunch of cave dwellers and Neanderthals, now they want to make Neanderthals out to be very intelligent, highly sophisticated, but we know that they was over there grumbling around, crawling on all fours, and all type of other stuff like that. They survived through the ice ages, which required the ability to adapt to hunger and to be able to kill large animals. This meant they had good skills in teamwork. From a combination of old and new evidence, it appears that at least we have a satisfactory answer to the age-old question, what happened to Neanderthals? If the current reasoning is correct, their descendants are still with them and are still with us, and we call them the Basque people. So the people with the highest rate of Rh negative blood are the Basque people. So those blue-eyed, blonde hair, red hair, blonde hair individuals are Horites, Neanderthals, that's where the bloodline comes from. Do you see how it all connects? Rh negative blood, that is a fallen bloodline. That's why the royal family has it. It came from the fallen. Now listen, if you are Rh negative, I am not saying you are inherently wicked. I understand some of our people have Rh negative blood because of slavery. But the truth of the matter is the source of this bloodline comes from the Nephilim period. All right, let's keep going. Robert J. Sawyer has recently published this book, Hominids, a fictional account of an interaction between sapiens, humans, and Neanderthals, but drawing on the latest scientific research about Neanderthals. This research includes studies of DNA extracted from bones of Neanderthal remains. The account mentions 5 months of painstaking work to extract a 379 nucleotide fragment from the control region of the Neanderthals' mitochondrial DNA, followed by the use of polymerase chain reaction to reproduce millions of copies of the recovered DNA. This was carefully sequenced and then check-made of the corresponding mitochondrial DNA from 1,600 modern humans, native Canadians, Polynesians, Australians, Africans, Asians, Europeans. Every one of those 1,600 people had at least 371 nucleotides out of those 379 the same. Maximum deviation was just 8 nucleotides. Listen to this. Looking now at the evidence for the theory that the Basques are descended principally from Neanderthals, everything suddenly falls into place and the supposition becomes almost self-evident. Location. The home country of the Neanderthals is well known to have been Western Europe. One source says that they dominated this area for at least 250,000 years. Okay, I don't know about all that because the Moors were ruling over Europe for 700 years. So I don't know about 250,000, but whatever. Chew out the meat, spit out the bones. Many of the best Neanderthal specimens have originated from the Iberian Peninsula. The Basque country lying on the western side of the Pyrenees and on the border between Spain and France fits in neatly with this location. The Basques are well known to have distinctive body characteristics, Kurlansky says. Ample evidence exists that the Basques are a physically distinct group. There is a Basque type with a long, straight nose, thick eyebrows, strong chin, and long earlobes. Basque skulls tend to be built on a different pattern in the early 1800s. A researcher reported, someone gave me a Basque body and I dissected it, and I assert that the head was not built like that of other men. Okay, so we can admit there are some people who were never supposed to be here, family. And that's what I keep trying to get y'all to understand. It's because of the fallen that these people exist. Let's keep reading. Even stronger evidence comes from the rhesus factor discovered only in 1940. The blood of most humans and or apparently other primates contains this factor, and it's called rhesus positive or Rh positive blood. Blood lacking this factor is called rhesus negative. The Basques are well known to have the highest percentage, around 33% of rhesus negative blood of any human population, and are so regarded as the original source of this factor, which would be the Neanderthals as well and the fallen, or the Nephilim. In the United States, some 15% of the European population are Rh negative, while the percentage in the Asian and Black population is much less than this, right? So this is actually something that is more prevalent in white people than it is Negroes, Black people. The only reason some Black people have this is because of slavery, if I'm being honest, which is why I keep telling y'all, stop mixing with them. If you are a Black man, get you an Israelite Black woman. If you are an Israelite Black woman, get you an Israelite Black man. Stop mixing with these mutants. Stop mixing with these non-human entities. Stop mixing with the children of the fallen. Stop doing it. Keep telling y'all. Possession of Rh negative blood can be a major disadvantage for human population. A Rh negative woman who receives a Rh positive child with a Rh positive man will typically bear her first child without special problems. However, because of the intermingling of fluids between the mother and fetus, the first pregnancy builds up antibodies to Rh positive blood in the woman, which typically attack the blood of her subsequent Rh positive children, causing them to miscarry, be stillborn, or die shortly after birth. Now, let me say something to people with Rh negative blood. Because a lot of people got mad at me when I pulled out what I pulled out on Esau and the Horites. Listen, Rh negative blood is not from the Most High. The reason why I'm saying that is because he expected his people to be fruitful and multiply. If a person has Rh negative blood, right, and a mother, right, and a child is born with Rh positive blood, her blood can actually unalive the child and poison the child if she doesn't get the RhoGAM shot. So what does that mean? That means that is not something the Most High will put in our blood. It comes from something else, which is not of this world, and that's why a lot of Rh negative people will tell you they've had experiences with so-called abductions. They have, psychic abilities, extrasensory perception, and all these different things. They're counting it as a flex. But the real reason why they have these issues and these experiences is because they are descendants of the fallen angels. All right? That's what they're not going to tell you. People over here talking about, I'm starseed. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. You have a bloodline from a wicked people, wicked beings that were never supposed to be here to begin with. And like I said, I know this might be hard for some people to hear, but it is what it is. This is the truth you need to know, because ain't nobody telling you the truth about this. So I'm gonna tell you. Doesn't mean you're wicked if you're Rh negative. It doesn't mean anything. If you're a black person with Rh negative blood, I'm not attacking you. I'm just trying to show you the realness of slavery and what it did to black people. As far as Europeans, well, I mean, that's just typical with y'all to have this. But black people with Rh negative blood, look, it's not your fault. I mean, what happened to our people happened to our people. But the origin of this is not Nephilim. Just so it makes sense. Let's keep going. All right, looking at a little bit more of this article. All right, I guess we'll keep going. All right. People with Rh negative blood may be descendants of extraterrestrials or Atlanteans. Okay, so more evidence that Rh negative blood is not something the Most High created in people. Do you know your blood type? Even every human on this planet has either O, A, B, or AB. Within these types, you either have Rh positive, Rh negative blood. The rhesus factor refers to specific antigen in the blood. If your blood lacks Rh antigen, you are Rh negative. If your blood has the antigen, you are Rh positive. About 85% of the population has antigen, 15% does not, and are considered Rh negatives. Rh negative blood types are one of the most fascinating subjects I've ever researched. In the study of genetics, we find that we can only inherit what our ancestors had, except in the case of mutation. We can only have any numerous combination of traits inherited from all our ancestors. Nothing more, nothing less. Therefore, if man and ape had evolved, okay, like I said, chew up the meat, spit out the bones. All right, I'm going to just skip forward because, yeah. All right, so it's more stuff about the Basque people. Look at this. The Oriental Jews of Israel also have a high percentage of Rh negatives in their population, although most other Oriental people only have 1% Rh negative, which makes sense because the Khazars come from an Asiatic people, so that would make sense. Which we know that them people are Khazars. Listen to this. Rh negatives also tend to have strange characteristics about themselves that are uncommon to most other people in society, such as a feeling of not belonging. Truth seekers. Well, I don't think that's necessarily an Rh negative trait. I mean, we're all seeking truth in this world. A sense of mission in life, empathy, and compassion for mankind. Now, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I have dealt with people who are Rh negative and they're extremely sensitive, right? They can't watch the news. They can't watch, movies where there might be things that might happen to certain people that are extremely traumatic. They don't like concerts. They don't like loud sounds, loud music. These are all traits of Rh negative people. So if you have these things and it's like to a point where a lot of people can't stand being around you because you have these sensitivities, it's most likely because you are Rh negative. Now, me, I like loud music. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm an artist. I'm a musician. So I love my music loud. I bump it loud. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going. Higher than average IQ, ESP ability, love of space and science. Okay, that's fake. So a love of lies. Okay, well, there's no such thing as space. All right. The earth is flat. There's no such thing as planets and all this other goofy stuff. more sensitive vision and other senses, increased psychic and intuitive abilities. So I've heard people with Rh negative blood talk about things like they absorb people's energy, they feel people's energy, they feel people's pain and stuff like that. That is also another one of these traits of people with Rh negative blood. Look, if someone tells me how they feel, I can know what they're going through. I can look at a person and tell if they're sad, but I don't absorb their energy. I don't absorb anything, okay? I can tell based off of how I look at somebody by observation if they're going through something, but I don't absorb their pain and their energy. That is an ability that these Rh negative people have that are descendants of the fallen. Let's keep going. Lower body temperature, okay? So maybe anemic, possibly. Higher blood pressure, some say lower. Predominantly what? Blue, green, or hazel eyes. Red or reddish tint to their hair color. So when you look at people with red hair, that is another example of Rh negative blood. That is another example of people that have this trait. Let's keep going. Increased sensitivity to heat and sunlight. So again, this would affect people who were not originally melanated. So again, if you are a melanated person and you have this, just understand it's because of what has happened to our people in slavery, as I said before. Unexplained scars, empathetic illnesses, ability to disrupt electrical devices, experience strange unexplained phenomenon, psychic dreams, prone to alien abductions, and cannot be cloned. Very, 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 very interesting. All right, we're gonna move on. Now, since we're talking about red hair being a genetic mutation, let me show you this. The legend of CT-Ka, red-haired giants in Lovelock, Nevada. So you have red-haired giants, okay? Am I starting to make some sense of this for you? Is it starting to make some sense? It's starting to make some sense that there are people here who are not fully human, that are direct descendants of the Nephilim. Let's look at this. It says, thus, the Paiutes, a Native American tribe that inhabitates sections of Nevada, have a narrative concerning their ancestors and a race of red-haired, what? White! Let me say it again. Hold on, one more time. And a race of red-haired, white giants that they told to early white settlers of the area. These colossal creatures are described as the CT-Ka. Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins, the daughter of Paiute Indian chief, documented the story in her book, Life Among the Paiutes, Their Wrongs and Claims, which was published in 1882. So these Native American people were describing these red-haired giants, these colossal creatures with red hair and white skin, going right back to Enoch, okay? We read about Enoch. We read about Noah. Noah was born with albinism, and they thought that he was a descendant of the fallen. Why? Because of that complexion. A Negro with albinism would have looked like a pale-skinned giant, that's why Noah's father thought he was a descendant of the fallen, all right? These giants have been described as vicious, unfriendly, and cannibalistic. No wonder Europeans love to eat bloody meat. Despite their modest numbers, the CT-Ka gave a great threat to the Paiutes, who were just beginning to establish themselves in the area. Legend has it that a great battle took place. The Paiute concerned and forced the giants down into a tunnel system, heaped foliage over the entrance and set it on fire with blazing arrows, which resulted in their extinction in the site that is now known as Lovelock Cave. All right, so these giants, these red-haired, pale-skinned giants, were living in caves, and they were white with red hair. And we know that red hair is something people with Rh negative blood have. Oh, it's all starting to make sense now, huh? Let's keep going. The account has been disregarded by modern historians and anthropologists as fiction and allegorical myth, but some have argued that archaeological evidence suggests otherwise. Archaeologists discovered thousands of items inside this cave during the early 20th century, prompting a lengthy excavation and speculation that the Paiute legend was true. Lovelock Cave in Nevada first drew archaeologists' attention in 1924, 13 years after miners began harvesting the bat guano that had grown up on its floor. Dry bat guano is traditionally natural fertilizer for use in organic gardening. All right, let's move on. I'm gonna show you this next thing. More proof. Let me jump over here to this next article that I want to show you guys that kind of ties to this as well. So let me pull this next thing up for you guys. Give me one sec. Now check this out right here. This is an article from the Science Times, and it reads, "Did U.S. soldiers encounter real giants in Afghanistan, exploring the Kandahar giant mystery? A strange story about U.S. troops who say they saw a giant in Afghanistan has amazed and confused many. Stories of people meeting legendary creatures have also made people interested and skeptical. The story of the giant from Kandahar. One of the most well-known stories is about the giant of Kandahar, a 13-foot tall creature that U.S. Special Forces are said to have seen in 2002. The giant was said to have had fiery red hair, 6 fingers on each hand, and 2 rows of teeth. Wow. The fight is said to have happened in a rural area of Kandahar where a U.S. patrol went missing. The Special Forces group found the giant cooking food when they got there. When they got into a fight, the giant killed one soldier with a spear. After 30 seconds of steady shooting, the rest of the unit killed the giant. The Kandahar giant story became infamous on several websites and was told in Nick Orton's book, Tales from the Grid Square, a collection of strange military encounters. Even though the story received much attention, the U.S. Department of Defense had no record of such an event. Many people thought it was a myth or a complicated hoax. However, conspiracy theories and people of supernatural interests are still interested in the story. All right. It's a video. I don't know if I want to play it because copyright, but this is the giant right here. Matter of fact, I guess we can play a little bit of it. I'm just gonna fix it in post-production.
Afghanistan, 2002. Picture this. You're a US soldier deployed in the rocky terrains of Kandahar. You're accustomed to the dangers of war, but nothing could prepare you for what's next. Emerging from the shadows is a colossal figure, a giant that could rival the biblical Goliath. This isn't fiction. This is a tale that has been circulated among certain circles within the military, sparking debates and gripping the imagination of those who dare ponder the unexplained. Welcome to the enigma of the Kandahar giant, a story nestled on the borderlines of military accounts and modern-day myth.
Crazy, bro. All right, we're gonna keep going because I don't want to play too much of a video on here. So we're gonna keep this thing going. Okay. Now, let me show you something else. Give me a second here, because I got a few more things that I want to show you guys. We're almost done, fam. I know it's been a long stream, but there's a lot that needs to be shown. All right, here's another article. White people are mutants. Sandra Porter. No red herrings here. Lamason Edisa found a single gene that controls human skin color. While studying pigmentation in zebrafish, this zebrafish had an unusual golden color that turned out to be an important clue. Lamason and collaborators found that the golden zebrafish lost their normal color because of the mutation in the SLC24A5 gene. When the zebrafish have the mutant form, they produce fewer melanosomes. Fewer melanosomes, right? What on earth is a melanosome? Melanosomes are special compartments that store pigments. You can think of them like clear containers that hold brown paint. The brown paint will correspond to the pigment, melanin. There are also different shades of brown paint. Melanin, one lighter, pheomelanin, and one darker, eumelanin. Melanosomes are only found in special kinds of cells called melanocytes. Fewer melanosomes mean a lighter color. So we could see, according to science itself, Yahuwah created melanin. I mean, we have melanin receptors. We have areas in our body, compartments that store melanin. The more melanin you have, the more color you have to your skin, your eyes, your hair. So people with less melanin, I mean, what does that say about them? They are genetically recessive. They are, people who are not the original human beings. These are mutations that have caused white skin. But they told us it was the other way around. They said black skin is not, was a curse by the Father. But we realize white skin is, because that makes you less than the original Adamic people. That makes you basically a mutant, essentially. So if white skin is a mutation, then people that have it would be considered mutants. Now, leprosy, I think, is different. Albinism, I think, is different. But I'm talking about just pale skin in general, like, you know, because albinos are different than pale skinned people. It doesn't matter how many times pale skinned people breed, they cannot make a dark skinned child. But two albino people, two people with albinism, two Negro albinos could make a dark skinned baby. Or you could have two dark skinned people make an albino child. But white and white cannot make black. And let me show you something else, because people need to understand that there are blue-eyed black people too. Let me show you this. Just in case you didn't know this. Check this out. You have black people with blue eyes. Oh, you definitely do. Which I do believe could definitely be a mutation as well. But they are melanated people. Right? Look at those eyes. Wow. Crazy. Green eyes in Africa. Interesting, huh? See, this is what sour cream supremacy doesn't show you. Okay. All right. Just wanted to show that real quick. Now, let me show you something else here. I have a few more articles that kind of corroborate what I'm showing you right now, so we're going to keep on going. Check this out. Here's another article from the scientists. Scientists say white skin may be a result of a genetic mutation. A recent international study headed by the Chinese scientists have revealed that the preference of people from China for white-colored or pale complexion may originate from a defective genotype. It has been considered an economic, social, or cultural phenomenon that Chinese men appear to be preoccupied with fair skin. This frequently happens when they are looking for a partner. Meanwhile, most Chinese women reportedly prefer a Caucasian or trophy husband. Modern Chinese women desire to be Bai Fu Mei, which translates to white, rich, beautiful. Furthermore, Mental, a market research company, conducted a study that showed 95% of women in China aged 20 to 49 use facial masks to attain a whiter face. The finding of this study indicates that this desire to find a partner with white color complexion may come from a genetic predisposition. Chinese people have a perception that people with white skin are more superior because nobles that ruled China thousands of years ago had white skin. The coming of Europeans to China also contributed to this perception. Genetic samples taken in more than 1,000 individuals were studied and analyzed by the researchers from China, US, and Europe. The findings showed that the fairer skin of the Han Chinese compared to skin of people from Southeast Asia and Africa is a result of the mutation of the OCA2 gene. And this right here, this same mutation is what gives them light eyes, colored eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, right? That is something that you find. And even when we talk about straight hair and a lot of these other things, it's something to think about. The function of the OCA2 gene is an aid in the transportation of tyrosine, a amino acid used in producing melanin. Melanin is the pigment that determines skin coloration. Professor Su Bing of Kunming Institute of Zoology in Yunnan Province and Ming Anming of Tsinghua University of Beijing led the research team. The team estimates that the mutation of the genes leading to fairer skin of Han Chinese happened around 15,000 years ago, after their ancestors migrated up to the north of the country. All right, so I don't believe the Earth is 15,000 years old, but like I said, chew up the meat, spit out the bones. Here's another one. Scientists find a DNA change that accounts for white skin. Scientists said yesterday that they discovered a tiny genetic mutation that largely explains the first appearance of white skin in humans tens of thousands of years ago, a finding that helps solve one of biology's most enduring mysteries and illuminates one of humanity's greatest sources of strife. The work suggests that the skin whitening mutation occurred by chance in a single individual after the first human exodus from Africa, when all people were brown skinned. That person's offspring, apparently thought as humans, moved northward into what is now Europe, helping to give rise to the lightest of the world's races. Leaders of the study at Penn State University warned against interpreting the finding as a discovery of the race gene. Race is vaguely defined biological, social, and political concept, they noted, and skin color is only part of what race is and is not. In fact, several scientists said the New York shows just how small a biological difference is reflected by skin color. The newly found mutation involves a chain of just one letter of DNA code out of the 3.1 billion letters in the human genome, the complete instructions for making a human being. It's a major finding in a very sensitive area, said Stephen Oppenheimer, an expert in anthropological genetics at Oxford University, who is not involved in the work. Almost all the differences used to differentiate populations from around the world are really skin deep. Wow. So the truth is coming out, man. The truth is coming out. A lot of what we have been told and what they have said to us is all a lie. And, you know, this is the time of the Gentiles right now. But see, Jacob, we up next, right? Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of the world that follows. 2nd Ezra chapter 6, verse 9. So when Esau is falling and the time of the Gentiles is coming to an end, all their lies will be destroyed and exposed. And because these things are being revealed, we now understand that we are at the tail end. All right, let's look at this. What else do we have here? All right, I think I'm gonna skip this article. All right, moving on. I'm just trying to get through this, y'all. I know this has been so long, and I just don't want to, keep y'all here too long. So I'm gonna just be skipping through some stuff real quick, if y'all don't mind, because I just want to move on. All right, I want to move on. I want to move on. I want to move on. All right, let's look at this article. Why did people become white? A host of evolutionary pressures at work that contributed to the development of lighter skin, but for now, scientists aren't sure exactly what produced white people. Humans come in a rainbow of hues from dark chocolate brown to early translucent whites. The full kaleidoscope of skin colors was relatively recent evolutionary development, according to biologists, occurring alongside the migration of modern humans out of Africa between 100,000 and 50,000 years ago. Chew up the meat, spit out the bones. The consensus among scientists has always been that lower levels of vitamin D at higher latitudes, where the sun is less intense, caused a lightning effect when modern humans who began darker skin first migrated north. But other factors might be at work. A new study suggests from the varying effects of frostbite to the sexual preference of early men, a host of theories have been reviewed. Interesting. See, now they won't ever tell you that it's because of fallen angels, because they got to do everything in their power to make you believe the Bible isn't true. But that's really what it comes down to. That is what caused the mutation. That's why the Most High was so angry about what was taking place. Now, since we talking about the giants, man, I think it's only right to show you this video and show you these Caucasoid, pale-skinned people over here eating this nasty, bloody meat. Just disgusting. Check this out. Bro.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Nasty, disgusting. Now, these look like some Asiatic people, but still, nasty. Oh man, they over here eating monkeys and all type of stuff. Just nasty, just disgusting, unsanitary. Brother, what's that, brother? Brother, what's that? What's that, brother? All right, Okay, so let's talk about the OCA2 gene that causes this mutation in the eyes, which leads to colored eyes. So I'm going to show you a few articles here so we can talk a little bit more about that. So let's jump over here. All right, so let me show you this one article. Okay, so P protein, also known as melanocyte specific transporter protein or pink-eyed dilution protein homolog, is a protein in humans encoded by the I'm not going to even try to pronounce this. Albinism 2, OCA2 gene. Okay, so basically this OCA2 gene, which is a form of albinism, part 2, albinism 2, is what leads to blue eyes, blonde hair, green eyes, and all these other things you mostly see in Caucasian people. It's because of the lack of melanin production. Now, you have black people that have blue eyes, green eyes, which could be obviously a result of mutation and things like that. But in Caucasian people, we can see that it actually causes them to have white skin, pale skin, so on and so forth, but also colored eyes. And let's see, the exact function of protein P is unknown, but it has been found that is essential for the normal coloring of skin, eyes, and hair, and likely involved in melanin production. This gene seems to be the main determinant of eye color, depending on the amounts of melanin production in the iris stroma, large amounts giving rise to brown eyes, little to no melanin giving rise to blue eyes. They told you blue eyes are beautiful. They told you green eyes are superior. You know, the Nordic races and the Aryan race and all this other goofy stuff. But now you realize they're mutants. The Most High didn't create blue eyes. It's a mutation. Everything about them is mutated. That's why they're weaker. That's why black people dominate sports, dominate music, dominate every form of arts, athletics, everything. We are stronger, faster, taller, all of that. They know this. Everything that they have created to build the system of sour cream supremacy is based in their own insecurities. That's really what it is. And I'm not saying it to brag. It's a fact. We know black people are faster than them. I mean, I want y'all to think for a minute about Hitler and all of them folks, right? They were pushing this whole white supremacist thing, the Aryan races, the master race and all that. And then you had Jesse Owens, right? Compete in the Berlin Olympics and literally destroy the Germans. Hitler got proved wrong in front of everybody by the hands of a black man. You ever seen Get Out? Go watch that film. The dude was literally angry because he lost to a black man, and Jesse Owens, without even intentionally doing it, just being a good athlete, just being a Yahudi, he destroyed sour cream supremacy and the whole Aryan concept. So how people still hold to it is because they're just disillusioned. They can't accept the reality. That's why they want to make the Messiah some white man. So you telling me that your Messiah is a cave dweller? I definitely don't want him. He a Horite. No thanks. I don't want your Horite JC. Anywho, let's keep going. All right, here's another article talking about this this factor that causes these colored eyes. So the like I said, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. OA2 gene is a genetic condition that affects the coloring or pigmentation of the skin, hair, and eyes. Affected individuals typically have very fair skin or white or light-colored hair. Long-term sun exposure greatly increases the risk of skin damage and skin cancer, including an aggressive form of skin cancer called melanoma in people with this condition. This condition also reduces pigmentation of the colored part of the eye, the iris, and the light-sensitive tissue at the back of the eye, the retina. People with this condition usually have vision problems such as reduced sharpness, nystagmus, and strabismus, and increased sensitivity to light, photophobia. This condition is caused by genetic changes in the OCA2 gene and is inherited in an autosomal recessive fashion. Interesting. Genetic mutations. So the OA2 is caused by genetic mutations known as pathogenic variants. Genetic mutations can be hereditary when parents pass them down to their children, or they may occur randomly when cells are dividing. Genetic mutations may also result from contracted viruses, environment factors such as UV radiation from sunlight exposure, or a combination of any of these. If you suspect you may have this disease, you may want to start collecting your family health history. Wow. Autosomal recessive. Yep. Yeah, this definitely doesn't apply to melanated people. Now, I will say this, the darker skinned people with the blue eyes, I believe, could have some form of this, but they were still able to retain their melanin. So they did not lack in melanin production in their body for like the blue-eyed, green-eyed, dark-skinned people, but somehow, some way, their eyes just changed, you know, by some kind of mutation, but they still were able to produce melanin in their body, which is why they're still darker skinned people. All right, moving on. We're almost done. I got maybe like a few more things I want to show you guys. Fallen angels and Rh negative bloodlines. Here's a news flash for you. The Rh negative bloodlines are the fallen Malkiyah, not the Hebrews. And 22 out of 200 went rogue, and humanity is now being deceived by the synagogue of Hashatan. We already know about that. Okay, so this is talking about them folk. I'm not going to go too deep into this because we already kind of covered this throughout the film, so we'll just keep going. All right, moving on. All right, now we talked a little bit about alchemy. Well, the secrets of ancient alchemy, tracing its journey from Egypt. Remember, the Canaanite stuff started in Egypt, alchemy, right? To Europe. So Europe is one of the greatest countries that produces and works in alchemy. All right, that tells you everything you need to know, Canaanite stuff. But let's see. Alchemy, an arcane practice shrouded in mystery, has been a continuous thread woven through the fabric of ancient wisdom and the development of science. Its beginnings are as mystical as its principles, tracing back to the sands of ancient Egypt, where it amalgamated spirituality with the pursuit of material transformation. Conceived in a realm where the spiritual and physical worlds were not yet divorced, alchemy sought the perfection of matter and, more critically, the elevation of the soul. So the Templar Knights were heavily involved in alchemy, and they are also where you get, that was like your first real secret society that ended up becoming Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So we can see how these European nations have all kind of embraced this Cananistic kind of concept. That's why at the war shows they doing these Canaanite rituals. That's why you got Abortion going on, all of these Cananistic rituals. All right, Greek and Hellenistic contributions. The flames of alchemy were fanned by Greek and Hellenistic influences, especially through the intellectual hub of Alexandria. Greek philosophers like Aristotle contributed significantly to the alchemic lore by introducing the concept of the four elements: earth, water, air, and fire, and essential building blocks. Alexandria's diverse milieu fostered a fusion of Egyptian secrets with Greek thought, giving alchemy a more analytic edge. Alchemy in medieval Europe, the birth of alchemy in Europe. Okay, well, we might as well watch a little bit of this. Why not, right? Let's watch. All right, moving on. I don't want to sit through this. It just looks boring. All right, let's look at this next thing. Here be cannibals. Cannibalism in New Zealand. There is not a bay, not a cove in New Zealand which has not witnessed horrible dramas, and woe to the white man who falls into New Zealanders' hands. Yeah, I don't think I want to read all this. Yeah, so we'll skip that. Moving on. White cannibals of Europe. Medical cannibalism in Europe, hidden history. The series entitled White Cannibals of Europe will give voice to the hidden but pervasive history of cannibalism, necrophilia, and necromancy in Europe among Western and Eastern European nations. The series will present incontrovertible evidence often provided by so-called white European authorities and intellectuals, often writing for a local white elites who still read and understand real history as opposed to reality TV. I'm assuming this is a text. All right, let's look at this, man. I'm gonna read a little bit of this and we'll move on to the next thing because we're almost done with this. Besides blood, Europeans consumed human flesh, heart, bones, skulls, burned bones, and bone marrow, and other body parts, and body products like Gordon Grube, and body products, Salaki. Physicians and pharmacies prescribe substances from human corpses to treat a variety of diseases, including arthritis, reproductive difficulties, warts, and skin blemishes. Make this bigger. Blood was considered most effective when drunk immediately after the death of a person from whose body it was taken, and the blood of those who died violently in their prime was thought to be especially potent. Executed criminals were one of the few main sources of body substances in Denmark. Epileptics were reported to stand around the scaffold in crowds, cup in hand, ready to quaff the red blood as it flows from the still quivering body. Ew. Okay, I can't read this. This is nasty. I can't, bro. That's disgusting. And you know, like I said, the fact that I'm so bothered by this, I mean, our people, bro, we were told in Torah not to drink blood, but the heathens, that's what they do. They were never given the Torah. So of course they're gonna do all these nasty, disgusting Canaanite things that they do. Let me show you this article. I showed you a little bit about this earlier, but I'm just going to back it up with this article. The ancient Canaanites had, including the Iran Caucasus origin. So we have a third witness from a separate source also confirming Caucasians are Canaanites, as well as some of these Iranian people. All right, moving on. We looked at that. All right, well, look at this right here. This is Astarte, Ishtar, Asheroth, wherever you want to call her, the deity of the Sidonians or the Phoenicians. And this is her right here. Right here, you've got the Cananistic Baal symbolism. Look at Wall Street right here. You've got Baal right there, the bull symbolism. You've got Europe. Look at the European Union. That's the European Union flag. And look at the Baal symbolism right here. The Great Whore. Okay, very interesting. They put it right in your face. All right, these are some of these symbols that these white supremacists use, and we know that the cross, which is a pagan symbol, goes all the way back to the Ankh, which is where the cross comes from, which is still a pagan symbol. Messiah Yahusha was hung from a tree. We read that earlier. This is also another form of the cross used by the Triple K. This was also a secret society, and I've exposed that here on this channel. You need to go check that out if you haven't. Okay, so these are the Knights Templar and some of these other secret societies and these crusaders, and they all use the pagan cross. And I've already talked about the Knights Templar and how they connect to the these secret societies and the Freemasons and the Scottish Rites and all of that. And a lot of these sour cream supremacists, they wear these symbols, which are heavily connected to the occult, which I find to be so interesting. Now, here's a map. Now, this is interesting. Legality of zoophilia by country or territory. All right. And the black is the unknown status. And this orange right here represents, let's see, legality of zoophilia by country or territory. All right, so the gray is legal, black is unknown, green is unenforced penalty, brown unknown punishment. So let's just look at this. So you see mostly black. It's unknown, meaning there's no way to verify if this is something that's being done regularly, right? But if you look right here where it's legal, this is Europe. Look at this. All of this right here is fully gray. And even in some parts of the US, you see the gray. Interesting, huh? Worldwide laws regarding homosexuality. All right, so places where it's completely legal is the dark blue. And what do you see? Look at that. Some of South America, America fully supports it. You've got some of Canada and up here. You got some of these countries over here. Some of South Africa. I mean, mostly Africa is against that, but there are some people that obviously are undercover living that lifestyle. All right, let's keep going. LGBT rights. So light blue is supported. Look, all of this. Blue, 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 blue. Africa definitely ain't rocking with that. And this is supposed to be Zeus, which is based upon JC, another Neanderthal. You got more Canaanite Baal symbolism right here. The Lamborghini, the Southern Cross, Merrill Lynch, and lynching, by the way. Interesting they got that word right there. You got the cross right here, cross right here. You got this little white girl and these Europeans that were gathered around watching a black man hanging from a tree. Yeah, very inhumane. All right, I'm gonna share one more article and I'll get to my final thoughts and we'll close this out. All right, so ancient origins again, and it says Rh negative blood, an exotic bloodline or a random mutation. Most people who have the Rh blood are Rh positive. There are also instances, however, where people are Rh negative. Health problems may occur for the unborn child of a mother with Rh negative blood when the baby is Rh positive. So we know all of that. We understand all of that. What is unusual about Rh negative blood is that the gene for it is surprisingly common despite being potentially harmful. When a woman is Rh negative blood is pregnant with the child that is Rh positive, the mother's immune system creates protective antibodies to the Rh positive blood, and her blood essentially becomes toxic to the child. To some people, this looks like the mother's body is rejecting the baby, which is exactly what it's doing. All right, so we talked about the Basque people and all of that, which are white people. Among the more exotic theories is the idea that the Rh negative gene represents a separate branch of humanity that intermarried with the branch that came out of Africa. One blogger has gone as far as to say that those with Rh negative blood are descendants of the I can't even pronounce that. I can't even pronounce it, which they will believe to be the original human race. Followers of this idea believe that this race was blonde hair, blue-eyed, included most major spiritual teachers and histories, including JC. Yeah, the Neanderthal Christ. Yeah, totally agree with you. Definitely not Yahusha, though. Could Rh negative blood come from extraterrestrials? The extraterrestrial explanation is even more problematic because the Rh negative gene is clearly a variation of any otherwise completely human gene. Unless it was specifically engineered by extraterrestrials from a pre-existing human gene, it is unlikely that it comes from anything other than Homo sapiens. Nah, it comes from the fallen. Okay. All right. Now, I want to show you a few more things. Before we close this out, I'm going to just show you a quick video about these Basque people. Now, if you want to know more about the Basque people, I highly suggest you check out my documentary, Esau and the Horites, because a lot of what we talked about today coincides with that film. The link is in description and the pinned comment below. If you have not seen that film, you'll want to check it out. I'm going to just show you a few more things about these Basque people, and then we're going to go ahead and close this thing out, and that'll be it. So let's look at that real quick, and then I'm going to give my closing thoughts. Let's go ahead and let's jump in.
In a world that has intrigued scientists, geneticists, and historians alike, most humans share similar blood type markers, but a rare population stands apart with a peculiarly distinct trait, Rh negative blood.
The Basque Cro-Magnon people of northern Spain and southwestern France have one of the highest concentrations of Rh-negative individuals in the world, and their genetic profile raises a fascinating question. Could this rare blood type trace its origins back to a much older, enigmatic population, the Neanderthals? Nestled between the rugged mountains of northern Spain and the sweeping Atlantic coast of southwestern France, the Basque people inhabit a land that is as unique as their heritage. The Basques are known not only for their distinct language, but also for their unique genetic profile, which has intrigued scientists for decades. Unlike most European populations, the Basques show a high degree of genetic continuity with Europe's ancient hunter-gatherers, specifically a group called the Western hunter-gatherers. This link provides a fascinating glimpse into Europe's prehistoric landscape, suggesting that the Basques may be the living descendants of Europe's earliest inhabitants. The Basques are one of Europe's most enigmatic populations. Known for their distinct language, Euskara, which has no known relation to any other language on Earth, the Basque people have long fascinated anthropologists and geneticists. Studies show that the Basques have a unique genetic profile that sets them apart from other Europeans, with low levels of admixture from later migrations, such as those by Indo-European speakers. They are thought to be direct descendants of some of Europe's earliest hunter-gatherers, preserving a genetic legacy that stretches back thousands of years. In addition to their Rh-negative blood, Basques also have a higher prevalence of blood type O, another ancient trait. These distinctive genetic markers suggest that the Basques may have retained traits from a very early population, potentially dating back to Paleolithic Europe. But what could account for such high levels of Rh-negative blood? This is where the Neanderthal connection becomes intriguing. This question draws us deep into the roots of human evolution and across the rugged landscape of Basque country, exploring the tantalizing connection between Rh-negative blood, ancient humans, and the mysterious legacy of Neanderthals. To understand the mystery, let's begin with the basics of the Rh blood type. Blood types are classified by two primary systems, the ABO system and the Rh factor, positive or negative. The Rh factor, named after the rhesus monkey where it was first studied, refers to the presence or absence of a protein on the surface of red blood cells. If you have this protein, you're Rh positive. If you lack it, you're Rh negative. Globally, about 85% of people are Rh positive, while only 15% are Rh negative. The prevalence of Rh negative blood varies by region, with the highest concentration found among Europeans, particularly the Basques. This trait is rare enough that it suggests an ancient origin, a genetic anomaly that persisted and thrived within certain populations while nearly disappearing in others. But how did this distinctive trait take root among the Basques? The genetic inheritance from Neanderthals has influenced many aspects of human biology, from immune system responses to skin and hair traits. However, there's no direct evidence linking the Rh-negative blood type specifically to Neanderthals, despite its unusual concentration among Basques. The absence of clear evidence has not stopped speculation about a possible connection, especially as researchers explore the uniqueness of the Rh-negative trait. While no definitive studies link Rh-negative blood to Neanderthal ancestry, it's an attractive hypothesis for several reasons. Firstly, the presence of Rh-negative blood among the Basques, a population with deep ancestral ties to Europe's prehistoric inhabitants, hints that the trait could have ancient origins. Some researchers suggest that Neanderthals might have carried an early form of the Rh-negative trait, which could have been passed on through interbreeding with early modern humans. Neanderthals lived in Europe for hundreds of thousands of years, developing unique genetic adaptations to their environment. If Rh-negative blood provided some kind of selective advantage, such as an immune response benefit in cold climates, it's plausible that this trait could have developed among Neanderthals and then been passed on to modern humans. This might explain why the trait is most prevalent in European populations with high levels of early hunter-gatherer ancestry, like the Basques. Another possible explanation for the high concentration of Rh-negative blood among Basques lies in genetic drift and population isolation. During the last glacial maximum, around 26,000 to 19,000 years ago, large portions of Europe became uninhabitable due to extreme cold and ice coverage. Populations in Europe were driven into southern refuges, including the Iberian Peninsula, where they remained isolated for thousands of years. In these isolated populations, rare genetic traits like Rh-negative blood could have been amplified due to genetic drift, a process by which certain traits become more common purely by chance. After the last glacial maximum, as these populations expanded northward, they spread their unique genetic markers, including Rh-negative blood. This could explain why Rh-negative blood is more common among isolated populations like the Basques, who retained a high degree of genetic continuity from these Ice Age populations. One intriguing theory is that Rh-negative blood may have provided an immune system advantage. Studies show that Rh-negative individuals can have slightly different immune responses, which could have been beneficial in certain environments. If Neanderthals or early hunter-gatherers with Rh-negative blood were better equipped to fight specific pathogens, the trait might have been advantageous in certain climates or conditions, allowing it to persist through natural selection. Today, Rh-negative blood is most significant in the context of pregnancy, as Rh-negative mothers carrying Rh-positive babies can develop antibodies that threaten the fetus. However, in ancient times, this trait could have persisted if the immune advantages outweighed the reproductive challenges. This would have allowed the trait to remain in isolated populations, especially if they practiced endogamy, meaning marrying within the group, as the Basques historically did. So where does this leave us? The Rh-negative trait among the Basques remains one of Europe's most fascinating genetic mysteries, tantalizingly close to an answer, yet elusive in definitive evidence. Theories abound, from Neanderthal inheritance to evolutionary drift, and from immune advantages to unique regional adaptations. Each theory offers an intriguing perspective on the origins of Rh-negative blood, yet no single theory provides a complete explanation.
All right, so let me just get my final thoughts on this. All of this had to be brought out because there's been a decade of lies that have been allowed to just kind of fester, to destroy a people, erase a people, justify enslavement of a people, mistreatment of a people, to keep their foots on our neck and all these things. Well, guess what? This is the time of the Great Awakening of the dry bones, Ezekiel 37, and the lies will no longer be able to affect us. We are waking up. We are coming back to our Father Yahuwah. We are coming back to the commandments of the Most High. And listen, let me just say this. If you are of these people, I would just tell you right now, repent. Repent for all the wickedness you've done. If you've harbored any type of hatred towards us, you need to repent for that. And you need to cleave to us. Because, listen, the truth of the matter is, if you don't, the only thing coming your way is destruction. Now, I know most of y'all won't, because your God is white supremacy. Well, check this out. I can't close this out without bringing out the scriptures. I need all Gentiles that's watching this to understand, if you accept Yahusha, the Messiah, all praises to the Most High. But don't be getting so caught up in trying to tell us something and lead us. Listen, we are the chosen. We are the Israelites. We teach the scriptures. I don't want y'all teaching us. See, if y'all are worthy to teach, y'all would have been told the truth about yourselves, but you lied, okay? You lied. So I'm going to bring out the scriptures as one of the true Yahudim, and I'm going to have to reveal some uncomfortable truths to y'all, even though this video has been nothing but uncomfortable truths. I just want the Gentiles to understand their position, all right? Your only purpose when you go into the kingdom is servitude to Yasharal, all right? You want to be grafted in. I need y'all to understand your purpose is only to serve us. That is your purpose. That is what you will be spared for. But just in case you don't believe me, let's look at the scriptures. All right, you're going to really have to humble yourself, denounce your Jesus Christ, denounce your white God, denounce your white supremacy, denounce your white privilege, denounce all your heathen idols, denounce America, denounce Donald Trump, denounce Kamala Harris, denounce all of it. Denounce the 400 years that y'all have done all these things. Then Yahuwah will accept you. But let's look at the scripts. Yashayahu, Isaiah 14, 1-2. And Yahuwah will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Yasharal, and they shall rest on their land, and the stranger shall be added to them. Yea, shall be added to the house of Jacob. And the Gentiles shall take them, and bring them into their place, and they shall inherit them, and they shall be multiplied upon the lands for servants and handmaids. And they that took them captives shall become captives to them, and they that had ownership over them shall be under their rule. So Yahuwah is going to choose Jacob, and the Gentiles will be serving the Israelites. Let's look at another one. It's important y'all know what's coming. You want to accept Yahuwah, just understand this is what comes with it. Yashayahu, Isaiah 54 verse 3. Spread forth thy tent, yet to the right and to the left, for your seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and you shall make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Another witness. Let's look at another one. Isaiah 61 4-9. And they shall build the old waste places, and they shall raise up those that were made desolate, and shall renew the desert cities, even those that have been desolate for many generations. And strangers, Gentiles, shall come and feed your flocks, and aliens, strangers, shall be your plowmen and vine dressers. But you, Yasharah, shall be called priests of Yahuwah, the ministers of Eluah. You shall eat the strength of nations, and shall be admired because of their wealth. So we get a double portion. All right, this is the time of the Gentiles, but what we getting a double portion. The time of the Gentiles is right now. When Yahusha comes back, we co-rule with him. The nations will serve us. Now, this is not harsh slavery. This is righteous rulership, but that is promised to us. Let's keep going. Deuteronomy 29, 9-11. And you shall take heed to all the words of this covenant, that you may understand all things that you shall do. You all stand today before Yahuwah, your Eluah, the heads of your tribes, and your elders, and your judges, and your officers, every man of Yasharah, your wives, and your children, and the stranger who is in the midst of your camp, from your hewer of wood, even to the drawer of your water. So even during Torah time, even during the Torah, the Gentiles were still serving us. The strangers were drawing our water. They were hewing our wood. As it was before, it shall be in the kingdom. All right, let's keep going. There's more. Thahalim, or Psalms chapter 2, verse 8. Ask of me, and I will give you the heathen for your inheritance, and the ends of the earth for your possession. Uyakara, Leviticus 25, 44-46. And whatever number of men servants and maid servants you have, you shall purchase male and female servants from the nations that are round about you, and of the nations of the sojourners that are among you, of these you shall buy, and of their relations, and all that shall be in your lands, let them be to you for a possession, and you shall distribute them to your children after you, and they shall be to you your permanent possession forever. But of your brethren, the children of Yasharah, no one shall not oppress his brother in labors. So again, this is Torah. You believe in the Torah or not? You say you believe in Yahuwah, you say you believe in Yahusha, and you a Gentile, and you believe in Torah. So then this is gonna be. This is what it is. I gave you Torah. I gave you Dabarim. I gave you Uakara, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Yashayahu, Isaiah. These things haven't happened yet. That's your purpose. Let's keep it going. Second Baruch 72, 2-6. After the signs have come of which I have spoken to you before, when the nations are moved and the time of my Mashiach comes, he will call all nations, and some of them he will spare, and others he will kill. These things will befall the nations which will be spared by him. Every nation which has not known Yasharah, which has not trodden down the seed of Jacob, will live. And this is because some from all the nations have been subjected to your people. All those now that have ruled over you or have known you will be delivered up to the sword. The Gentiles need to understand that Yahusha is coming back to slay all of our oppressors, every pale-faced oppressor and every other nation that has oppressed us. He's not coming to kiss on your babies. He's not come holding a lamb in his arms. He is coming with a sword to slay our oppressors. If you ain't willing to serve us, destruction is coming your way. If you have mistreated us, destruction is coming your way by Yahusha HaMashiach. Let me give you one more witness so you can understand what's going on here. Kazun or Revelations 13:10, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and faith of the Kadashim. So I think it's very clear. Now, after I've shown you all this, you might say, I don't want to serve y'all. I'm not going to serve y'all. I'm going to serve the Most High. Well, I want you to serve the Most High, but the Most High requires you to serve his people when we go into the kingdom. Let's look at that real quick. Everybody who chooses not to serve, that wants to be grafted in or be accepted by the Most High to come in covenant with him, anybody can serve the Most High if they truly love him, except Amalek. Amalek will be destroyed completely. But the scriptures give specific instruction about anybody that doesn't want to serve his children. Take a look. Yashayahu, Isaiah 60 verse 12. For the nation and the kings which will not serve you shall perish, and those nations shall be made utterly desolate. And you shall suck the milk of the Gentiles, and shall eat the wealth of the kings, and shall know that I am Yahuwah that saves you and delivers you, the Kadash Akkad, the Holy One of Yasharal. So there it is, all right? You don't want to serve? Destruction is coming your way. You really have no choice. But hey, I mean, if you want destruction, that's on you. Now, I'm not going to tell you that you can't serve the Most High and you can't come into covenant with him, but just need to understand that this is our covenant with our Alua, with our Mashiach. And if you want him to accept you, you just need to fall in place and understand you're a convert. Nothing more, nothing less. His chosen people are promised an inheritance of the land and the nations. And that's what's coming to us. You get eternal life. You're spared of destruction. That should be enough. But again, you don't want to accept it. Doesn't matter to me. Here's the gospel. The black man died for your sins. The black man that y'all seem to hate so much. You called us monkeys, you called us savages, you called us slaves, you called us every byword that you could think of. But our Father is so merciful. But just understand, the only way to him is through Yahusha. And guess what? He's a Negro. If that bothers you, you don't deserve salvation. And may the Most High judge you. Alright, y'all, so that's it. This has been Yekcir. I know this has been a long video, but I just had to put it out there and make it so extensive because this is how you fight against white supremacy, with real information, deep research, pulling out the scriptures, showing the truth. So all praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, Yahusha, and until next time, I'll see you on the next one. Shalom.